Hey there, welcome to Left Coast Live. I am your host, Deter McBusiness. Stat Pat, Stateless Patriot, will be joining us soon. For now, we wanted to get into some live election results because there are poll closings on the East Coast and a lot of states have already been called. So let's go to our friendly mainstream media coverage for this evening, the one and only MSDNC. And our friends, Steve.
Republicans hold 42 seats. There is one flip. Not a surprising flip, but it is a flip in Republicans' favor in the seat that is held in West Virginia, previously held by Joe Manchin, now held by Republican Jim Justice. Democrats hold 31 seats in the Senate at this hour. Steve, I know that we've got in Georgia just over a third of the vote in. What are we seeing?
We're starting to see a bit of a picture maybe emerging. There's a couple layers to this. Again, a third of the vote, and you see Donald Trump up by about 200,000 here. I say there's a few layers. The first I can tell you is this one thing we were looking for here and are looking for in Georgia. I was describing it earlier. There's just a lot of very small rural counties that are going to be deep, deep red. And one of the questions coming into tonight was, would there be any slippage for Donald Trump in those counties, those core Republican Trump counties? Remember, he's trying to make up a deficit. He lost by about 12,000 votes last time. So we've got about 10 now completed of those rural, heavily Trump counties. We're talking about places where he's going to get 70, 75, 80% of the vote. In all 10 that have now been completed, Trump's vote share relative to 2020 has gone up between 1 and 3 points. So again, there's a lot more rural counties out there, but they start to add up. And when it's 10 for 10 so far, I'd say that's something the Trump campaign in that layer is looking for. Now, there are other layers to this. Let me take you to another one. We talk about for the Democrats, this core blue area in and immediately around Atlanta, and we're starting to get a lot more out of here. So let's say Fulton County, this is the biggest of the big. This is where Atlanta is, or most of Atlanta. It bleeds over into another county. But again, we've got the early vote, we think, here out of Fulton, or a lot of it. And here's Harris, and put this in some perspective. This is how Biden did in Fulton County in 2020. And again, like all of these Atlanta metro counties, the story here has been Democrats getting bigger and bigger margins election after election. They want that trend to continue tonight. They don't want it to stop. They don't ever want to recede from that number. And so with some same-day vote here still to come in Fulton, we want to see how this develops, but they want to have the number Democrats do high. 71 is a very high number, and the margin's very big. They want to have it higher than 71. There's still votes to come, but we're keeping an eye on that. We've also got here, this is just as core a Democratic county as you're going to get, a large historically black county, Clayton County. We've got more than 2/3 of the vote in here. And again, this is sort of customary Democratic level here. That's what they want to be seeing in a county like Clayton County. Take a look again. Gwinnett is still pretty empty. Another one to update you, though, on, we asked as a key question in this metro area, is this blue zone expanding at all? And this is the county we wanted to watch, Fayette County, and we've got a lot of Fayette County in right here. And again, take a look. This is what it was in 2020. This would be progress for Democrats. There's still more vote to come, though. But Democrats want to be flipping this, I think, to have a really good night in Georgia. Same day vote. That's the more Republican friendly still to come here. So is this as good as the picture's going to get for Democrats in Fayette County? Now, I say there's layers to this. That's the core Democratic area. We'll see how much they can squeeze out of there. Another question here has been, and a big one that looms, is when you get just outside this core Atlanta area, there are some very big counties in sort of the fringes of the Atlanta metro. And unlike this area, they're all red. They all got somewhat significantly less red in 2020. It's a huge reason Donald Trump lost the state. In fact, I can call those counties up here, and we'll just show you what they look like. It's sort of these counties here. There's some socioeconomic differences, but we're keeping a close eye on these to see if there's, because these are big, highly populated counties, if there's Trump slippage in them. So a couple we wanted to call your attention to. This is one of the biggest, Cherokee County. Look at that, more than 80% of the vote. Canton, Georgia's here. This is getting a little bit more diverse. You know, about 2 decades ago, it would have been 90% white. Now it's about 75% white. The diversification of the Atlanta metro area is extending to sort of the exurban area. But again, the key here for Trump is this is what he fell to in 2020. This is still a great number, you know, if you just looked at it. But relative to what Republicans are used to in Cherokee County, Trump took a big step back in 2020. His campaign wanted to claw some of that back. And again, with the same day vote to be tallied here in Cherokee, Trump is already almost a point above the 2020 number. And again, they want to see that number get a little bit higher here. But again, they want to be climbing, not falling back and climbing a little bit in a place like Cherokee County or next door.
Steve, yep. Can I interrupt you just for a moment? We have a change in the characterization of the race in Georgia. It had previously been characterized, the presidential race in Georgia had previously been characterized as too early to call. We're now changing characterization to too close to call. So again, doesn't mean that we're anywhere closer to a result, but I wanted to get that in while you continue your exposition of why you feel that way.
Yes, just in case you don't know how important
want to see there that Trump represents all these counties in sort of the exurban area. Forsyth is another big one. And actually, you know, you can see here a little bit less of the vote in, but Trump so far a little bit behind that number. That would be good news for Democrats if in a place like Forsyth, Trump is falling short of that number. And another key here just in Georgia that we're going to be watching, it's just slowly taking shape. Again, I will call these counties up sort of in a group on the screen so you can see them. In sort of south and in mid-state Georgia, there's a number of counties with large, they're rural counties with large African-American populations. And this is a place where Democrats think they can improve the turnout and either get better margins or cut into Republican margins in some of these counties. So again, a lot of incomplete here right now, but a couple with a significant vote that I can show you. One would be Baldwin County here, and almost all is in Baldwin County. Again, very small, but again, this is a place Joe Biden won it. Okay, it's about 45% black population in Baldwin County. Joe Biden won this one in 2020 with almost all the vote in now. Trump 3 points ahead of Harris here. It's only one small county, but we're looking to see if there's trends in these types of counties. Randolph County, another, about 2/3 in, very, very small here. But again, this is what Joe Biden was able to do here. in 2020. These are all counties like those small rural Trump ones I was taking you through. These are all counties that add up. So is there a trend? This is only 2, but that's a thing we're going to be looking for as the results come in and as this map fills in. Is there a trend there? So again, 37% of the vote is in right now. That's what it looks like statewide. A big one that's empty here is Gwinnett. This is another huge one that's empty. This is DeKalb County, right outside Atlanta. In fact, some of it's inside the perimeter here. It's about half black. There's a large college-educated white population, very Democratic-friendly. Huge number you can expect for Democrats out of here. We haven't seen anything from that yet. And I also think we've got some numbers here, yes, in Pennsylvania. And I just want to tell you what to expect here 5%. In Pennsylvania, because you see a massive Harris lead in more than 300,000 votes. In Pennsylvania, there's really only, we talk about this early in-person voting that, millions of people are doing in other states. They don't really have that in Pennsylvania. It's pretty much just vote by mail or vote same day. And what's happening in most of Pennsylvania tonight is the vote by mail is going to all be recorded out first and then the same day. And we expect a pretty clear division, unlike in some other states where the vote by mail we think will be very heavily Democratic and the same day will be more heavily Republican. And so that's what we're seeing. Look, the city of Philadelphia has released, and there's more to come. This is a giant batch all of vote by mail from Philadelphia here. So that's why this will be, it'll get a little bit better for Trump as more votes come in. But that's what you've got right there. You've got all the vote by mail, perhaps, in Allegheny County, or a very good chunk of it. Again, this is where Pittsburgh is. About 1.2 million people. The inner suburbs around Pittsburgh, too, heavily Democratic. So, again, big Democratic number there. And also in Lancaster County, well, only about 700 votes there. So, really, the 2 big cities in the state have come in. We're getting a little bit more now, Butler County and a few others. But, again, you can
Trump's going to be playing catch-up in Pennsylvania.
Vote by mail first in Pennsylvania. So, you can expect Harris to have a pretty substantial lead in these early, in the early hour and a half, whatever it is. And the story in Pennsylvania, it's going to be the opposite of the story we followed 4 years ago. 4 years ago, the story was they counted the same day first. Trump had a big lead, and night after night, Biden was chipping away at it with the mail vote. Tonight, we expect just about all of the mail vote to come in, followed by the same day. And the question will be, on the same day, can Trump catch Harris? So again,
Steve, can I interrupt you just for one moment? We have a call in a presidential race in the state of South Carolina. NBC News now projects that Donald Trump is the winner of the presidential contest in South Carolina.
Someday, guys. Someday we'll get South Carolina.
Just checking in on a couple others there.
So North Carolina tonight
again, and I'm just seeing if anything else came in. Michigan, by the way. Let's take a look here at Michigan, and we've got, look at this, 2 biggies. So we set this up earlier. Oakland County, remember, this is gigantic suburbia, high income, high concentration of college degrees right outside Detroit. Now, what you're getting here again in Michigan, they overhauled elections completely this time around. So for the first time in Michigan, they have early in-person voting. A lot of people taking advantage of that. There's also vote by mail. And I think what you're looking at, it's going to vary in Michigan tonight. Unlike some of these other states, there's not a lot of uniform rules here in terms of what sequence the vote's going to be reported out. But in Oakland, I suspect just based on this margin, you're looking at a lot of vote by mail, early vote here. But remember, we said at the start of the night, the test we're going to be applying all night, one of them is to compare Oakland County to its a neighbor to the east, Macomb County. Big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb, white-collar suburbia in Oakland. And the Democrats, what they're aiming for here in Oakland County, again, look how big this is. 750,000 votes were cast here in 2020. Biden won this thing by 14 points. That's what Democrats want to be seeing again. This was a big jump for Biden, over 2016 for Clinton. Clinton had won it by single digits. Biden got it to 14. If Harris is in that ballpark tonight, if she's in that double-digit or higher a ballpark in Oakland, she's got to be feeling very good.
Steve, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you just one more time. Presumably the first of many more times. In North Carolina, in the governor's race, NBC News can now project that Josh Stein will be the Democratic governor of North Carolina. He was up against the very controversial Republican candidate, Mark Robinson. Republicans tried to get Mark Robinson off the ballot, thinking that he would not only certainly may lose this race, but he might lose it by so much it might even drag down the prospects for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance in North Carolina as well. But NBC News can now project that in this race, the governor's race, Josh Stein will be the winner. Back to you, Steve.
Yeah, just to quickly finish Michigan, and then we're going to check in on North Carolina. In Michigan, again, 8 p.m., almost all the polls closed. The reason they don't officially close, there's a few counties, 4 of them in the far UP that are central time zone. But we're going to be getting this hour most of the rest of the state to some degree. Things quickly, just to keep an eye on as this map fills in. You see, this is very little vote, but you see here Grand Rapids. This area of western Michigan, the Grand Rapids is sort of the anchor city of, is a traditionally Republican region that has moved pretty strongly against Trump. This has been a growth area for Democrats. This is an area where Trump has lost a lot of traditional Republican support. So the question in this county, this is Kent County. It's a biggie. Grand Rapids is a city of, about 200,000 people. In 2020, Trump lost it by 6. Democrats would love to get that up to double digits, and they'd love to make further progress in this region. It's a lot of population here. Democrats see a lot of room for growth. Also up here, by the way, you see that's Grand Traverse County, where Traverse City, Michigan is. Both parties sent their candidates to Traverse City a couple times here. This part of Michigan, it's not as big population-wise, but it's very volatile politically. They sort of call this the cherry coast. Cherry farming is big up there. There's wine country. This is Leelanau County. It's one of the wealthiest in the state. Again, these are traditionally Republican counties where they've given way for Trump. And this is one of the counties, Grand Traverse. You see just a little bit of the vote is in right there. It's where Traverse City is. But that's one to watch tonight if it turns blue. Democrats would love to shift that one. So, again, Michigan, it's early. Those are some of the things we're going to be looking for. And, of course, Wayne County, Detroit, the inner suburbs there, cities like Dearborn, where the Gaza situation, we want to see if it has a bearing. All things we're going to watch as Michigan comes in. And we move to the Tar Heel state. Now, about 10% in here in North Carolina. And, again, you see the Harris advantage. We're just going to check in here. I haven't actually seen them, so I'm looking right now. Again, Wake County, this is Raleigh, state capital. This is one of the biggest single Democratic vote-producing counties in the state. Not much in. Democrats just want massive margins here in Durham County here, Orange County, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina. Also important for Democrats, and there's not much here right now, but it's sort of, they call it the triad. This is where, Greensboro is in this county. You go over to Forsyth County. This is where Winston-Salem is. They're red now with almost no votes in, but these are core Democratic counties and should be. We want to see those take shape tonight. And I want to draw your attention to a county that I think is going to be very key to telling the story as it unfolds in North Carolina. It's this one right here. Don't pay attention. There's almost no vote, but Union County is massive. It is a big bedroom community suburb of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and it's still a very core Republican county. The banking industry is very big in the Charlotte area. It's sort of a bedroom communities made by the banking industry. Maybe think of it that way. Just take a look, though, at Union County. Here's the trend. Again, it's slippage for Trump. It's more dramatic in other suburbs around the country. Trump won here by more than 30 points in 2016. In 2020, Trump still won North Carolina, but his margin shrank. It's why Democrats think they got a shot here tonight. And this is a big reason why Trump's margin shrank in North Carolina. He just didn't squeeze as much out of these big core Republican suburbs. He won it, but it was 24 instead of 30. And I think that's a very good bellwether gauge tonight. As you see this county come in, is Trump falling short of that number again? Democrats would like to chip away, get that down to 60, 59, something like that. There's a number of big suburbs in the state. There are some of them, are outside Raleigh, where that's the story. It's a core Republican, but does it get a little bit less so? So again, statewide now in North Carolina, it's sort of scattered, as you can see, in these different counties. But statewide right now, 4 points. And again, we talk about this. Let's just take a look, because we've got some, I'm checking these to see. One thing that I'm looking for here, we've got Anson County has let's take a look and put this in some perspective here. Significant black population. This is one of the stories in North Carolina. The Democrats in counties with large black populations think they can improve the turnout, think they can improve Democratic margins in some cases, maybe flip some of them. So we do have 3/4. It's very small, but this is the kind of county we're going to be looking at. There's a lot of them in rural eastern North Carolina. Not much to show you right now, but with large black populations. Barack Obama was the last Democrat to carry North Carolina. He carried some of those counties. The Democrats have kind of fallen off dramatically in them. We want to see it's in this eastern North Carolina area here. We want to see as these fill in, are Democrats taking strides forward there? They think they can with Kamala Harris as the nominee. They think they've improved their ground game. That'll be a test for it. So again, sitting there at about 9% statewide in North Carolina and returning to Georgia, where we now have about half of the vote in. And again, just going to take a quick look. I have struck out on this every time, but this is going to be very big when we get votes from Gwinnett. And we don't have many more from Gwinnett, but it's starting to take shape here again. That's that core Democratic area. Just see if we have any more from Fayette. I'm going to go back and take a look right here. But
right, so
again, now almost half the voting in Georgia, and I think starting to see a little bit in the way of patterns, just in terms of the rurals, at least in Georgia, Rachel.
Thank you, Steve. We will be checking back in with you. I should also mention, just while we're talking about Georgia, we have been keeping an eye on this other story, which is false bomb threats that have been called in at polling places in Georgia. We're now updated from Georgia officials. At least 38 different election-associated locations saw bomb threats today. Fulton Police Chief says 32 bomb threats at different locations in Fulton alone. Some threats were called into 911. Some were called to the specific location. Some were emailed. Fulton County Chief saying that all but 2 cities in Fulton County received bomb threats. They were spread all throughout the county. Obviously, this is concerning and disgusting. The intrigue here is that both the FBI and Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger earlier today attributed at least some of these threats to Russian origin, which means that an enemy of the United States, a foreign adversary, is targeting American voters in Georgia to try to influence our election that way by terrorizing us.
All right, Georgia's coming in red hot. They already got 48%.
This is the sort of thing that is that has a functional effect in terms of how people think about getting out to vote. It will do some of what they want it to do, but it also has national security consequences for us as a country in terms of how we deal with the people in other countries who are trying to dissuade us from doing what we do as a democracy and who are trying to determine the outcome of this election. Raises questions on how we're going to contend with that as a nation. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
So the problem with Georgia right now is, I'll just show you guys this, is that 48% of the vote is in, and Trump's already up 11 points. And the biggest stronghold in Georgia is obviously the Atlanta and greater Atlanta area, the Atlanta Beltway, basically. And that's already come in. And she's still behind. So looks like Georgia might be a little bit tough to come by this time around, but the bigger states, the more important states, are obviously Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Pennsylvania, we got 8% in. Kamala's up big, but again, those are favorable areas in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh that have already done the counting, and now we're going to be watching to see if Trump can catch up in Pennsylvania. Don't be surprised if this election does come down to this one state. Okay, stateless patriots bringing up the point that Savannah still needs to be counted. Yes, that is true, but it's not that big, dude. Savannah is peanuts compared to Atlanta, and she's down 11 points. So I'm not psyched about the way that's going. Let's go back into Georgia. 49%. Trump's still up 55%. I want to know what the totals are. Savannah is reporting a little bit, dude. And it's small. It's nothing. Fulton County's reported in. It's 300,000 votes, 290,000 votes for Kamala. Well, anyway, let's get back into... I'll take you guys back to MSNBC. It's a commercial right now. So that's Georgia and Pennsylvania right now. Ohio's going to go red soon. Florida was called really quickly. I was surprised. I thought maybe Florida would be a little bit closer, but it shows you the stronghold MAGA has in Florida, and it's really too bad because there's some really nice parts of that state. It's just MAGA's overtaking it. Georgia's starting to lean Republican with 49%, so that's progressing. Ohio is likely Republican. 39%. Let's just take a look at Ohio really quick. Yeah, Columbus, Toledo, Cincinnati, Cleveland. Okay. Did you see my video this morning? No, I did not. Let's go check it out. Stateless Patriot. What's your video this morning, man? Full breakdown, my election predictions and overlook.
As of recording this, we are less than 24 hours away from backwards ideologies just plaguing. While we've touched on this map before, but here in the beige coloring, the safest bet to go her way
So what
is
do you
remain
got
within the margin of
here,
error, so they
Stat
don't.
Pat? You got her winning the bet.
Averages
Yeah,
in
the
these states
Rust
have been
Belt.
so close, according to the
what
polling
else you
averages.
got?
But since these junk polls that lean Trump are being factored in, that's why it looks so close in each of these races. So, while it looks like it's dead even, it's very likely not, which means that Kamala Harris is actually ahead. And it's just not being reflected. Now, with that said, you can give Nevada to Kamala Harris. Now, this right here might be like the worst case scenario for Kamala Harris, as long as there's they just vote more than men do.
Then you're giving
And
North Carolina.
the one that Trump
and
is consistently
Georgia
Harry Lake is notable
and
because her
Arizona,
favorability rating
you're
is
saying
double
red.
digits ahead.
So you're saying
If
she wins all the battleground
if that's the
states
case,
except
she
for
could take Arizona, but there's also something else in play as well. But since these bunk polls are dragging down the averages to make it look like she's not as ahead as she is, that's why there's a lot of frustration. But we just got a poll that came out of Iowa that has been renowned as the gold standard, the Seltzer poll from the Des Moines Register, I believe it is. And this poll for the past several elections has only come within less than 2 or 3 points within a margin of error than what ultimately.
He's geeking out on polls. I got to get you guys back to mainstream media. Sheldon Whitehouse has held on in Rhode Island. Thank God. I know we were all worried about that. Elizabeth Warren, no idea why she represents my home state of Massachusetts, but
the
she
Senate
does.
for another term.
Shows you
NBC
how
News can also make a projection in the
neck deep
Connecticut Senate race.
the NC is
Democratic
in
incumbent
academia.
Senator
The fact
Chris
that Liz
Murphy
Warren
will be
is a
returning
senator
to the
from
Senate
Massachusetts.
for another term.
In case you have noticed, it kind of
NBC
bums
News
me
can
out.
also make a projection in the Senate race in Tennessee, where
Who's the
incumbent
other guy
Republican
that's coming in here?
NBC News can also make a projection in the Connecticut
Chris
Senate
Murphy.
race.
Yeah, Chris Murphy's
Democratic
all right.
incumbent
He's,
Senator Chris Murphy will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also make a projection in the Senate race in Tennessee, where incumbent Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn will be returning to the United States Senate.
Too bad.
This hour,
Tennessee
this
is a great
standing in the United
state.
States
It's really
Senate,
too
32
bad
Democratic held seats, 42
it's so
Republican held
red
seats. That reflects
because
the Republicans picking up one seat. They picked up a seat in West
Memphis
Virginia, the
and
seat
Nashville and
currently
even
held by
Knoxville are all
now
really
independent,
cool
previously
towns.
Democrat Joe Manchin.
I encourage
We've also
you
got to
all
look,
to
interestingly, at the
check
Indiana
them
governor's race. This was
out
one to watch. I said
if
earlier,
you
NBC
haven't
News can
already. Mike Braun,
and now
governor
project
of
that the
Indiana.
Republican
Who cares?
candidate for governor in Indiana has prevailed over
Obama
the Democratic
won
candidate. This is
Indiana
Mike Braun, the U.S.
in
senator who
2008.
decided not to run
That's
for
how much
re-election
of
in
a
the Senate,
backlash
to
there
instead
was to
run
the
for that
misery
governorship
that
in
was
Indiana. A strong
was
challenge from the
Obama
Democrat there,
won
although a Democrat hasn't held the governorship in Indiana in 20 years, so it would have been a big upset. It is the Republican, Mike Braun, who will hold that seat. Looking at a couple of ballot measures now. This is interesting. In Florida, one of the statewide ballot measures in Florida was an amendment number 3 that would have legalized marijuana. That is now projected to fail. So legalization of marijuana will fail in Florida. It has to pass by 60%. So even though there is a 55% margin in favor, that is short of the 60% margin
brutal,
that is needed
dude.
to pass this amendment.
So Florida's not
And now
that
looking at
awesome
the
to live
very,
in.
very important
Amendment 4,
and very
right to
closely
abortion.
watched abortion rights measure on the ballot in Florida. Again, you need 60% to pass. At this
Who are the
point, there's no
haters not
projection
voting
as to
for
what the result is
legalizing
going to be for this Florida abortion rights measure. But the yes vote right now, with 82% of the vote in, at 57, that is a strong vote in favor of this abortion rights amendment in Florida. But 57
huge.
is shy of
That's
the 60%
why I was thinking maybe
needed to get
Florida
that
would be more
measure
purple was
passed.
because
Been a
abortion
lot of
was
controversy
on
in Florida, particularly
the
over that
ballot.
one, as Governor
already
Ron
called for
DeSantis, the
Trump.
Republican governor
They
there,
love him
has
down there.
used the state government, has used state agencies, including state law enforcement, to try to tip the balance in those races, sending state police to people's houses because they signed the petition to get the abortion rights amendment on the ballot, sending threatening letters to Florida television stations, threatening them with prosecution for airing ads in support of that abortion rights measure. So we'll see how that comes out. We don't yet know.
Yeah, Ron DeSantis has put everything on trying to ensure that Florida will buck the trend of every other state, including red states, that have passed the right to bodily autonomy. He's put everything on it, including, as you said, threats, whatever it takes to try to make sure that that amendment fails, using the power of government in a way that is, I would say, openly fascist and determined and very determined. Because, of course, this is something that he wants to be his signature thing. It's the thing he passed thinking that it would allow him to defeat Donald Trump and move to his right and make him a national star and potentially the heir to Donald Trump in the party. But I want to really quickly talk about the other amendment, the marijuana amendment, which I think a lot of people assumed would pass. A good friend down there that is in politics in the state of Florida, the advertising against the marijuana amendment was really based on the fact that it would empower two very large marijuana companies that are not small businesses. They are two of the biggest companies that are in the national game in terms of legalized weed. And so this was pushed on the people who were the no side, really did push a campaign saying this is not a way to legalize marijuana for like the everyday individual person.
Yeah, there are a lot
it
of
would
things
be
the private
empowering
sector
to big
does
companies.
in
So
this
there was a
country
really
that the
strong pushback
government
against
could
it.
do.
And DeSantis
Very
also
easily.
very strongly pushing, just as he was pushing against the abortion
For
amendment.
example,
that
wind
one,
farms.
also
They don't
pushing
need
on
to
that
be
one.
private
Let me just
companies.
interject
They can
because
be
we have had a poll
municipalities.
closing while we have been talking here at
they probably
8:30
should be.
p.m. Eastern. Polls closed in the great state of Arkansas, and at poll
The
closing,
for-profit motive
NBC News can
is
project
the
that the winner of
Antichrist
the presidential
in American
contest in
society,
Arkansas
both culturally
will be Donald Trump.
and
Stephanie Roll.
Floridians
Governmentally,
for Freedom is
Increased
the group
productivity makes
that
people
worked to
productive,
get
but
this abortion measure
doesn't bring
on
out
the
the best in
ballot.
people.
In the last week alone, they have had to upgrade, they've had to get bigger office space because they've had so many more volunteers. In the last 48
Yeah,
hours, they did a
I'm with you,
last-minute
Stat Pat.
fundraise because people came in and said, we want more yard signs. And when I
mean,
heard from one of their
Florida
backers,
in
I said,
general
why do they
has
need more
kind of
yard signs with 24 hours to go? And he said,
gone
it's not about the signs.
the seventh
It's about
circle of hell
they
in
are
my
getting
lifetime.
this
Florida
kind
used
of
to be a really
demand
great
in the
place
last week. And what's
lots of rich
interesting, they
culture,
got a
and
whole
there are
slew
still
of
areas,
new
Miami, I know.
volunteers right after
Campus
Donald
school,
Trump's speech at Madison Square Garden. Puerto
a lot
Rican
of that
women
state
in the Orlando area said, we're
might as
about to
well be the
mobilize, we're going to
Confederate
call our
flag-waving
network.
South.
That's all in the last week and a half. So they might only be at 57%, but 60% isn't that far away, and they have got some wind in their sail.
We should also just note, I mean, they tried
Something
the Republican
I am gonna be
opponents of
talking a
abortion
lot
rights in
about on
Ohio
this
try to
channel going
maneuver
forward.
this
No matter
last
what
summer
happens
where they tried to
tonight
raise the
is the use of
threshold
the
in
word
other vote to get it to
Confederacy. People
60%
say
because they
Christian
knew they would lose
nationalism
at
is the biggest
50%.
threat to
They lost
American
that, then they lost
democracy. A lot of people
at the
do.
ballot
I
box.
say Confederate
If they lose
Christian
57,
nationalism.
58,
Let's up our
59,
game
somewhere
rhetorically
around
a
there,
little bit and
it
get
still
specific
means that
and
in a
use
state that Donald
kind
Trump
of
is going to carry by quite a bit
anchor
and a state that has been
terms
moving
like
to the
that.
right, a strong majority, I mean, a 14-point majority, a 13-point majority, something like that for abortion rights in a state in which the Republican governor was campaigning against it. That 60% threshold is part of Florida law. It's not like a funny game they played, but what it means about public opinion is true whether or not it gets over the line. Of course, it matters greatly to the women and families in Florida whether it does.
We have another projection. NBC News has just made a projection in the presidential race in Delaware. There's a winner in the presidential race in Delaware. The winner is Democratic candidate Vice President Kamala Harris.
Whoop-de-doo,
Nicole, you were going to jump in there.
I mean, I think we're going to be watching these dynamics, and they're not going to fall in the way that we receive data, right? I mean, the story that we've all been covering, the thing we've been talking about, the thing that Stephanie and Chris are getting at, is really at its core a gender gap on the issue of bodily autonomy. And I think that is not, those are the things you're getting in your ear, right? The calls you have to make. You're not getting a call on the gender gap. And I think that the way it's going to play out is going to be very slow and tedious. And I think it's going to mean that some of the people that used to be Republicans are now independents. I mean, we're going to be putting people in categories for a long time, and we're not going to know the results of some of the, because to your point, a state that Trump won handily has 57, perhaps maybe they'll get up to 60% of its voters, men and women, young and old, who support abortion rights.
Let me jump in here with one other call. In the state of Delaware, we just had a presidential call in the state of Delaware, but NBC News can now project the Senate race in Delaware. This is an open seat, the seat that had been held by Democrat Tom Carper. It's Republican Eric Hansen versus Democrat Lisa Blunt Rochester. NBC News can project that the Senate seat in Delaware will go to Lisa Blunt Rochester. NBC News can also make a projection in Delaware in the governor's race.
Georgia still looking like
Delaware Delaware goes to the
Kamala's gonna have to
Democratic
find a way to
candidate there,
catch
Matt
up.
Meyer.
She's
So
behind
Delaware,
by about
with the
300,000
presidential
votes,
race,
and she's got
Senate race, and the
46% of the
governor's race all
electorate left
going
to be
blue.
counted.
And can I just throw in that this
unless
also, the
Athens,
abortion
where
question
the University
in
of
Florida
Georgia
also
is
has
safe,
impacts
so I don't
across
see
the
it
entire
happening.
Southeast. Because Florida was the one place
Could
that
be
people
wrong,
who were
but-
in the South could go to for reproductive care.
Right.
And now the all eyes turn back to North Carolina, which will have a Democratic governor, will retain a Democratic governor.
County.
It'll be interesting to see if Republicans lose
See,
their
maybe, you know,
supermajority,
it's possible.
which they have by one seat because one Democrat switched sides and gave them a supermajority. If they lose that supermajority, watch for North Carolina to try to reestablish the right to abortion, and then that will leave one other place, because right now women in the South have to drive all the way to Maryland or Virginia. And so there's a real issue of women who potentially could lose their lives or become extremely ill because the whole South has become an abortion wasteland.
Lawrence, as you've been watching these couple of hours of results that we've had come in thus far, what's caught your eye?
Well, I just want to go back to Lisa Blunt Rochester actually winning that Senate seat in Delaware. That's a former Senate staffer working her way up all the way. It's one of those great stories of this candidate coming in there, and it wasn't a foregone conclusion. She had to mount a serious campaign to do it. She had to win a primary, and she made it all the way. As we watch the Senate unfold tonight, so far, the Democrats have, in effect, lost only one seat, and they had big hopes for Florida, which it didn't come through. The other big hope is Texas. And so for the Democrats, the possible pickup in Texas in the Senate is the big thing they're watching.
And, of course, watching the challenged Democratic incumbents in Montana and in Ohio.
Yeah, can they hang on?
Yeah, can they hang on?
And that is a big question. We don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back to Steve, who I know is watching some of the Pennsylvania vote coming in. Steve, what do we got?
Yeah, and again, now a little bit more than 10% statewide, heavily the vote by mail here. That's why you see such a massive Harris lead. Not just heavily vote by mail, but heavily Philadelphia and Pittsburgh area, Allegheny County. Those are the two biggest in the state. So I think, why don't we just give you a sense here over the next couple hours as Pennsylvania starts to take shape what we're going to be looking at, because this could be absolutely critical, obviously, when we start talking about road to 270 scenarios. So, first of all, for Democrats in Philadelphia, it's just a question of margin. Harris is going to win this very big, but let me just show you what happened in 2020. This is what it looked like, and this was a margin for Democrats. You could see Biden 603,000, Trump 132,000. That is a margin of about 470,000 votes for Democrats out of Philadelphia. I think one of the numbers to keep an eye on as Philadelphia and Pennsylvania comes in is, does that get up to, if that got to 500,000, maybe set that as a bit of a benchmark here. If Democrats can get that up to 500,000, I think they're going to be feeling very good about what they can do in Pennsylvania. Can they drive that number up? Because, while this is a
Stat
big
Pat
number
making
for
us
Democrats,
aware
this 81,
of interesting data
18
point about
victory
today.
for Biden over
Democracy has
Trump,
been the
there was
number
a
one
little
issue for
bit of
voters,
slippage
according
there.
to
This is just
exit
the
polls.
city of Philadelphia. A little bit of
Democracy
slippage
really is
there,
on the ballot.
for
It's a
Democrats.
shame
Give
that
it
we have
relative
to
what they
get
used
that
to
basic with our
out of
politics
Philadelphia.
these
It's
days,
because
but
in
we do when
2020
one
in part,
party
Trump
interested
made gains with
is not
Hispanic
interested
voters
in the
in Hispanic
facts,
precincts
truth,
and
or
neighborhoods
experts.
of Philadelphia. So that's one of the things to watch tonight. Democrats are getting a big margin, but how big? Is it going north of 470? Is it getting up to 5? Or does this tick down another point or two in either direction here? So we're going to be looking out of that in Philadelphia. The other big thing, look, the collar counties of Philadelphia, these four right
so
here. It's
Kamala,
Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County, and Bucks County. Take them in almost two sections here. Take these three together. Delaware County, where we do have a little bit of vote, can show you right now. Core Democratic County, this is a little bit more racially diverse. You see Biden won this by 26 points. It's just about running up the number for Democrats in Delaware County, as is the case in Chester County. Now, Chester County, again, this fits that profile we talk about. High concentration of college degrees, higher income. There's no county in Pennsylvania in the Trump era that has become more Democratic to the degree that Chester County has. So as you start to look at the results come in here tonight, it'll be a while. See what Biden got here, 58%. Maybe set a benchmark in your head of 60%. Can Harris break 60% in Chester? Because what's happening in Pennsylvania, and this is going to be a theme in the two other northern tier battleground states, what's happening in Pennsylvania is the Democratic base is geographically contracting. Trump came along in 2016. and he started to run up massive margins in rural areas of the state, rural blue-collar areas of the state. And what's happened is the Democratic base has become more geographically concentrated into cities and metro areas. Again, suburbs, places, as I say, keep saying it, but it's what the stats show, high concentrations of college degrees. So what the Democrats increasingly need to do is just focus on running up margins in those places that can offset the Trump gains elsewhere in the state. So that's what these 3 counties are all about. Bucks is a big one, about 450,000 people here. It's a little bit different. This is a true
All right, so just so you
swing
guys know, it's
county
going to be a
here.
while
How this
before
one goes tonight could tell us a
Pennsylvania
lot
is
about how the
sorted
state
out.
is going.
North Carolina
it's
also
more blue collar
gonna be
than these other collar
sooner than
counties. So we're going to be watching
Pennsylvania,
there.
but Georgia's going to be the one that's going to be decided
you know,
soon.
Pennsylvania, sort of this region in here, Harrisburg, Lancaster,
that
York.
one's gonna come
This
down
is
to
actually an
DeKalb County,
area.
which
There are
is
some
outside
Republican
Atlanta.
counties in
There's
here, but this is an area where Trump had some
votes
slippage.
in from DeKalb County, outside
Cumberland
Atlanta
County.
just
This is an
now.
area where Trump had some slippage in 2020, a potential area of growth here for Democrats. We're going to keep an eye on this region. Western Pennsylvania, you see a lot of blue here again because it's vote by mail. These are almost all going to be red tonight. And this is, when I say Trump has been running up the score, these are the counties where he gets 65, 70, 75% of the vote, all in this part of the state. And I think where the game may be won or lost in Pennsylvania is going to be northeast Pennsylvania. I think we showed you at the start of the night, but I'll go back to it again. Going to be paying a lot of attention to Lackawanna County, and we've got about a quarter of the vote in here. Again, this is the vote by mail, but here's the story in Lackawanna County where the city of Scranton is. This was pre-Trump a big Democratic bastion. Trump, look at that. He almost won this in 2016. What a shift. Democrats actually jumped up to close to a 10-point win here in 2020. Was that because Joe Biden and his Scranton ties? Was that because of, you know, something else, changing attitudes towards Trump, perhaps? Big question here, and there's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. Big question here is, can Trump get this back to 2016 levels, or really, can he win this county? That's what he wants to be doing. And there's also a lot of these counties in this sort of stretch of the state right here. You've got a lot of counties with substantial Hispanic populations, and that's the other thing that the Trump campaign has been talking about. Berks is where the city of Reading is. You know, Reading is about 2/3 Hispanic. Largest concentration of Hispanic voters anywhere in the state. Trump actually, he lost the city of Reading. He made gains there in 2020. He made gains in a lot of these small, mid-sized cities in Pennsylvania, sort of this part of the state right here, that have substantial Hispanic populations. His campaign is betting a lot on that being a trend that continues this election, and there being improvement for Trump in those small, mid-sized cities and the counties around them. So we're going to be paying attention to that as it comes in. So again, Democrats just need to
If she
get
doesn't win
massive
Pennsylvania,
margins
she
out
has
of
no
Philadelphia,
chance, because
Pittsburgh,
if she
and the
loses
suburbs
Pennsylvania,
right around them,
it means
and
she's
Trump
lost North Carolina
needs to get back to his
and
2016
Georgia,
levels
just
in the
based on
blue-collar parts of the
demographics, it
state.
would be
Again,
pretty much next
it's
to
pretty much just
impossible
vote by mail
for
that
her
you're
to
seeing
win
there in
North
Pennsylvania.
Carolina and Georgia and
Pennsylvania.
lose Pennsylvania.
But as this takes shape, that's what we're going to be looking for. And just take a quick look back here at Georgia. We've been monitoring everything. I will tell you this. One thing I've been looking at, and this is the clearest thing yet in terms of completed counties, you're always looking to see when you have all the vote in a county and you compare it to the last election and you say, is there a trend? So one of the things, there's like 3 or 4 of these categories we're looking at, but one of them we've said is the rural counties in Georgia, the heavily Republican rural counties, and it's very consistent. We now have 15, maybe 20 of them that are basically complete right now. Very small, but in just about all of them, Trump is running a point to 3 points better than he did in 2020. And that was one of our questions in Georgia. Is Trump going to slip a couple of potentially critical points in his core parts of the state? So we are not seeing that there.
It's amazing to me
but there's
that this
a
is
lot
gonna
more,
be a
obviously,
close
we're going to be
election
looking for as
since
Georgia
January
continues
6th
to
and all
come
the
in.
shit that's
All right,
happened.
as we continue to watch that vote come in, as Steve continues to parse those results,
well, it looks like
we're
it's gonna
looking
be
ahead
close right
toward
now, so
9 o'clock
let's-
Eastern
we're
time. Just a few
45
minutes from now,
minutes in.
polls are going to be closing in a wave of
pace myself
crucial
here.
and interesting states. We're going to have poll closings in Arizona,
I
Colorado,
do have some
Iowa,
Xanax
Nebraska,
if I
Wisconsin,
need it,
Michigan, and
but
more.
I am
We're gonna get to all of
guessing
it. Stay with us.
I won't. I think some companionship would be nice. Hey, babe, how are you? Want to talk politics with my fans?
Moderate to
I got
severe
3
plaque
viewers right now.
psoriasis. Thanks to Skyrizi, I'm playing with clearer skin. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and
So
an
sorry,
increased risk
guys.
of
We're gonna
infections or
share
a lower ability to
this
fight
screen
them.
instead. I hate that. I hate when that people do that. Okay, so Georgia, this is what he was just talking about. This is the one I'm looking at. DeKalb County has 0% reporting. Okay, that's what gives me hope that she could recover here right now, because Donald Trump's up pretty comfortably by 11 points. A lot of rural areas haven't reported yet. But the good news is that DeKalb has reported 0%. That's right outside Atlanta. Fulton still has another 22% to go. So she'll get a bunch of that. And Cobb is done. Cobb is 82%, so they're pretty much done. But I don't know. Georgia's the one everyone's going to be focused on. Georgia's going to be the center of the media universe for the next hour, at least, because it's definitely going to come in before North Carolina. It's definitely going to come in before Pennsylvania. Michigan, we'll see how good they are in Michigan. They're already starting to tally votes. Let's see what's reported in Michigan so far. Of course, 40% of Oakland County is reported, but McCobb and Wayne are still not really reported. Ann Arbor is 30% reported, so of course she has a big lead there. It doesn't mean anything. I think a lot of this is pacing, guys. Find yourself, some Twitter feed as well. Let's see what's going on. I think, yeah, the state that the only time we have to get worried is when Pennsylvania falls into jeopardy. Now, it's too early right now. It's only 12%, but that really is the kind of let's make sure we finish the job and still win here is right here, Pennsylvania. We've been talking about it on the show all the time. We could get surprised by Wisconsin. That's a late close, so we could get surprised, and that could complicate things. But North Carolina, let's go into North Carolina for a hot minute. So I have some experience with this state personally. It's got a lot of metro areas to it. It's got Raleigh-Durham. It's got Charlotte. It's got Greensboro. Charlotte, see, they said that Charlotte was a big sign. It's only got 6% reporting for Mecklenburg County. Cabarrus has 17%. Gaston has 0%. So they have these bubbles here. You got to really click in to see what the numbers are. Orange County, which is part of Greensboro, I guess. That's blue right now. That's 85%. Raleigh, 6%. So we got a long way to go. I mean, it does look like, both in the case of Pennsylvania and North Carolina, Kamala will look like she is in the lead, and then it's just a question of whether or not Trump comes back and overtakes her. In Georgia, it's going to look like Trump's in the lead, which he does look comfortably, and we'll see if Kamala can catch up to him. Huge jump. Georgia, 65%, huge Trump. Donald Trump. Okay, so she closed the gap. It's lean R, but she closed the gap. It's Donald Trump's up 5 points, and we're going to go back to
big poll closings we're going to be watching there is, of course,
that
Arizona. A little bit of news out of Arizona. Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fuentes announced at a news conference that there were 4 non-credible bomb threats that were directed at Navajo County in Arizona.
So
Again, hoax bomb threats.
Actually,
there are no
liking
bombs.
The look of Georgia.
There are just these hoax bomb threats that have been phoned in to dozens of locations in Georgia, and now we know to multiple locations in Navajo County. Again, in none of these instances does there appear to have been any actual threat. These are simply hoaxes designed to dissuade people and to cause chaos, some cases to force evacuations of polling places. It's absolutely enraging. In some cases,
Georgia,
officials officials have
Trump
attributed these
is
things to Russian
up
origin.
about
Interestingly, in
160,000
Arizona, they're
votes.
saying that some of these threats came from a .ru
35% of the
email
voter
address, but that is
population
something
left.
somebody could spoof. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is from Russia, but it turns out that's going to be a lot of the background noise of today's election day in multiple states in the United States. Our friend Jen Psaki is here. Jen, good to have you here on set.
Be here.
From what you have seen in all the results that we've had come in thus far as we head towards 9 o'clock, what's caught your eye?
I'm just going to give a couple of everybody take a breath warnings here.
Okay.
One is DeKalb County is not in Georgia
Yeah.
because of the poll
Thank you.
extension of the poll
Beat you
hours.
to it.
That is such a big county for the
DeKalb,
Democrats. We don't know what's going to happen in
0%.
Georgia. I would also just reiterate, I mean, maybe you've all
gonna
have
change
said
when
this. It's
DeKalb
like a
comes in,
baby
then we'll
blue
know.
state, I'm
Oh,
going to
DeKalb
say,
just
and
came
that
in.
it has not been blue for a long time. It is a hard state
DeKalb County,
for the Harris
73
team.
votes in.
Georgia is. The other thing that I think is, I'm just going to remind
73%
people
of
of,
DeKalb
is that
is
these
votes
college
in,
towns
so they got
voting,
some
as
more,
people are
but they're
talking about
gonna-
long lines in these college towns, that
Trump's
is a
still up
huge deal
5
for the
points.
Harris team. Because remember, over the last couple of months, there has been understandable questions about whether or not young
Everyone's
people,
gonna be
college
obsessed with
students would
Georgia
turn
for
out,
the next
given Gaza,
45
given
minutes. I think
protests that were happening on
Georgia's
campuses.
gonna- if she
That's
wins
something
Georgia,
I've
it's
heard
over. I
from
mean, if she wins
officials
Georgia,
in
she wins
Michigan. I've heard it from
everything else.
officials
Like,
in
come on.
Pennsylvania that there are big
Demographically,
long
that's
lines in
just
these
what
college
should
towns, which I
happen.
don't know that we would have
Maybe
all predicted
we'll see.
that just a couple of
Anything's
months
possible,
ago.
but
Interesting.
not
The other
anything,
thing
but-
is, we've talked about, I mean, I think
Unless demographics have really
Iowa
changed.
poll and your
If she
interview
wins
with Dan
Georgia, then she's
Salzer
definitely gonna
really
win the
brought
Rust Belt.
this to bear. Polling young people
I think
is
it might be
impossible,
North
and really
Carolina
nobody gets
and
it
not
right.
Georgia this
So we don't have good models for how many of them will turn out. We don't actually know till day of how many will turn out, and it depends on their schedules, it depends on the weather, it depends on the entertainment, it depends on their motivation.
All right.
And we don't have great models for predicting their turnout, and we have even worse models for predicting how they're going to vote. So it might be one of the, I keep saying we might not know until late in the night
150,000.
or maybe even tomorrow,
So
but
Kamala's
this
cut
is one of the
into
most
the
opaque
lead.
voting groups.
Chris,
She's
One thing
only
I think,
down
again,
about
we're early in the
150,000
evening
right
here. One of
now.
the things that was so
She was down
striking about the
160, so
public
she's
polling
made
and the public
progress.
data going
There's
into
just
this
not that
election
many
was that
votes
the
left.
public polling said this is the closest race that
12
we've
with a
ever
third
had.
votes left.
Yeah.
Basically, I mean, that was the
Yeah.
consensus view.
Tied.
And there was a real question about, well, maybe the public polling's wrong, and maybe it's going to miss a few points in one direction or another. We don't know at this point. It's very early in the evening. But I would say at 8:50, it's a very, very close race. that right now, it looks like the public polling, broadly speaking, that this was a very close race, is broadly at 8:51, based on the data we have, about what we're seeing so far. We are seeing signs of a very close race.
I'd say that if you are just joining us right this second at 8:52:06, and I had to summarize what's going on, no surprises.
Yeah, right.
Pretty much that's what's
Yeah,
happened thus
right.
far. There's been no
Right.
surprising result anywhere, I don't think. Now, that doesn't mean that said, the no surprise result for the presidential race will be, it's really tight, we don't know. And that could be true for a very long time.
The turnout thing, to your point, which is so hard to track, is there are groups, both sides are betting on turning out, and we don't know if they will or won't.
Right.
So when you see a huge number in a state like Michigan, seems to be from the strategists I've talked to, the people in Michigan, higher than they anticipated. Is that good for Trump? Is that good for
Right.
Harris? We don't know. And that's one of the challenges, because typically, if there's bigger turnout in certain areas, it's good for the Democrats or good for the Republicans. This year, because there's the low propensity young male voters that Trump is going after, and there is the quiet vote, as we've been shorthanding it, on the other side, it's harder to know what turnout means in some ways, at least as I've been looking at the early information that we've
And
seen.
there's also, let's not forget the mama-driven young people vote, because I have 3 humans that are grown adult children, and you have a lot of young voters who wait to the last minute, who are pushed really hard by their families to vote, pushed by their parents to vote. So you have some of that, of the youth vote that actually reflects what you're seeing in the sort of, grown folks vote, because there are, especially when you're talking about black voters, I'm telling you that black mamas are making all their kids vote. I made not only my kids, but my bonus son also. I literally was I mean, it was relentless. I have a bonus. You have to have an extra, because I have 3.
Multi-ball and
All right, let's not get personal here.
I
I really don't want to hear about these people's lives. I just want to hear the analysis. Let's get back to Kornacki. No, here we go. You know what we're going to do? We'll listen to that in the background so you guys don't have to. All right, Georgia. Let's get into Georgia again. All right, DeKalb, 73% of the way in. Trump's still up 5%. How many votes is he up? Hasn't changed, I don't think. He's up 1. He's up 168. He jumped up. All right, looking like I think Trump's gonna take Georgia unless things change. We'll see. Athens hasn't recorded anything, and that's a big college town, but it's not big. It's not a big town compared to Atlanta. It's all about Atlanta, and she should be ahead by now. That's what's really weird. So this is not the analysts over at MSNBC are saying right now there's no surprises. I'm a little surprised at the Georgia numbers right now. Let's see. I just got to keep it better. Equals 1782. $168, yeah. All right, so something came in that shifted Georgia toward Trump a little bit because it was at once Trump was up 160,000, then Kamala made some ground and he was only up a little bit more than 150, and now he's up 168. Now he's up 168,000. All right, let's give MSNBC another chance.
Tranche of states that are going to be closing polls at 9 p.m.
We go to my Michigan page.
Yeah, go to your Michigan page. They're all collated alphabetically according to poll closing time. What are you hearing about the vote in Michigan? We know it's tight, as they all are.
Yes, all of my Democratic friends are saying it's very tight, and they don't want to make predictions, but people are hesitant to say, but they are encouraged. They're encouraged by what
Trump's
they're seeing
alive
in Detroit specifically.
because of what's going
even
on
with
in
some
Georgia.
Of the, and I will just say this, as I know this for myself, there were some gaps within the Detroit operation when it comes to the Harris-Walz campaign. But even with the gaps, they are encouraged by what they're seeing in those numbers, and very encouraged, like in all of the other battleground states, about what they're seeing on the college campuses. Those cities with large college campuses, the college students, they are in formation.
And that's going to matter.
And that is going to matter, yes.
Maria Teresa, we have some broad national polling exit polling about Harris's strength among Latino men, and they seem to be breaking for Donald Trump, which is a very big difference from 2020 when they broke for Joe Biden by, I believe, 23 points. They may be breaking for Trump by as many as 10 points. Again, this is early. But can you talk to me about your thoughts on those numbers and what that might portend for a state like Pennsylvania, where there's a huge Latino population?
Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of these exit polls, it really depends on where you're standing, what precinct you're in. So is the volume of the Latino voter representative of that person? We don't know. If we look back at 2020, exit polls were wildly off last time. I suspect it's going to be the same thing. I was in Reading, Pennsylvania over the weekend knocking on doors, and I can share with you the folks that we were able to talk to. Most of them had already voted, and they had voted for Harris. When I was talking to Catherine Clark and her team, they basically guesstimated that they were knocking at 2,000 doors in Pennsylvania a minute. Wow.
Let's see. Deter dichotomy number 9, anecdotes versus data. Whenever you start hearing stories, pay attention to them, but do not take them as seriously as you would well-analyzed
really upset at the Madison Square Garden comments. That kept coming out and coming out together. Something, though, someone that you mentioned, too, is Lehigh University. People have been waiting in line for 7 hours.
It's a party in line.
It's a party in line.
Right. They're FaceTiming in. Celebrities are FaceTiming in Pennsylvania from the campaign side to tell people to stay in line.
Right. And so if you look at how much the Harris campaign has spent close to $400 million just in Pennsylvania. They understand that that's the holy grail. And between the Latino vote, and I do think the labor vote, and the young vote is so hard to actually analyze because some of them could be registering to vote right now. Some of them are not on landlines. So I think those are going to be across the country. Those are going to be the two populations that people say, what really happened? We actually don't know.
Well, their strategy has been all about going after the centrists and the anti-Trump Republicans since the end of the debate. So she's talking about groups there that weren't really catered to towards the end of the campaign, but we'll find out.
It's officially split here. What can you tell us?
Well, the other race that a lot of people were focused on was in my home state of Maryland with Governor Larry Hogan and my county executive, Angela.
Georgia has a little bit
and
more
race
data and another move to percentage point.
For Angela. So In terms of the status
Trump.
quo ante, that stays
the
in place. The
percentages
Dems
haven't
did not
changed.
lose a
Let's
seat
see what the number
that
looks
some
like.
feared they would. And it does speak to a very fundamental thing. And I think it kind of wraps into the other aspects of what we're talking about. That people need to just calm down. When you're running against
Trump
when you're
actually
running against
widened
history,
his lead there.
guess what?
He was at
That's a hard hill to
168, now
climb.
he's up
And
179.
I think there's a lot more game out there. So just relax, y'all.
Everybody simmer down. That's the message from the Insider studio. Back to you guys in the main studio, Rachel.
Thank you, Alex. I should mention, Michael Steele just said that the Maryland Senate race has been called. NBC News has not made a projection in the Maryland Senate race at this hour. I will let you know, though, as soon as we do. It is 9 o'clock on the East Coast. And let's look at some calls. We've got a lot of states closing. NBC News can project at this hour in the Michigan presidential race that it
Trump's
is
up
too early to
190,000
call.
in
the just
Georgia,
as crucial
so
swing
I think we
state
have
of
to
Wisconsin,
prepare
NBC News
ourselves
can
for
project in the presidential race that it is
Trump
too
to win
early
Georgia.
call. In the
Gives him
equally
life he needed
crucial
to.
swing state
He
of
needed to,
Arizona,
so.
NBC News projects that the presidential race is too close to call. In the great state of Texas, NBC News projects that there is a winner, that Donald Trump has won in the great state of Texas. NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential race in North Dakota. The winner is Donald Trump. NBC News also projects
It's
a
so
winner
sad.
in the
These
presidential
states
race in
just
South
don't.
Dakota.
These
The winner
states
is
deserve
Donald
better.
Trump. NBC
And they
News
just vote for
also
these
suggests-
assholes.
Also projects a winner in the Wyoming
As long as you don't have a
presidential race.
Confederate
The
flag
winner
in your
is Donald
house
Trump.
and you don't stick your
In the great
Bible in
state
my
of New
face
York, NBC
and you're a
News
responsible
projects
gun
that the
owner, not a
presidential
gun
race is
psycho,
too early to call. In the great
you'll be,
and now very
you know,
closely watched state of
you're
Iowa,
an approachable
NBC
human
News
being to
projects
me.
that the presidential race is too
Stat Pat
early
says
to call.
odds are Georgia will
NBC
come
News
within a
projects
half
also that
point.
the presidential race in
Yeah, I hope
Minnesota
so
is too early
because
to
she's
call.
got some ground to
NBC
make up and
News
it looks like his
projects
lead
that
is
the
widening.
Presidential race in Nebraska is too early to call. NBC News projects. that the
Meanwhile, in
presidential
North
race
Carolina,
Colorado
they
is
have
too early to
37%
call.
of the vote in.
The projection in Louisiana
And Trump
is that it is
is
too
up
early to call in the presidential
95.
race. The projection for the Kansas presidential race is that it is too early to
But
call.
let's look at where the vote's coming
And
in.
back to the Southwest,
Yeah, there's
in New
still
Mexico,
nothing around
NBC
Charlotte.
News projects that the
6%
presidential
around
race is
Charlotte
too
in
early
one
to call.
county
Looking at the
and
road
21%
to
from another
70,
county in Charlotte. The
with
big
those races
blue
called thus far, we've now got
vote
Donald Trump
coming in
standing
at North Carolina is
154
Raleigh, the Research
electoral
Triangle.
votes, Kamala Harris at 30 electoral
I think-
votes. Looking
I think
back
North
at the
Carolina's
battleground states that have
promising.
Yet to be called, just recapping from
North
earlier
Carolina looks
poll
really
closings.
nice right now.
In Georgia,
50%
we've got
North,
just shy of
no, sorry, 37%
two-thirds of
North
the vote
Carolina.
in. It is too close
And
to call.
and
A difference
Trump's
of just
only
over
up.
200,000 votes between the two candidates. In North
You gotta look at raw
Carolina,
numbers,
we've
don't look
got
at
less than
percentages right now.
40% of the vote in there, and that is too early to call.
Trump's
and
up
in the all-important swing state of
150,
Pennsylvania, not even
152.
20% of the vote in yet in Pennsylvania,
And they
it
haven't
is
done
too
any of
early
Charlotte.
to call
They
in
haven't done
Pennsylvania.
most
Let's
of
look
Charlotte,
at some
like
of the
90
Senate races, starting with
only
the
6%
key
of
and
Mecklenburg
very
County
interesting Senate
are
race.
already-
in the
oh,
great
man.
state of Texas. Again, we've got a presidential race
Damn.
called in Texas, but in the Senate race between incumbent
That is so
Republican Ted
disappointing.
Cruz and his
Come on,
Democratic
Texas.
challenger, Congressman Colin Allred. It is in the Texas Senate race too early to call. Let's now look at the Arizona Senate race. NBC News projecting that this is also too early to call between Republican Kari Lake and Democrat Ruben Gallego. In the Wisconsin Senate race, where Democratic incumbent Tammy Baldwin is facing
All right, let's take a
a
look, 'cause
Republican
Allred is the
challenger,
one
Eric
I-
Hovde, NBC News projects in Wisconsin, it is too early to call. In the closely watched Michigan Senate race, where Democrat Alyssa Slotkin is up against Republican Mike Rogers, the Michigan Senate race, NBC News projects as too early to call. And in the very interesting Nebraska Senate race, here we've got an incumbent Republican, Deb Fischer, up against not a Democratic challenger, but an independent challenger, Dan Osborne. The Nebraska Senate race, too early to call. The Senate at this hour, again,
All
it's
right,
a
so
100-seat
North Carolina
Senate.
moves a
We've
little
got
bit.
42 Republicans seated. We've got
still
33
152.
Democrats seated. This reflects one seat gained by the Republican Party in West Virginia, the seat vacated by outgoing independent Joe Manchin. Let's hop back down to Florida, where we've got a call in the abortion rights measure. in Florida. This is Amendment 4, would enshrine abortion rights in Florida.
Wow,
this,
it didn't
as
pass
you
'cause
see
it
here,
needed
has
60%.
57% yes
Jesus.
and 43% no. But 60% is the threshold that the
Oh,
yes side needed
Florida.
to meet in Florida for the
What a
right to
dinosaur
abortion
of a
ballot measure,
culture.
the amendment
Jesus.
to Florida's state constitution. NBC News can project that the abortion rights
Hope you
measure
never get
in
someone
Florida
pregnant
will fail.
in
It will
Florida.
fall short of a 60% threshold. Finally, let's look at one governor's race. We've got a governor's race to look at in North Dakota. And the governor's race in North Dakota at this hour, NBC News is projecting as too early to call. So again, lots of calls there. I think the one that, I don't know if it qualifies as a surprise, but I think one that Democrats were hoping was within their reach here was that Florida abortion rights measure. Joy, as you were talking about earlier in detail, and Nicole as well. Again, it looks like it's going to win, to Chris's earlier point, by a very large margin, but not a large enough margin to put it over 60 points, which is what they'd need to get a yes.
Yeah, and this is the reason that Republicans wanted that 60-vote threshold because, I mean, as they tried to do in Ohio, you know, Governor DeSantis has bet his political future on being the champion of denying women their rights over their own bodies. He's competing, obviously, with the governor of Texas. He's thinking about a future in which he would like to inherit Donald Trump's white evangelical base. And he's decided
Trump's
that this
widening
is
his lead in Georgia. He's up 207,000
really the awesome
votes.
powers of the state to try to intimidate and
Pretty
bully
sure Georgia's gone.
even television stations in the state
They're
against
not
running
covering it here.
ads
Well,
in favor of
how big is
that
Athens?
protection. So
I
it will
mean,
defy all
I know
of the other
Stat Pat
states,
still says
including
other
very,
Georgia will
very
come
red
within a half a
states
point,
that
but
have protected women.
and, you know, it's
Florida,
still
in a
early.
lot of ways,
Who knows who's
it's going to be
good at
interesting.
counting?
And when, you know, when Stephanie
It
is
makes
back, it'll
sense
be
that the
interesting to
smaller
talk
counties
about
would, you know,
what
there's
Florida's
fewer votes to
future
count.
looks like
You would expect them to
as
be done with
a
it
place
quicker,
that can
but
attract
here we are in Atlanta's
corporate headquarters
areas
and
in the
investment
90% reporting.
in a state where the governor
Douglas
routinely
County,
bullies
greater than
companies,
95%.
routinely sues companies that displease him, sued Disney, sued cruise lines, bullied schools about mask mandates, bullies TV stations about what ads they can run. It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida, and that kind of
40%
extreme sort of
in for North
extremist
Carolina.
right-wing fascist type government in Florida. Does
Kamala
that make it a more
is
attractive
down,
place,
but
or
not
does it
by
make
a
it more
ton.
like some of the
1,
other
6,
southern
8,
states that don't get a lot of investment and interest from?
I mean, it also
particularly
means that,
international investment.
that Florida, trying to be an international business hub, but also, even without everything you just described, they will now continue to retain an incredibly draconian 6-week abortion ban, which is going to make it hard to persuade any large company that they should move their female staff there, let alone any of their staff that has female offspring.
Go ahead, Louis.
In what is another triumph of the minority in American minority rule in American democracy in the 21st century, beginning with George W. Bush becoming president with less votes than Al Gore in the country, right through to tonight, 57% in Florida loses. That's what loses in Republican-defined minority rule government, which is intentionally designed and structured to be minority rule government.
Wait till you hear about the filibuster.
Yeah, right. It looks like a Senate vote where you see the motion fails 57-43. You're like, the motion fails?
Nicole, I want to get you on this. Then we're going to go back to Stevens in
All I
North
was going
Carolina.
to say is don't lose sight of the number, 57%. Because if Harris's gender gap takes up to 57%,
so North Carolina,
then 57%
Trump is up
of all voters in Florida voted for
114,000
abortion access.
votes.
If that number tells
I'm going
us
to take you
a
guys
story,
off of MSNBC. So this is this is Virginia, but here's North Carolina. Here we go. So Charlotte is just starting to get reported. That's 6%. That's going to be huge. Gaston, Mecklenburg, Cabarrus, you know, Union was big time Trump. Raleigh's the big vote getter right now, 75% of Raleigh. So, but Charlotte's way bigger. Charlotte's way bigger. So just wait. Get buckle up for North Carolina to see Kamala take a huge jump once we hear from Charlotte at that point. Here we go. This is what he's talking about right here.
Republican county, and it's Yeah, so we've got some counties where we've got, a lot, maybe all of the votes that I think are very significant. We highlighted at the start of the night in North Carolina, right outside Charlotte, this county right here, Union County in red. It's a core suburban Republican county, and it's one of those. It's gigantic, first of all. And second of all, it's one of those where Trump still won it in 2020, but he lost ground. Key question tonight, would he lose further ground? That's what Democrats are trying to do in Union County. We basically got all the vote in Union County now. You can see Trump, that's about a 25.5-point margin. Compare that to 4 years ago. Trump won it by 24. So no, Trump did not lose ground. In fact, he gained back a little bit here in Union County. That is what his campaign wants to see. They did not want any more slippage. You can go next door from Union County and you see another trend that I think we're starting to see pretty clearly in North Carolina. And I'll show you that now. This is Anson County. Again, just about complete. This is
Georgia.
a rural
Trump
county
is up
with a large black
208,000.
population. And one of the concerns for Democrats was the turnout in recent elections among African Americans in these rural counties has been lower than they need. Barack Obama ran and won the state in 2008. He did very well, won a lot of these counties. The question was, would Democrats improve in these counties tonight? What they've said about the ground game, maybe having Harris at the top of the ticket, thinking this might help them. So you see it right here. This county looks like it's going to flip. Joe Biden won this by 4 points 4 years ago. Now Donald Trump, with just about all the vote in, is ahead by 3 in Anson County. Again, rural, large African-American population. A lot of counties that are similar to that are here in the eastern part of North Carolina. And again, we're starting to get most, if not all, the results. Vance County here, large, rural, African-American heavy population. Biden won it by 19 tonight. Harris, just about all the vote in, is winning it by less, only 12 points right there. You can go next door to Warren County, 26 for Biden tonight. 20 for Kamala Harris, just about all the voted. I think you might be starting to see the pattern here. Bertie County, majority African-American, rural. Biden, 21.5 points 4 years ago. Tonight, about 17 points. Still a little bit to come there, but Harris behind the Biden number so far. You could look down at Martin County. Again, large black population. Trump 5 4 years ago. Tonight, 13, with about 20% more to come. That's the pattern we're seeing very clearly, I think, in these rural counties with significant African-American populations where turnout and support level was a concern for Democrats. One thing you have to add in a lot of these counties, too, is that it may not just be turnout. There is also declining population in a lot of these counties, too, that might be affecting Democrats as well. But again, that's a pretty clear pattern right there. The other pattern that we're seeing in North Carolina statewide, we're tracking this is because, again, a lot of what comes out first in these counties is the early vote. It's the in-person vote. It's the mail-in vote. Then what comes reported after that is the same day. We want to see, are there partisan differences between how those votes are going? So far, we are finding that Trump is doing better with the election day voters than he did with the pre-election, with the early voters. So as you get, when you get to 80% in a county, generally what's left to come, not uniformly, but generally is going to be that same day vote. We're finding that that's a better, a stronger vote for Trump. What Democrats are looking for here right now, take a look at Wake County. This is the biggie. This is, the state capital is here, the heart of the triangle. 3/4 of the vote is in here. And again, the name of the game here for Democrats is just drive up the margin as big as they can. So look, it was 26.5 points in 2020 for Biden. It's a little bit stronger now for Harris. That's what they want to see. They want to get the number up in Wake. They want to get the number up. Now, Mecklenburg County is the other giant one. We don't have too much in right there. There's also been a question in North Carolina about this part of the state. When you get into the Blue Ridge Mountains, it was so affected by the hurricane. Is that going to affect turnout levels? Is that going to affect results at all? A couple things we can tell you. Most of this region is Republican. Most of these counties are rural and heavily Republican. I don't know why I just did that. They're mostly rural and heavily Republican, and we could just show you, you're starting to, this is tiny, but this is what you're seeing in the rural, heavily Republican mountain counties that are getting close to fully complete.
Georgia's got some movement, 71% in for Georgia.
A little bit north of it, and you can just see in terms of the turnout question here, which everybody's had in the wake of the hurricane.
Trump
look, 38, 57, 839. You're at about 4,700 votes in 2016. It was 37. They're a little bit above 2020 level here. And I think if you're above 2020, that is, of course, an all-time record for turnout. That indicates, I don't think there's an indication there, that's one county, but we're seeing it elsewhere, of a big turnout issue. There are 2 blue counties in the mountains. The big one is Buncombe. That's where Asheville is now. We have about half here with the same day to come. If this were to hold, Democrats would be very happy with what's happening in Buncombe County because they depend on this to run up big margins here. But again, still to come is that election day vote that we think is more Republican. So is this vote going to come down for Democrats? Let's see as that comes in. They want to be hitting, a number north of what Biden did. The other county that's just about complete, and it is a blue county, it's where Appalachian State University is. I can show you that. Watauga County, just about all in right now. And again, Biden won this thing by a little over 8 points. It's at about 7
no,
right
man,
now.
I don't know.
Democrats,
I don't like
not
the
a
way
huge
this is
county,
feeling
but
now.
Democrats in
Georgia's,
counties like this. There's a big
Georgia
academic
and,
institution.
Carolina,
There's
let's
a
see
pretty
about
good concentration
Carolina. So
of students,
get
of
that.
college
Looking at
degrees, a lot of
Carolina
these
now. So-
ingredients for Democratic success. They
Yeah,
want to be driving up the
Mecklenburg,
numbers in those places.
Mecklenburg
Another
County,
place like
until
that is Orange
Mecklenburg County comes
University
in
of
for
North Carolina,
Carolina,
Chapel Hill is
you have
here.
no idea what that
This is basically
state's
on
going to
par
do.
for Democrats, even a touch above
6% of
what
the
they
votes
did
in right
2020.
now.
That's what they want to see.
It's
One other place
it's where
I could just
Charlotte
flag
is.
here.
Like,
This is,
give me a break.
Carabas
Like,
County. This, of
whatever the
all
number
counties,
says in
all the 100
Carolina
North
right now means
Carolina,
nothing.
This is the one that swung the most to Democrats in the last election. Again, right outside Charlotte. It's growing. It's diversifying. It's pretty quickly diversifying. So again, you can see Democrats want to make further progress. Trump won this thing by almost 20 in 2016. And again, look at that. It came down to single digits in 2020. This is another test tonight. This is a place where Democrats want to really keep that momentum going early, but that's when we're going to keep an eye on there. But again, you can see those trends. Trump in the big suburban test outside Charlotte, I'd say he probably passes that test in Union County. And the Democrats so far in these rural counties with large black populations not getting what they hope for there. Still to come, though. We want to see how Wake finishes. We want to see Mecklenburg, the triad. You got Greensboro. Again, we don't have a ton here. Greensboro, Forsyth County, where Winston-Salem is. So still a bit more to come there. And then Georgia, look, 70% in now. Trump continuing with an advantage here. It's about 243,000 votes. And we are getting a lot more clarity in the metro Atlanta area. A couple of things. We talked about this. Democrats wanting to improve margins here. That's what they need to do. Cobb County is a place, where this was a Republican stronghold not long ago, where Democrats are running up the score lately. You see what happened in 2020. Biden won here by 14 points. Currently, 78% of the vote is in. Harris, this is the early vote likely. Harris is winning here by 16. The concern for Democrats is the remaining vote, we suspect, is that election day vote, a little bit more Republican friendly. 16 would be a very good margin for Democrats in Cobb, but does that come down? If it falls below that 2020 level at all, that's very alarming for Democrats. Fulton County, again, we've got the early vote in here, and now some of the same day as well. Look at that. It looks exactly like it did in 2020. Wow. Democrats want to grow that a little more. Again, concern for them. It's a big blue county, but if what's still to come in Fulton is a little less blue, and that number slips below 2020, that's a trouble sign for Democrats. We flagged Fayette County early in the night. Would this one flip? If the blob, I call it the blue blob there, was going to expand, this is the place. It's not quite all in, but almost all in right now. You see Trump with a 2.5-point lead. Now, that is progress for Democrats from 2020. This was a 7-point race in 2020, so it's progress for Democrats. Will it be enough progress? Again, those other big, giant suburban counties there are going to tell a lot of that story. We finally have a little bit in Gwinnett County. I just want to linger on this one for a minute because it's enormous. This county has over 1 million people.
So Trump just expanded his lead in Georgia. He just bumped up about 14,000 votes. He netted 14,000 votes just now. Georgia's starting to lean R pretty good. So there's going to be it's going to be a longer than expected night.
Democrats want this over 20 tonight.
Still hundreds of thousands of votes to count in the swing states. Yeah, I know, but I don't like the way that they're breaking down Stat Pat, and he's going to be on here soon, guys. But I don't like, I do not like the way Georgia's breaking down, because I thought maybe, if, you figure if she wins Georgia, it's all over, right? But, I mean, I'm looking at these results here. 85% of Fulton County, Cobb County, 84%, 73% of DeKalb.
Let's see here. They don't want big slippage. There's not big slippage. I think they would have liked to claw back a little bit more here, but they're not losing ground. And there are scenarios where that's enough for them in Georgia. You can look next door. Is Forsyth County.
I think you're going to have to start chalking it up, Georgia, for Trump.
This is a
We'll
place where Trump lost
72%.
substantial ground ground in 2020. Now, bulk of the vote is in. Same day still to come, so room for Trump growth here. He's already overperforming a point from where he finished in 2020. That's an encouraging one for Republicans. You could just kind of
says she has better numbers in those counties than Biden so far.
Is one, almost all in. Trump had slippage here in 2020. You see, he's improved by about 1.5 points here. Not major, but this was a state that was decided by a fraction of a point in 2020. So any shift is significant. Barrow County, almost all in. Again, Trump had slippage here in 2020. A little bit more slippage here tonight for Trump. You can see Harris running 1.5 points better than Biden did. Trump basically level with 2020.
It's going to be tight.
And you can take a look down here.
Hopefully she wins Carolina comfortably. And now Carolina's lean R now. 50% in for Carolina. Huge dump
for the Republican
in Carolina.
Tonight, 46. This is the early vote.
Hold on one
same
second.
Day. Does it get back to 49? Does it get back to 50? That's what Trump wants with the remaining vote there. I think we've got just about all of Douglas County in right now. And again, Douglas County, it's one of these demographically, it's fast growing, it's transforming politically, it's diversifying.
That's a good sign. We got good news in Carolina.
Looks like
Trump was up 113,000 votes, and now he's only up 46,000 votes.
Now Harris has it north of 30 points. That is something Democrats.
So Carolina's starting to look good. Let me guess, it was somewhere around Charlotte that came in. No, yeah, 4% of Mecklenburg County. 90% of Mecklenburg County is still not reported in Carolina, so don't get excited about losing North. Don't worry about North Carolina. Yeah, things are looking good in North Carolina. I don't know why it says lean R.
Can they improve? They'd like to improve turnout-wise, vote performance-wise.
I'm going to start disagreeing with the New York Times. The New York Times says North Carolina leans R right now, and I'm here to tell you that that's not true.
In 2020,
because
it's flipped over to Trump. All the vote is in right now.
Gaston,
look, you can see here, Wilkes County,
Mecklenburg,
just about all the vote is in. Trump by 17. Trump won
are
this
not
thing,
even
by
reporting
about
anything
13
yet.
points and change.
Mecklenburg's reporting 10%.
So we're seeing
all right, so this is back to Georgia.
Of what we saw in North Carolina, Randolph County, very small, but a lot of this is in right now. Biden won it by 9 in 2020. It's sitting there at about 8 points right now. What's left to be reported out in Randolph County is going to be that same-day vote. We're seeing this in a fair number of these counties, too. It's a bit similar, I think, to what we're looking at to what we're seeing so far in North Carolina. Here's another one, very small.
For
but
Georgia.
Again, this is a large black population, 19 points here in 2020. Tonight it's sitting at about 16 and a half with just about all the votes. And again, these slight differences in a state like Georgia can make all the difference.
All right,
with all these millions
Trump
of votes.
just widened again.
5 million votes. And in 2020, it was separated by 12.
The latest bump, Trump just jumped. It bumped his margin up another 12,000 votes. So Georgia, unless there's a big bump here from Athens,
biggest single county in Georgia, 72.6, 72.6. If this number starts dropping,
Clark County, unless like a ton of people live in Athens, where the University of Georgia is, I don't know.
By numbers it is. It may not be enormous enough. The Democrats don't want any slippage there, so we'll be paying close attention to that one too, Rachel, as we get more from Georgia.
All right, Steve, we've got a few updates since we have last checked in. The NBC News projection in the state of Rhode Island is that there is a winner in the Rhode Island presidential contest.
All right, so
Kamala
let me take you
Harris
guys while they're doing that. Let me take you to Georgia. Okay, here's the thing. All right, so he's been expanding his lead over the last 4 percentage point moves. Trump's gone from being up 208,000 to currently being up 235,000 votes. That's his margin right now. Okay, so you go into Georgia, and you realize that Atlanta is really dried up. 84% reported in Fulton County, like Kornacki was just talking about. Atlanta's really dried up. So the only saving grace for Georgia might be Athens, where the University of Georgia is. And then there's these other smaller towns, but Macon, 74% of Bibb County is reporting already. And they're not that many. Look at the voters. Look at the voters. Kamala got 33,000 voters in Bibb County of 74% reporting. Well, in Fulton, she got 320,000. So guess where the election is decided? Yeah, I know Savannah's got 6% voting, and it's definitely going to be very favorable for Kamala in Savannah. But the margin is too big. It's too We had the opposite problem last time where it looked like Trump was going to win Georgia, and then Biden caught up and passed Trump as the votes came in for the Atlanta area. So anyway, let's get back to Georgia analysis here from MSDNC.
Fonnie Willis has been reelected to a second term and by a considerable margin by voters in Fulton County, Georgia tonight. I have one other piece of news to bring you. NBC News can now report that the FBI is tracking and investigating bomb threats attributable to Russia in Georgia and Wisconsin and Michigan and Arizona. We do also have reports of new bomb threats at polling sites in Pennsylvania. Governor Josh Shapiro says that there have been multiple bomb threats in Philadelphia, multiple voting locations targeted. All of these bomb threats are non-credible. These are hoax bomb threats. There are no bombs, but bomb threats are being phoned in, or otherwise communicated in multiple states.
MAGA trash at work.
Extended to 9 p.m. in Clearfield County in Pennsylvania.
MAGA trash is calling in bomb threats to prevent people from coming out. That's how much they want to win. All right, North Carolina, jump.
It's not necessarily apparent to the FBI that these new bomb threats that we're just disclosing now, these Pennsylvania ones are attributable to Russia, but they say they are investigating Russian-attributed bomb threats in Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona. The FBI also reportedly investigating more threats in undisclosed other states, so it's more even than we have previously mentioned. Let me just reiterate and underscore and repeat. There aren't bombs. There's no real threat. The threat that happens here is the calling in the bomb threat where there isn't a bomb in place, specifically to try to achieve chaos, to try to get these sites evacuated.
Some data came in.
And in some cases to disrupt.
Some data came in for Carolina. They're at 52% reporting right now. Mecklenburg County is still only 10% have voted in. That's where Charlotte is. But Trump did just get a bump in North Carolina. He's up 68,000 votes now, and 2 percentage points ago, he was only up 46,000. So now let's go to Georgia.
In Nevada, one is ridiculously long lines, and two is deciphering the nonpartisan vote. We can do the reporter thing where we take you to one of those lines. Take a look here. This is the Washington.
I don't care shit about this. Let's go to Georgia. All right, Georgia, bump. Georgia, 76% in. Right? All right. Minus. $189,000. All right. So she just took a huge. All right. Kamala just took a huge jump in Georgia. At 73% reporting, Trump was up 235,000 roughly. And now, 3 percentage points later, 76% reporting, Kamala is only down 189,000. So a $45,000 vote swing there. North Carolina. Let's see what the gap is looking like there. 1,583,579 minus 1,482 080. Okay, some movement in Carolina. Some movement in Carolina is not good. Let's see. Carolina, we got to see Mecklenburg. Mecklenburg. Nope, still at 10%. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to, every time something changes in Carolina, I'm just going to go in and click in Mecklenburg. Because if Mecklenburg hasn't reported, Carolina's still undecided. Georgia, I guess same deal with Athens. I don't know. Is it just it's big enough? Is the town big enough? I don't think it is. And Savannah, that combined with Savannah, is that big enough to offset what looks like might have been bad turnout in Atlanta? I don't know. I don't want to say anything yet, but it might have been some tough turnout in Atlanta today. We'll see. Stat Pat will be here any minute. Thank you guys for hanging in. Please like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already.
it's going to be a long night. Can be hard to arrange the childcare. Why not make it into a field trip for the kids to see how voting works? Steve, we'll be back with you later on as we head toward poll closing in Nevada. Much appreciated. We do have a call to make. NBC News can now project that the presidential race in New York has a winner. Kamala Harris has won the presidential race in the great state of New York. Steve Kornacki. Oh, wait, hold. Two people just spoke to me at once. What did you say?
76.
Looking at the road to 270 map, Donald Trump with 168 electoral votes. Kamala Harris at 62 electoral votes. Steve Kornacki, you are looking at Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and again, the story in Pennsylvania, as we say, most of the state is going to be Democrats putting up giant numbers in these counties, and then Trump, that's with the mail vote, and then Trump with the same-day vote trying to chip away at that and reverse it. Now, this one we flagged at the start of the night, so I want to check in on it. Lackawanna County, where Scranton is. This is one of the most complete counties. It is not complete yet, but it's one of the most complete we have so far in Pennsylvania. About 80% of the vote is in right here, and this is following exactly that pattern. The mail vote was reported out quickly here. Harris had a gigantic lead with that, and with every update since of the Election Day vote, Trump has been chipping away at it, and you're at 80% right now in, so more to come. And again, this is a key county, I think, once we get full results here to understand where this might be going, because this is what we're looking at. In 2016, Donald Trump, this was a huge gain for Republicans. They used to get absolutely flattened here. Donald Trump only lost this county by 3 points and change. In 2020, Joe Biden, Scranton native, got it up to almost 10. And the question is, this is winning for Democrats statewide. This or anything less than that gets very shaky for Democrats statewide. So where tonight is this going to land? Right now, if you froze the election here and you said that's it, Democrats would be thrilled with this number out of Lackawanna County. We need to see, though, with that remaining 20%, if it continues to come down and it ends up looking more like this or even closer than that. But that's the most complete we have right now of a big, substantial county in Pennsylvania. And that's what we're looking at there. And again, just a couple other things to flag. We don't have much. Erie County, we'll keep an eye on it because there's only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that actually swung between 16 and 20. 2 counties that went for Trump in 16 and then flipped to Biden in 2020. Erie County is one of them. We basically have no vote from there, but that's a bellwether county we want to be following as it comes in. And the other one is on the eastern side of the state here. This is Northampton County. Now, we got about a quarter of the vote in here. A lot of this, you can just see here. This is what it led to. The mail-in vote. You see, Joe Biden won this thing narrowly in 2020. This was a flip. And again, this is the question now as the remaining vote starts to get tallied up and come in. Can Donald
Harris
Trump
just
get
took
back to that
another
number and beyond
hit
it? Can he flip this county?
in Georgia.
These are potentially bellwethers
She was
in Pennsylvania.
only
By the
down
way,
189,000.
we're
Now
starting to get some results here out of
she's down
Wisconsin,
204,000. So she just took a
15,000
vote hit in Georgia. 77% of precincts reporting.
Winnebago, blue-collar counties, Green Bay, Appleton, Oshkosh. These are areas where Donald Trump lost some ground in 2020, still won them, wants to win it back. And wow, that's Washington, Waukesha, and Ozaukee. These are core Republican suburbs where Democrats have been gaining. Are the Democrats gaining more? So we do have now nearly 40% of the vote in the biggest of the
welcome.
counties. This is Waukesha County.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Put this in some perspective.
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, perfectly. It took me a minute.
You weren't waiting long, I hope.
Not too long, no, but that gave me enough time to go over everything. This is my first time streaming on this new computer, so I'm setting up OBS. I'm making sure that my stream.
All right. Let me know when you're ready to. Let me know when you're ready to offer analysis because I'm doing live. I'm paying attention to Georgia and North Carolina, obviously. And there's one county in North Carolina that's Charlotte. There's only 10% have reported in this county. It's Mecklenburg County. And so the New York Times has North Carolina leaning R right now, even though that's only 10% reporting, which I just don't understand the algorithm that gets you to lean R there. Georgia does look like it's going to go red. unless Athens and Savannah can overcome what looks like mediocre turnout in Atlanta.
Yeah, I was watching as you were going. I mean, I was actually kind of impressed by the fact that with how many people have, how many counties have voted, like are reporting so far, what her percentages look like in comparison to where Biden's were in 2020.
Here, let's go into New York Times bit real quick. So this is Georgia. So here's what my point is on. Here's my analysis on Georgia, right? And I think it's this is freaking rocket science. 84%. Gwinnett County is 18%. So there's some hope there. But 84% for Fulton, Cobb, 86%. Like the juice has been squeezed for the most part. You know what I mean? And as of right now, 77% reporting. She was only down 189,000. Now she's down 204,000. So she's moving in the wrong direction. But it also makes sense that these other rural areas would take a while to report. Here is what could be the saving grace depending on how big Athens is. I don't know how big Athens is. It's where the University of Georgia is. That's going to be really blue. That's going to be really blue. Plus Savannah's going to be really blue. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. And the New York Times has it leaning R. We'll see how their coverage works out. They also have Carolina leaning R. And so anyway, that's it.
Right, and I am now live for the first time on my new device, my new beast of a PC. Yeah, and everything looks good. Let me just go ahead and check my live stream from my phone to see just how good it sounds.
Check 1 2. Wisconsin is counting votes at a faster pace than Michigan is.
Everything looks and sounds good. Say that again.
Wisconsin is more quickly counting their votes than Michigan is.
Interesting.
Even though they were on the other side of the time zone.
So that's right. Isn't Wisconsin Central Time? Michigan is Eastern Time.
East Coast, correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because Chicago's Central. That's how to remember.
That's right. That's right. Yep, that's right.
All right. So this is. You want to hear the cheesy, the narcissistic voter? Let's hear the narcissistic voter.
What's going on?
All of them responsible for administering elections here in the city.
Oh no, it's an election official.
At least same.
Did you hear about the bomb threats
in Philadelphia?
Oh yeah.
There are two Democrats
ridiculous.
And one Republican.
No surprise.
I'm not surprised.
Al Schmidt, who is now the Secretary of Health here.
I saw a guy driving a big truck, a bunch of Trump trash flags on it and stuff.
Yeah.
First thing I want to
Interesting how, I guess a lot of the calls been coming from Russian sources.
A lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia.
Apparently.
Law enforcement coming. Triple exclamation point. Again, a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia.
He knows he's losing.
Well, it's absolutely not true that there was massive cheating in Philadelphia. Voting in Philadelphia was safe and secure. We worked very closely with the RNC and anybody else who had any complaints throughout the day to address their concerns. We had open lines of communication, and voting in Philadelphia went really well.
And so, just to put a fine.
All right, this is my opportunity to use the facilities. I'll be right back.
The allegation of cheating by former President Trump in Philadelphia is false. Is that what you're saying?
It's absolutely not true.
Okay, let's also talk about safety and security here. This is the main ballot processing center for the entire city and county of Philadelphia, where we are right now. You had told me earlier this evening there were some bomb threats here in Philadelphia at or around polling places.
We got a long night to go. There's still hundreds of thousands of votes to cast, especially in all the swing states.
At about 10 polling places right at the end of the day.
When it starts getting up to 98, 99% reporting, and the state's not called, and we're still down, then I'd start getting concerned. But some polls are still open too. I think polls are still open in Arizona and Nevada.
Right now in the building behind us, what's the status of the count? When are we going to have a result here in Philadelphia?
Yeah, so in our initial release, right when the polls closed at 8:01, we had 115,000 mail ballot results that got posted. Over the next couple hours, we'll have in-person results coming in, and then we'll do another release of the mail ballot results right before midnight. ultimately, when the process is done, isn't really up to us. It depends on the margin of the election. Right? The
So if
voters
it's close,
choose.
this might go into tomorrow.
It absolutely could.
And just finally, I know that you had threats against yourself in 2020 at a police detail. What's the nature of that?
She's
now?
only
Any
up
threats against you or your
50,000
fellow
votes in
commissioners?
Pennsylvania.
We're keeping an eye on the threat
And
environment.
Pittsburgh
We don't have
has about
anything
half of its
specific
votes
at the moment,
counted.
but it's definitely
Well,
possible.
Philly's not.
Okay, Commissioner
Chester
Sepulveda,
County
thank you very much.
has only got
I'll let you
4%
go back inside.
reporting.
I really
So
appreciate it.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Rachel,
So
that
according to
was the
Pennsylvania.
Vote Hub US in a Secular Talk reposted this. Atlanta suburban counties compared to 2020. Douglas gains 6 points Dem. Rockdale swings 7 points Dem. Fayette swings 4 points Dem. That's huge. So we might, I think Georgia.
Where are you getting that? Are you getting off of that at X?
Yeah. Vote Hub US is the account. It was reposted by Kyle Kalinske. It's talking about the Atlanta suburban counties, so like the counties surrounding Atlanta proper.
Vote Hub US.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the account.
Yep.
Fuck Florida, dude. Like, what the fuck? Like, the majority of people vote to legalize marijuana. The majority of people vote to keep
The 60%
abortion legal and
threshold?
whatnot. Yeah, what the fuck is that?
That's gonna piss people off.
Of course it is. Like, why the... Jesus Christ, dude.
People just want to smoke some weed, man. What's your problem?
Yeah, no kidding. Smoke some weed, fucking abort a fetus. Why the fuck not?
They're more into guns.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brad. Clark County, Georgia, where Athens is, has a population of 130,000. Well, that's not going to be big enough. It's going to be that plus Savannah to
Right.
offset the disparity that's going on in Atlanta. And there's a little bit of juice left in Atlanta.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of juice left. There's 84% for Fulton, 86% for DeKalb.
Yeah, it's not over
80%
till the
for-
fat
it's-
lady sings.
It's
I mean, how many votes total have been cast in
like
Georgia
Fulton's
so
a big
far right
deal.
now?
Fulton's
Like,
huge. Fulton and DeKalb are the big ones.
Mhm.
Gwinnett is the one where you could have. See, Gwinnett could be a gold mine. See, look at Gwinnett.
Yeah.
17% votes in, and it's favoring Harris.
at 21 points so far, yeah.
She could maybe make up ground there. Let me take a look at the big numbers again.
Yeah, it's so like 4 million votes cast, 77% of the votes in. So we're still talking about maybe another 1.5 million votes being dropped in Georgia.
Yeah, I'm sure
almost.
there was some gangster shit that went down to in Florida about sabotaging that for
Yeah.
the independent distributors, the entrepreneurial distributors that already exist. Don't really
Right.
want real infrastructure.
Yeah.
But there was also some bias towards
Doing well in terms of his margins
towards
in the
like
two
some
southern
companies or
swing
something. There was
states
like
that
only
we've got
two
the most
companies that
voted,
were going to
North
be able
Carolina
to
and Georgia, as
do weed
Steve
right
Kornacki
to sell
has
weed
been
right away
portraying it. We've got
in Florida. It wasn't going to be like an open market.
surprises
Super weird.
really anywhere unless you want to count the Florida abortion measure falling short of the 60% threshold that it needed in order to pass.
That's unbelievable.
Alex Wagner, let me ask you just in terms
Yeah.
of
So
how things have been
anti-democratic.
unfolding.
It is, yeah, but what the
That's
fuck
so
do they care about
anti-democratic.
What have you been
democracy?
hearing
Yeah.
from people on the inside?
One of the things, and we talked to David Plouffe about it last time we were all gathered here on Sunday night, was the way in which some of these abortion measures might influence the electorate. And even though what I think is really interesting, that's something there was some reporting on earlier this election cycle, 57% of the state of Florida voted to try to enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution. But Donald Trump and Rick Scott also won that race. So
Was
that's
Florida
telling you
called
that
for
there's
Trump?
a fair number of people out there that are saying,
Yes.
yes, we want to protect
That's
abortion. We
insane.
want
early
to bring
too.
it back to the
Early.
state
That-
effectively.
that's
bodily
disappointing.
Yeah, he
autonomy
won
back to
big
the
in
state, but
Texas,
also we're
too.
voting for
It's
Donald
kind of
Trump and Rick
disappointing.
Scott, two people
Yeah.
who are very clearly
I'm not too
anti-choice,
surprised,
and
but
one
I
person
was
in particular
holding
who
out
could
hope
play
for
a hand in outlawing abortion
Florida.
nationwide. And one of the phenomena that I think is distressing for Harris and people interested more broadly in abortion rights are the voters who are
Man,
saying,
he's
yes,
only
we care about
she's
abortion.
only up
Yes, we're gonna vote
24,000
on these
votes
referendums that
in
are across the
Wisconsin. I know
country
it's
in
20.
support of
No, it just moved.
choice legislation or
No,
choice
now she's
rights. But we're also going to vote for
Yeah,
Donald
I'm
Trump.
for
It is
these
a
swing
real
states in
cognitive
particular.
They're gonna be
I'm
close.
I,
They're gonna be
I'm
close.
I'm not
It's
going
gonna
to
be
be
closer than I
getting
that his sort of very
stressed until we're like
moneyed
maybe
position on a
95%,
federal abortion ban,
98%
which, if you dig deep,
in,
is not
and
actually that,
she's still
mysterious.
down.
But that in some ways that might
Um,
actually have been working.
because we still got a long way to go, honestly. So if we're like way past 90% reporting, and she's still down by like over 10,000 votes or whatever, then it's not looking good. But yeah, we still got a lot of counting to do.
Yeah.
Lots more to go over
But
and
there aren't
whatnot.
that many areas that are really going to have a huge impact. Like in Georgia, it's pretty much down to Athens, Savannah, and this place, Gwinnett, Gwinnett County.
Yeah.
It's the only Atlanta area that hasn't really been counted north of 80%. It's at 17%. So she
Yeah.
could get a bunch of votes out of there, but she's still going to have to overcome a rather large deficit of 200,000 votes.
Right. Yeah, and those surrounding counties around Atlanta, like there's still a lot of votes to be counted there too, because I think most of them are like still around like in the 80s percentage wise of votes counted, votes that have been.
The thing that's weird to
in.
me right now, I understand why they're labeling Georgia as lean R, but
Mhm.
why are they labeling North Carolina as lean R when Charlotte has 10% votes counted, and the neighboring Gaston County has 0% votes counted? Like, why are they saying lean R? Is because of Trump's lead is so big? I don't think so.
Yeah, that wouldn't make much sense. And
He's
if only
up
around
about-
half.
He's up 97,000 votes.
Yeah, only half
And
of votes
that's
are
gone
counted
down.
right now.
That's
yeah.
gone down, by the way. He was up 101,000 a minute ago, and now he's up 97,000. So Harris
Yeah,
chipping away there.
We should
And
we
Mecklenburg
should
hasn't come in.
expect. Yeah, we should expect like another 3 million votes to be counted in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not over till it's over. That's for sure.
Projected a winner in the presidential race in the great state of Ohio, home state of vice presidential nominee to Donald
gross.
Trump. Donald Trump is
Ohio,
projected
what
to be
happened?
the winner in the state of Ohio.
What
Again, no
happened?
surprise there. Ohio used to be like the prototypical swing
Yeah, it
state.
used to be the
just like
bellwether,
Florida.
man. Ohio
Neither
used to
of
be
them
the heart of
considered
the
to be a swing
American
state
politics.
anymore.
Yeah.
When the Iowa poll came out, when
Moved
Dan
next door to
Seltzer's Iowa
Pennsylvania.
poll came out, I
Yeah.
think people thought like,
Yeah, like right now,
the kind of
Trump
race
is up
that we're looking at
100,000
here,
points
if
and
Iowa is
100,000
actually in play
votes
for the
in
Democratic
Virginia,
presidential candidate, then a
but
state
I'm
like
not
Kansas
too
could be
worried
to a
about
state like Ohio
Virginia.
could be too. It looks
It's
like
been
again, we are in a realm
I
of
got-
no surprises here, which is where we've been all night.
Which is where
been
David Phillips, that
consistently,
is sitting, and I think we asked about some of the other
Harris,
states, and he
according to
shut
polls.
it down and said no, 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 no. And they are waiting for what you just mentioned. I mean, they're watching the blue wall, and they're watching it not anxiously yet. That would be too strong, but eagerly.
Yeah.
if you will.
I mean, right, let's just be blunt about this. If, say, and these are not calls, but let's say Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina. Let's say he also wins Nevada and Arizona.
Yes, we know the Beltway.
If Kamala Harris wins Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, she gets 270,
Yeah.
she wins the presidency.
Hey.
And so when we are talking about this being a tight race, it isn't just a tight race in each of these individual swing states. It's a tight race, it's a tight race, it's a tight race, even
What, you don't
once
wanna
we
be on
start
camera?
to get first swing state calls, none of which have been called.
And by the way, that is the old-fashioned way, right?
All right,
I mean,
thank you.
before Georgia sort of shocked the world in 2020, the old-fashioned way the Democrats always won was the blue wall. It was that Donald Trump broke and shattered
Yeah,
the blue
like
wall in
41%
2016
in.
through everybody's brain.
This is what I was talking about. Popular vote, fucking Trump up by almost 4 million votes. It's because all the more rural areas.
As I reported, because there's fewer votes to count.
Yep.
And they all voted early.
Yep.
Yeah, we're in the middle of the red mirage. We're about to
Yep.
be in the red mirage.
Democrats won elections.
Yeah.
I can tell you the one place that at least the folks
But
I'm
it doesn't
talking
help when the
to
New
in
York
the campaign
Times
are
puts
looking
lean
outside of the
R
blue
on
wall
North
and paying
Carolina
really close attention to
when
it. And
you've
Steve
got
will be watching whatever Steve Bernanke
10%
does.
reporting
It's the
from
Georgia
Mecklenburg
suburbs.
County. I just
Because
cannot get over
that
this. This is the
where
story
we're
of the
seeing
night tonight right now for
overperformance
me.
for,
Is
Vice
why
President
does anyone have an
Harris is in the
opinion
suburbs
on
of
North
Georgia,
Carolina
and
right
she
now at 55%
overperforms,
reporting?
Yeah.
And only
20 in
nation,
Georgia
you know,
suburbs,
statewide.
that is where they see the one place to do sort of a reach state.
But if
Because
your
again,
thesis is right, like
Georgia's a reach
the
state. I
rural
know it's
areas are
now
going to
got two
report
Democratic
quicker.
senators, but
Yeah.
it's still a reach state for presidential.
Let me interject. I don't have a call to make here, but we have a change in characterization in a couple of very important states. In the Pennsylvania presidential race, the previous characterization of this race had been too early to call. It is now too close to call in Pennsylvania. Similarly, in
No,
the
of course.
Wisconsin presidential race, this had previously been too early to call. In Wisconsin, it is now too close to call.
Yeah, no
We can
kidding.
also change our
25% in. We still
characterization
got a long way to
in
go.
a couple of Senate races. Let's look first.
They're just quelling. They're just
Senate race.
quelling
Again, this is
fears and just
Democratic
making people
incumbent
understand.
Senator
Like,
Tammy
look,
Baldwin facing
we still
Republican
got a long
challenger
way to
Eric
go.
Hovde. This had previously been described, this Wisconsin Senate race, as
Yeah,
too
they've been
early to
doing this
call.
like changing of the label from too early to too close. Yeah, they're being like
Also,
super
in the
sensitive about how they,
Senate
you know,
race, we've
distribute
got a
information here right now.
Right. And the thing about
Oh, nice, Bob Casey.
Yeah,
There you go,
that's
Bob.
good.
Oh, it's not over yet, but
Yeah, that's really
that's
good.
awesome that he's in
yeah.
the lead.
Dave McCormick. I think I said Republican Bob Casey. Democrat Bob Casey.
It'd be
Yeah.
great.
Was previously
I
Um,
do not want Dave McCormick in the
It
Senate.
is now too close
Yeah, because
to call in the
usually
Pennsylvania
they
Senate race. We also have
they have a lot of
additional
different like.
change, in characterization. This
There's
was
a lot of
at the
different
presidential
data
level.
that goes
This is in
into
Michigan.
counting votes. Where
In
like
Michigan, the
like
presidential race had
for instance, the states that are currently called for either Harris or Trump, even though not all votes are cast, they can like logically and analytically deduct like, oh, there's no way that Trump can win or Harris can win in this state. That's why those states are called early, and they're basically factoring that into these battleground states as well. That's why see like right here they made a distinction between a couple of them, too early to call and too close to call. So like the more votes are counted, obviously they have to change it, but not to mention there, you know, the Midwestern states, the polls closed a bit more recent than the East Coast.
Senate races in all three of those battlegrounds. I'm going to go back to Steve in just a second. Jen Psaki, I understand you've been getting some intel on Nevada.
Well, Nevada, I think, is a very interesting state to look at for a range of reasons, one of which the majority of voters there don't have a college degree. It's a very diverse state. But one of the things I've been hearing a lot from Democrats over the past couple of days is about the nonpartisans that reporter was talking about. There's been a huge surge of vote registration as nonpartisans since 2020. But in 2022, the nonpartisans, that was the closest Senate race in the country. We all remember Jackie Rosen won that seat. She won the nonpartisans by single digits, but she still won the nonpartisans. So yes, you don't exactly know how they're going to vote, but they look at.
Georgia has been stuck on 77%. Hold on, let me see.
Did you mute it?
No, I did. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was about to say. Okay.
Georgia's been stuck on 77%. North Carolina's been stuck on 55%. Weird.
Yeah. That's why I meant Megan. No way. Just statistically unlikely. That's why the states are called earlier, before the votes are finished casting. That's what I meant. By the way, welcome. Thanks for joining, and thanks to the rest of you that I know are in there somewhere.
On lots of different,
at least 4 of you.
Well, Trump took Kansas.
Yeah, I didn't think that he'd lose that, but you know.
In Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and they all feel good about those Senate races. The only two out there that everyone is still biting their fingernails over are John Tester in Montana, who has to overcome a huge.
Why is Claire McCaskill
Trump
still taken
margin
seriously?
in
Why is she
Montana,
considered a
and Sherrod
political
Brown,
analyst?
I don't know.
We don't know at this point what
Because
kind
she's
of
a
margin
woman
he has
and
to
like, I don't know, she's been around
And,
for a
and
while.
she
She's
and
one of
she
the first
lost.
women.
And she ran a horrible campaign. And she lost her seat.
I don't know.
God.
Yeah, she's a loser, so I don't know why, but
yeah,
she gets a lot of time on MSNBC. Here, do you want to go back to the Times? I would show the Times, but there's no real change. Although Wisconsin here.
What about
Wisconsin
what
real
about
quick.
I mean, AP. I know AP has one of these. I think Google has one of these.
You want to use Google real live election results?
Yeah. I mean, either one of them matters. I'm just not exactly sure which one is like the most.
This is
like
this
immediate
is a cool one.
enough.
I like this the way this looks. I like the way
yeah,
this
I like
looks.
this too.
Yeah, this looks cool.
Oh, look at that! Look, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania shaded blue. That's what I like to see.
Okay, yeah, this is really cool. This is way better than the Times.
Yeah.
The Times has lean. Yeah, but they have. It's weird. They have Carolina here too. They have Virginia. Oh, that's just the current spot, so we can't credit.
That's
them for
right.
anything.
Yeah, we can't make.
But they have Virginia as
determination
leaning
yet.
red. It's not Virginia's not leaning red.
Right. Yeah, if Trump. Hey, Dad, thanks for fucking joining. Really appreciate you saying hi. He says
Decision
if Trump
desk called North Carolina for Trump and Virginia for Harris.
decision desk. Really? If Trump, Dad says if Trump wins Penn and Wisconsin, it's over. That's right.
We've talked about this as Lackawanna County, where Scranton is, and now 90% of the vote is in. And we were looking at this a few minutes ago.
What's
and we were
decision
saying
desk?
Again, that we expected Trump to close, to cut into the lead that Harris had. It was at about 6.5.
Megan also recommends Axios.
Now with 90%, and you can
Let's
see
see,
he's cut
decision
it a little
desk.
bit.
Let me look it
It's
up.
down to 5 points. And remember what we're looking for in Lackawanna County. There's two very different ways this has played out in the last two elections. In 2016, Donald Trump got close to only about 3 points behind here. He won the state of Pennsylvania. In 2020, Democrats with Joe Biden came in and won this by more than 8 points. Biden won the state. So we were saying at the start of the night, Trump wants this number. Democrats want that number. Right now, it's sitting right in between them. It's sitting at 5. So there's still some
she's
same
still in
day
the
to come
lead.
in. Let's see this remaining
90% in.
what that does to this margin. Again, the same day
Wait for this to
seems to be favoring Trump. How much is
betting market. Betting market is just. I wouldn't put too much stock in what the betting market says. Those have been skewed towards Trump. Like I think they had the betting market had Trump like 60 or something. Oh yeah, no, that checks out. Decision desk is the betting market. Election results provided that breaking points uses. Really? Yeah, I don't know if they're a high quality source either.
In 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks he can make more gains with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County.
Slow.
And again, the same day is what's
work
still to
tablet
come
here.
here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now. He won this county by more than 14 in 2020. Question for the Trump campaign wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here.
Oh, this
the
is
Democrats
awful.
can stop them from doing that. That's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia because again, and Joy was just talking about this.
All right, let me
the
pull up here.
suburban
Thank
support
you all
for
for joining.
Democrats
Make sure
in the
you
metro
like,
area.
make yourself known,
Something
say
interesting
hi.
is happening. There are some suburban counties
We're witnessing
here,
history right here,
called kind of
folks.
the
This is a
emerging
big
suburbs
deal.
of the Atlanta metro area where the growth is the fastest and the diversification is the most dramatic, and that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we
all right,
showed
how
you
soon
Douglas
is this
County a
thing
few
gonna
minutes ago.
respond?
Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black, and
Are
can
you
see
seeing
20,
that
25 points
he-
tonight. Harris is winning this by 32.
It's still early,
points. You
but
see it in
are you seeing that
Rockdale County, just
Trump's
about
only
all of the vote
behind
is
by
in
like
Biden
43,000
got 70%. Harris has pushed
in
that up
Pennsylvania
to
right now?
73. This is a majority black county.
I'm
You know
not seeing that. I'm
Yeah.
I'm looking at North Carolina right now, and decision
Carolina has
desk decision desk did call it for Trump with 65% reporting.
Harris has
What?
improved on it. You see
Yeah.
this? You could take
Decision
a
desk.
Henry
All right,
County,
so
where
we
almost
need to
80%
get on
of
Brad
decision
wasn't-
desk, I guess.
Brad
Biden won it
wasn't
by 20. Look at that.
kidding.
That's up to 30 or so for Kamala Harris. So
But Charlotte
the thing
had
is, though,
like
the
what?
counties I just
Charlotte,
showed you,
Mecklenburg hasn't
within
reported,
this
have they?
Yeah,
metro
yeah.
region,
Like they.
relatively speaking, these are the lesser
That is the
populated
county
counties.
in
The
Carolina.
ones with the huge, excuse me, the huge populations.
And
Yeah,
You
10%.
start
I
with
mean,
Fulton
dude.
County, and we've
Yeah,
been
how can they?
monitoring
How
this.
can they
I don't
even?
know. You gotta,
call
you
that?
know, this is when you gotta kind of trust your gut.
Yeah.
Wait, you had the right idea. Let's wait.
Yeah.
A drop of a couple points here would more than offset the gains.
Nothing says election day quite like Taco Bell, right?
Yeah, I just reheated old Domino's from last night, I believe.
I'm gonna mute this while we listen to Kanaki.
Here in 2020
yeah, New York Times is Trump up.
Number. The concerning thing for Democrats here in massive Fulton County is with only
there's still like those big urban centers, those big population centers of North Carolina still need to be counted. So
this has gotten a little bit tighter. The Democrats have dropped a little bit since the last time we looked at this. That's because more same day came in and Harris fell below that Biden number. There's room for her to drop further here. And again, just 1-2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see what
I don't know
there.
about that.
We also have, look at this. Excuse me, Douglas. Cobb County, we also have, look at this.
Not ready to give up on the Pennsylvania, on North Carolina just yet.
2020 here, Joe Biden won this by 14 points. Now, right now, it's basically a 15-point margin. This is another one where that margin for Democrats was bigger earlier. It's come down as more same day has come in. And
yeah, I have a good feeling about Georgia.
Again,
I think she might end up taking that.
You have a good feeling about Georgia?
I do.
Not me.
That's concerning for Democrats if it starts dropping.
Nevada polls close in a minute and a half.
Way to do this would be to just take a Xanax and wake up tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it'd be great.
All right, let's see what we got here. Georgia.
Who voted for time today, Dad?
Georgia's been stuck on 77% for a really long time. North Carolina, same deal with 55%.
Yeah, it might update once the because we're about to roll over
Pennsylvania is an 11,000 vote difference right now. And a lot of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh have reported.
This is interesting again. Core
yeah.
Republican area, fast growing. Dallas,
there's still 30% left in Allegheny County.
To 24. So again, that's a feather in the
How many were reporting in
Paulding County, bringing that Trump number down further. Finally, we close out on this. We're basically done in Fayette
Chester.
County.
Oh, Chester County only has 11% voted coming in. So there's still a bunch of Philly votes that haven't come in yet.
They're going to come short. Harris has made progress here.
This wasn't my first time voting today, Dad. I voted in 2020.
From 7 points.
I think I also voted in the midterms.
But is that progress enough for Democrats?
My dad liked your Xanax comment. Like, it's like, yeah, I totally agree. It's just like, I'll just wake up in the morning and just find out if we're in a
just take a Xanax and knock you out, man. It's great sleep. But you wake up groggy the next day, but it's guaranteed sleep.
No, yeah, I've heard mixed things. I don't think it's for me.
Oh, it's a bad drug. I do not.
It really is.
Using,
like,
I do not encourage people to use Xanax. Just for the record, do not use Xanax. Use what is it called?
Melatonin.
Is it melatonin?
Yeah.
Yeah, melatonin. That's like the organic stuff. That stuff is so weak though. It's not strong enough for me.
Right.
So Nevada too early to call. Trump win in Utah.
Nevada early to call. Yeah, no shit. Polls just closed a minute ago.
Looking back at the battleground states that we're still awaiting definitive calls in Georgia, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Pennsylvania, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris.
43% in, that's it.
It's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris.
Oh yeah, Megan, Dad trolls me all freaking time. It's just like his talent.
In North Carolina, it is too
early
to call.
Oh man, North Carolina does not look good. Except Mecklenburg County is still not reporting. So
between the two presidential
yeah, true.
Well, they should be saying that like every time. They're like, okay, North Carolina is too early to call. Like they see the percentages, people are gonna freak out.
Yeah, Arizona's polls just closed too.
Looking at the Senate race in Montana, incumbent
U.S.
Senator John Tester.
I noticed that, Megan, yeah.
Tim Sheehy, that is too early to call. In the Nevada Senate race, where incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen is facing a challenge from Republican Sam Brown, that is too early to call. In the Utah Senate race, this is also considered to be
I really wish Caroline Gleason is a really neat candidate, but she doesn't have a chance in Utah, unfortunately.
Kristen Gillibrand. I didn't even know she was up. Why didn't she get primaried?
NBC News can project.
She's like a mainstay in New York. She's basically
Yeah, she
like
comes
a
from a
legacy.
big time New York family.
No, yeah, she's like a legacy senator at this
in the
point.
North Dakota Senate race, where incumbent Republican Kevin Cramer will be returning to the Senate from North Dakota. NBC News can also project a winner in the Senate race in Mississippi, where incumbent Republican Roger Wicker will be returning to the U.S. Senate from Mississippi. This is the status of the United States Senate at this hour. Again, no surprises. 44 seats held by Republicans. That includes one net gain seat, a flip they got from the West Virginia Senate seat that was previously held by independent Joe Manchin.
All right, I'm
Is it
gonna.
cold where you are?
Sitting at 34 seats right now.
It's been dipping a bit. I think this whole week's been up in the upper 60s. Yeah. I'm gonna step away real quick. My brother just got home.
One at midnight, one at 1 a.m. But we're not watching poll closings essentially for all the news right now.
Mecklenburg did just come in, took a big
swing states to close in on something called
The final polls were, I think the final Maris poll, right, was +4 nationally. I mean, I think that what right, what we're seeing is what that looks like.
Guys, let's go over here because they're going to take their time. Georgia just took a huge bump. Georgia is 83% votes in, and Trump is up 220,000 with not a whole lot left, it looks like. Let's see. There's some, wait, what is this? Gwinnett County still at 17%. So if Georgia comes back around to competitive, it'll be because Gwinnett County comes in strong for Harris. Savannah still underreporting, as well as Athens is in, and of course it doesn't deliver as many votes as we would need it to. It's a college town. It's not a big college town. North Carolina, Mecklenburg County has come in, but it's still only at 19%. And I would be surprised if that's not a larger number of votes. So Carolina, I can understand the leaning R in both Georgia and Carolina. Pennsylvania is the bigger source of concern, except when you look at Philadelphia's Chester County is only at 11% of votes in. Delaware County is only 26% votes in. Even Philadelphia County only has 40% of votes in. Montgomery, 25%. So there's a lot of votes left to be counted in very heavy blue areas.
Right.
I think this is one of those elections, starting to look like it anyway, where she's not going to win the battlegrounds. She's only going to win the Rust Belt, maybe Nevada too. That was my initial prediction, right? That was my initial prediction. She's not going to win Georgia, North Carolina, or Arizona. And for some reason, I got way more confident that she was going to maybe get a landslide, but that's not looking like what happened.
Into the TV.
What's going to happen?
Yeah, I did state in my my election prediction video that I posted this morning that worst case scenario, she wins the Rust Belt and picks up Nevada, but that's it.
Yeah, that was what my prediction
I'm
was,
still very, very curious about how Iowa is going to look.
It says very likely R as of now. That's according to New York Times. I decided that New York Times actually does have the best layout because they give you the percentage reporting in the shot. So Georgia's at 83%. Georgia's gonna go red, man. Georgia's gonna go red. 220,000 votes. She's got to pick up 220,000 votes by way of, Gwinnett County. What does Gwinnett County look like? We should Gwinnett
still 70,
County.
still 17%.
Yeah, but it's not going to be enough. These other counties are big, but they're not going to make a 220,000 vote net positive for her. Although DeKalb was a 200,000 vote net for her.
Yeah, and we're still.
So is Gwinnett, but Gwinnett's not going to be as strong as DeKalb. Maybe it is. What is Gwinnett County, Georgia like?
Yeah. Man, that's upsetting. Cruz up 8 points in Texas.
Yeah, so sad.
Yeah. God, get rid of that fucker already. What a
I know,
creep.
he's so disgusting. He's really got stuck with him for another 6 years, man.
I hate it.
Shame on Texas.
6
like
fucking years.
I don't know
6
why.
years.
I don't know why Texas is so proud of itself when they put someone like Ted Cruz, and like that's your guy.
Cancun Cruz, dude.
That's who you go with to represent, to be your voice in America's federal
Snively
government?
Weasley Cruz. Yeah.
All right, Georgia 84%. Yeah, dude, we're getting close to a call on Georgia and North Carolina. Next hour, I would say we're gonna get a call on Georgia. Next hour and a half, I would say we get a call on North Carolina. Definitely get a call on Virginia soon.
Yeah. Yeah. Kamala's closing.
The cities
the,
always take.
gap
The cities
there.
always take. The cities
They
always
take the
take
longest.
longer to,
They-
now let's check out Wisconsin real
Yeah.
quick. 41%. Trump is up, but he's only up 17,000. Let's take a look quick at the reporting.
Yeah.
Bay. I don't care about Green Bay. Milwaukee. Only half the votes are in for Milwaukee.
Right.
And they're breaking 2/3.
Yeah.
So she should
by
win
far.
that. She should win
Yeah.
Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Wisconsin should be good then. That's impressive that Wisconsin counted so quickly.
No kidding.
Should do it the way, everybody should do it the way Wisconsin does it. However they
Yeah.
do it, everybody do it that way.
I mean, I'm really confident about Michigan as well. The polls really undercounted a lot of Detroit, from what I've heard.
You what now?
I've heard that a lot of the polls conducted in Michigan have undercounted the Detroit area.
Yeah, well, Wayne only has 1% in it. And
Oh yeah, they're just starting. Yeah.
and Oakland has 60%. That's what her votes are coming for.
Right.
She's got 250,000 votes coming out.
Right. Yeah.
Of half those votes.
Surprised at what, Dad? I mean,
Wait, is he a Trump supporter?
I
wonder if my dad's.
I don't think he is. He. I mean, I'm almost certain he probably did vote for him, which is upsetting. But we've spoken extensively about it. He's given me his reasons. But he considers himself an independent. He's not like a hardcore Republican. Definitely not MAGA in the slightest.
Yeah, so Georgia and North Carolina are both going red. Pretty close to calling it. Except for the thing I want to know, because Mecklenburg seems to have not been as important. Yeah, Mecklenburg 19%, and it's 19% left. It's just a huge gap.
Yeah,
It looks like they have turnout problems in the South.
No, yeah.
It looks like we have turnout problems in the South.
Right.
That's what it feels like to me. Gwinnett still 17%. No way though. The gap is too big. How big is the gap here? The Georgia gap is 220,000 still, and the North Carolina gap is
193,000.
193.
Yeah. It's like I said when we were covering it before, like our predictions and stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if like a couple of these, particularly like North Carolina and Georgia, come within less than 1,000 votes.
And it's just because those areas are so packed with people, those votes take longer to count.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then they're going to ask for recounts, but is it going to matter if she does take the Rust Belts? Yeah, stressful. True. My brother's like politics.
Man, so I just got a message from a buddy of mine. Hold on, he will remain anonymous, but it's too bad because I really like this guy. He said, in your debrief of what went wrong, I recommend you listen to Ben Shapiro's election night coverage because I stand with him. I don't think Trump won. I think Campbell lost, and they make a lot of good points. It's worth your listen. And he must have said Kamala when he said he must have used voice to text.
Oh, it's Campbell. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's basically how the Republicans win is that the Democrats don't win. The Democrats give it to them.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro's opinion is worth its weight in dog shit as far as I'm concerned.
They're going to work through the rest of that vote by mail, the stuff that came in on
He used to
we
be
got
anti-Trump.
40%. We haven't said a damn thing about Arizona. Arizona 40% in, and Trump is up 14,000.
Okay.
But
yeah, so like
Phoenix is not. Phoenix still has about 46% left to vote in Phoenix.
Phoenix isn't exactly like.
I wouldn't be surprised if Arizona stayed blue. That would be nice.
It would be. That would be a big deal.
Arizona and Nevada going blue. What is that? I'm gonna check my map, but
that would be.
It would not make up. I think you still need Pennsylvania.
You would need Pennsylvania or Georgia or North Carolina.
No, we have to assume Georgia and North Carolina are out.
So she gets the Rust Belt. If she picks up Arizona and Nevada, that's 287, I think. 287.
Still very, very close. You're kind of locked in probably for a few days of results.
Yeah, Dad says he's an independent and he voted Trump. Yeah,
so if she doesn't get Pennsylvania, no, she still needs Pennsylvania. Even with Nevada, because Nevada's 6, Arizona is 11 electoral votes. So that only adds up to 17. She needs Pennsylvania, because she's not going to get North Carolina or Georgia. It looks like Michigan and Wisconsin are going to be. Well, Kamala, she's only up 2,000 in Wisconsin, but there's still a lot of the remaining map favors her.
A lot of room to.
This is Pennsylvania. Let's see what he has to say.
Scranton is Kamala Harris. You see winning this by 3 points over Donald Trump. But remember, we were using this as a gauge because in 2020, Joe Biden won this by 8.5 points, won the state. In 2016, Donald Trump lost
needs
this only
3,000 more votes there.
3.4 points. This was a winning combination for Donald Trump. He won the state. This was a losing combination for Donald Trump. Tonight, at 3.1 points, his loss here in Lackawanna County is actually a little bit less than the 2016 margin. This was one of our key questions in Pennsylvania tonight. Would Donald Trump get back to his 2016 level in a big blue-collar county like this? Because there are a lot of big blue-collar counties like this throughout the
Arizona is now lean R, according to the
battleground.
New York Times.
This I'm flagging for you because we said it at the start of the night. We'd use this as a bellwether also because
it
this
does
is
feel like
the
2016
complete
again a
one.
little
We've
bit.
been looking for complete counties. We've got a complete county here.
Dad
So
says that
that's where
Trump
it lands
gained
at
in
right
black
there.
vote and
That was the
female
question we
vote
asked. We
in
now have
Georgia
an
and North
answer.
Carolina.
Luzerne County, another biggie. Again, this
Who's
is
saying
all,
that?
Big blue-collar counties, northeast Pennsylvania, slowly getting that same day, that election day vote counted up. Trump's lead now is 11 points. This is where Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania is. He needs to hit this number and probably surpass it.
So I guess the vibes
So
idea
keep an eye as
wasn't
this
maybe
remaining vote
as
comes
strong
in.
of a
But
play
like
as they thought it
Lackawanna,
was.
That's what we're looking at. One other thing to note here. Now, look, half the vote is in. Philadelphia County is the same thing as
Pennsylvania's got
Philadelphia City, the exact same thing.
74,000.
So that's
Trump's
what
up by
you're looking at here.
74,000
We got
votes in
half
Pennsylvania.
The vote in, and you see Harris is going to win this thing
It's
in an
like
absolute
it's like-
landslide. The question in Philadelphia
It's not
has
even
been
that
the
50%
margin,
in, is it?
because what we
50%
saw in
reporting?
2020 was ever so
51.
slightly, even as Democrats
Okay.
won the state and improved on 2016.
Only 11%
Joe
of
Biden
Chester
actually
County.
lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia, and a
All
reason
the-
he lost a little bit of ground in
all
Philadelphia.
the Philadelphia
was Donald Trump
suburbs,
performed
all
a
the
little bit
Philadelphia
better
counties are
in some
still less
heavily
than
Hispanic
50%
parts of the city.
reporting.
Yeah.
So
Some
the
are
question,
like in the
another key
20s.
question tonight has been: do
Lots
Democrats
of,
win that back? Do they win back the ground they lost? Do they lose further ground? Now,
Still,
you can see Biden won Philadelphia 81-18 essentially in 2020.
Long way to
and
go.
Right now, it's 79-20. The key is this: as they count up, I keep saying the same day vote. I'm saying that because we know the same day vote is favoring the Republicans
A lot of
bit. So when I say
arithmetic.
they're
There's some
tallying
cool
up the same
algorithms
day,
going on
there's
right
an
now that
expectation there that it's
if
the
I
best numbers
understood
for
better, I
Trump that are
probably
still
could
being
predict some
tabulated right now. The
results right
twist
now.
in
But
Philadelphia,
Kornacki's
though,
supposedly
is
the best in the business.
they still have tens of thousands of vote-by-mail ballots, and we expected about midnight that they're
I
going to
just
release
really
that
hope the
second
Democrats
batch
pick up the
of
House.
vote-by-mail ballots.
Because
So we
if
get
Kamala
closer
Harris
there,
wins,
we're gonna
I wouldn't
follow
expect
this and
that.
see if Trump
Oh,
can
this already
maintain
looks
his
like
20%,
this already
maybe
looks to
even
me
he
like
grows it.
she's
That
gonna
would
have
be
a,
fantastic
if she
news for him if he
wins,
does that,
she's
but
not gonna have a whole lot
at
of
about
power.
midnight, a very big batch of what are going to be very
I know that we're not
Democratic-friendly
getting the
votes are gonna
Senate,
come in.
but
and so that may answer or really
we need
get us
the
close
House.
to an answer
We
on
really
this
do.
other key question we're asking in Pennsylvania. Are the Democrats able to hold
How
what
are-
they have in
how is
Philadelphia
Connecticut
and
only
maybe
10%
even win
reporting?
back the lost ground from 2020, or does
Polls have been
Trump
closed
make
there
further
for
inroads?
3
Because again,
hours.
this is a county where the Democrats won by about 470,000 votes in 2020. They want to hit that margin. They want to go higher on that margin tonight. So that's the drama in Philadelphia as this other half of the vote comes in. And we could just zoom right out and
It's
see.
interesting. They
I was
have
gonna zoom out and
Arizona
show you
lean
the
R,
winning
even though
statewide
Harris
total.
is
I
up.
clicked Ohio for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide,
though
but it's
Harris
very
is up and
spotty in
she's-
terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there's one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania is in here. This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition. Right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now you see, with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number. That was a bad number for him, and he's a little bit short of it now. But this is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining election day vote still to be counted, is Trump? Is that, we just saw this
Either
happen in
way,
Lackawanna
like
County.
vote
Is
totals
that
are
gonna
going to
happen in
surpass
Cumberland County? Is Trump
2020
gonna
across the
gain
board.
enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in. And I can also note Butler County. This is red. Obviously, it was heavily in the news this summer with that Trump rally. Believe it or not,
Gwinnett County in
Butler
Georgia
County
still
in the
has only
Trump
18%
era,
of the votes
which
in.
started in 2016. While it's
I don't know if
still
that's big
deeply
enough.
red, has actually gotten less red.
Next
This has
poll
been
closing.
a bit of a growth
Oh,
area.
that
You know,
must be
suburbs
for
right outside
Hawaii and
Pittsburgh,
Alaska.
Some rural areas too. The Democrats actually, I'll just show you, I put it up on the screen here. This was actually a bit disappointing for Trump in 2020. Just go back here and you take a look. You know, he won it by 37 points in 2016, only 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more gains. Right now, it's basically exactly where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton, but there's more of that same-day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they were suffering, to stop that decline, and maybe gain some ground back. So, you know, with most, not all.
Well, it's
voting
better
in
for our
Butler
show if
County,
Trump wins.
It doesn't look like they're going to fall back
God.
any farther. Just check in.
I'd
too,
rather
in
not
Allegheny
have a
County,
show
there's more
than
than a million people in
for
Allegheny
Trump to
County.
beat.
You
Yeah,
think
me
of the
too.
city of Pittsburgh.
I'd be willing to
there's
give up the
also
show
just
to
a
give
ton
Trump
of
Harris a win.
interior suburbs.
It's like
inner
there's
suburbs there.
basically like no
3/4 of the
hope
vote
for
in
anything
Allegheny.
if Trump
We'll
and
just show you where
Republicans
this landed in
take
2020.
power
And again,
again
this is one of the
and do what
few
they're going
counties
to
in
do to this
Pennsylvania
country.
that's gotten more Democratic in the Trump era. But, you know, it's huge, as we just say.
And it's
So
also like
60% is
January
basically where
6th, like,
Biden
didn't even
landed in
happen.
Allegheny County
Yeah.
in 2020.
It's like
with
no big
about
deal.
3/4
Yeah.
of the vote in. And if you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail that was
Dad
dropped
says,
in Allegheny
has this
County.
guy took
Trump's
a
been
breath?
trying to chip away at
I
that
think he's on.
sense. Let's see what this
He's on
remaining
some sort of
25%
stimulants.
the vote, if he can get back to that 2020 level here. Democrats
So
really
there's a
wanna
reason
grow
they hired this guy.
The
This
other
guy is
question we're gonna try
talking
get an answer on
to
here,
tens
too,
of
is
millions
if there is remaining
of
vote by mail
Americans
in
right
Allegheny
now.
County.
So
'Cause
he
we say
has
that's
to
the
be
wild
like
card in Philadelphia now.
all over this
Let's
shit. I mean,
check on that
it
in
really does
Allegheny
come
County
down
and in
to like
Pittsburgh.
the county
But these are
level and
places-
everything. So this guy knows his shit up, down, in and out and around. You know, so like he's got
I've been
all
listening
this
to him
prep.
for.
He's preparing.
I've been
for
listening
weeks.
to him for years, and yeah, I mean he's the best.
It's talent.
It's not as complicated as you might think it is. It's just a lot of research and a lot of prep. Like he knows what those margins were.
Yeah.
It's the game of inches. There's that
God
saying in
damn
sports,
it.
and he knows what those inches look like. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know why people thought Iowa was in
Some
play.
Senate races.
That's
NBC
crazy.
News is projecting a winner in the Maryland Senate race. Angela also Brooks,
go.
the Democrat, will be the next senator from the state of Maryland, defeating Maryland Republican Larry Hogan. NBC News also has a projection to make in the Senate race in Texas. Incumbent Republican
Fuck
Ted
you, Ted
Cruz
Cruz.
will be returning to
Fuck
the Senate
off.
We had
for
turnout
another
issues, Ben.
term.
We had
NBC
turnout
News can
issues.
also project a winner in the Wyoming Senate.
Country is still
Incumbent
not even
Republican
close to
Senator
where I
John
thought it
Barrasso will be
was.
returning to the United States Senate. And now let's look at Nebraska. Unusually, Nebraska has effectively 2 Senate seats on the same ballot, which is rare. But that is because this one is a special election. The Nebraska special Senate election is to fill the remainder of the term of Ben Sass, Senator Ben Sass, who resigned. Pete Ricketts has held this seat since January, so he's running for it in this special election.
All right, so, okay, we finally got a bump in Georgia. Hey, you there still? Yeah.
Yeah.
Georgia just bumped to 91%, and Trump is up 157,000.
Yeah, now it's looking like we are.
And so it's probably out of reach there, because unless Gwinnett, Gwinnett still is not reporting, but I don't know that one count. I don't know if that one county is big enough. It's not big enough.
Right.
There's no way.
Yeah, still need more Fulton County.
North Carolina. Let's see if Mecklenburg is reported. Yep, Mecklenburg's still stuck on 18%. So we've got our favorite counties that we're still hoping come in big for Harris, but. In other news, I would have thought Pennsylvania would actually take longer.
See some updates by now, yeah.
But Chester, Montgomery, Bucks, Chester only has 11%, and Montgomery only has 30. Yeah, Chester is the big one. Chester, and then there's obviously Philadelphia County has over half of it left to be counted too.
Yeah. Either way,
Delaware County. I mean, I feel pretty. I'm definitely worried. Like 2016 is going to make you worried.
Sure, I got a lot of friends that are being super doomer right now, but it's just
it's
the red mirage.
It's
the red mirage.
We're in the middle of the red mirage.
Yeah,
and it's just those big counties in these likely R's that they're coming in for Georgia and North Carolina. It's because they have an advanced algorithm that says there aren't enough voters in a certain county to make up for the gap that already exists. And I think they're right, because it's only down to one county in Georgia. And in North Carolina, it's only down to one county too, really. Well, in Carolina, you got Mecklenburg, Raleigh, Wake.
Still votes to count there. Still votes to count in Raleigh as well.
Greensboro. Not many, though.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania's the big one. Michigan's lean R. Whoa.
That's 22%.
Yeah, but why is the New York Times putting up Michigan as lean R? They had Arizona as lean R. They have Trump winning this election right now.
It's
so
still
Michigan,
too early to tell, though.
Let's take a look.
Wayne
County has
1%.
1%.
Yeah.
Macomb County has 12%. Now, Oakland County does have 64%, so that's a big chunk.
Yeah.
But that's weird that they would have a lean on it this early. It's at 22%, whereas Wisconsin is further along.
Yeah.
Trump's up by 12,000. Oh, my God, dude, we got to prepare ourselves. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
this New York Times labeling of like the lean R is messing me up a little bit.
Right. And isn't it the case with some of these states, like they're not allowed to count votes until election day and the polls close? Like that's what we're seeing
like
right now.
Mail-in ballots don't get counted until after the game day ballots get counted. But you would think that the New York Times algorithm would account for that.
Right. And if it's just like the algorithm.
Otherwise, they're giving people
what does it say on Google or Axios?
Good idea.
Yeah, because New York Times.
This is Axios, and they're giving They have they have Wisconsin. Those are the current numbers.
Yeah.
But they also have Arizona as blue, which is weird because the Times.
They had it Trump up, yeah.
The Times has it as a lean R, so nobody knows that.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, the Xanax method was the best.
Yeah,
really
it
was
shows
the best method.
Maine leaning R, and that doesn't check out. Yeah, still lots of counting to do.
Here, let's go back to our mainstream media friends.
Suppression system that is better than anything.
Should we check in with like the
anyone's come up
majority
with,
report or
in the
anything?
modern day?
Yeah, and in Florida.
Yeah, I think they were doing like a live event with the crowd when I checked in. I've checked into them. I've checked into some more news. Vosh, Philip DeFranco.
They can still vote. My space
The
time
Vanguard guys are
continuum.
live, too.
You can still vote,
Yeah,
but there are states like that where people hopefully are voting.
0% in Utah projected wearing Trump. It's just like they just
Good,
already
but not a great wrestler, but he had loads of charisma.
Matt,
The Rock, same thing there. I think the best example of a complete shit wrestler who just had lots of natural charisma, Donald Cold Steve Austin. He was good.
Come on, guys.
I think the best example of a complete shit wrestler who just had lots of natural charisma is fucking Hulk Hogan.
I'm giving you my time
specific
on
races,
election night, and
regardless
that's
of
what
what's
you give
happening
me?
with Texas electoral votes.
Yeah, they're
And
having
there's-
fun.
There is a sort of civics education and a civics
All right,
awareness and a
so I think
civics
people are starting to get a
organizing
little nervous,
effort
but
that
it's
is
like
about
classic. We just got to
changing
stick
the way
with
your
this
state
idea
is
that the Red
governed
Mirage
so
is
that
real.
your vote will matter
Of
to
course,
the
of course.
Gary Chambers has been doing heroic work about this in Louisiana. He literally posts every day what the voter turnout is, particularly
But I
among
think,
black voters.
you know, let's get
This
back
is
to, I mean, the
percentage-wise
New York Times
largest,
still has
other than Mississippi share of
Michigan.
African-American voters.
Let's see,
And the
Axio.
voter
Okay,
turnout
so let
sometimes
me
is
show you this
10%.
tab. This is the Axios interface, okay? So let's take Wisconsin. Wisconsin trumps up 15,000 votes, but like then you go to like the New York Times. Let's do the New York Times. Show this tab instead. Wisconsin trumps up 17,000, 50,000, 50% of votes in.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of votes.
So
left.
still within a point, yeah.
Half of Milwaukee's not voted.
Yeah.
Green Bay, is that conservative up in Green Bay? Who knows? It's really just all about Milwaukee, isn't it?
Mostly, yeah.
All right, are they going to call Georgia? Very likely are. North Carolina likely are.
CBS just said they think Kamala can win 59% of the remaining vote in Georgia and go on to win that state. That's wishful thinking, in my opinion, but
Where's Gwinnett? I'm just going to go back in and check out Gwinnett. Gwinnett, 77% came in. So
Okay.
that was the Gwinnett surge, what we just saw, and it wasn't big
Okay.
enough, like we said.
right.
So the 77% for
77%.
Gwinnett County, and
Whereas
Kamala,
Athens-
sure enough, did win that,
Uh-huh.
59 to 40.
How does
but
Athens look?
It doesn't. Athens is too small, man. Athens is 79%
Oh, yeah,
of the
it
votes
is.
in, but there's
I
only
forgot
like
it is a small town,
it's
yeah.
less than 50,000 votes. It's really small. Savannah is cool, Chatham County, but it's too small. No, it's a one-town game. It's Atlanta. It's a spider web out of Atlanta, and you got to crush it. And people didn't show up. Needed better turnout in the Atlanta suburbs. It's really disappointing.
Right. Harris now leading Trump in Wisconsin with 44% of the total vote. In Milwaukee County, Biden beat Trump by 180,000 votes. Harris is up 80,000 there. Will add close to another 100,000 in spread.
Tim Kaine won in Virginia.
That
Great.
Democratic incumbent Senator Tim Kaine will be
Right.
returning to the United States Senate from
Arizona.
Virginia. NBC News can also project in Missouri that
Arizona
the incumbent
lean R.
Republican Senator Josh
She's
Hawley,
really competitive in
will be
Arizona right now.
returning to the United States Senate as well.
Fuck Josh Hawley
Steve, over to you.
with fucking
Yeah, let's
fascist
we'll
Nazi
start here
fuck.
on North Carolina. Look again, 83%
of the vote statewide now counted, and Trump with a 3-point advantage here. It's about 135,000 votes. Again, I think we're seeing some clear things we've taken you through, and they're being reinforced the more we look at here. We talked about the rural counties with large black populations where Democrats wanted to run up turnout and make some gains. That has not happened. You take a look at some of these big, well-populated, still Republican suburbs where Trump has had some slippage, where Democrats would need further slippage. We've singled out Union County before. Trump has actually gained ground in Union County. This is a gigantic one just outside of Charlotte. He's actually gained ground there relative to 2020 when this was a big reason.
Wow,
the state
people
got
weren't
as
down with
close
the
as it
joy,
did. Another
Kamala.
county that fits the bill here
The
is
vibes,
Johnston
the
County.
choice on
Again, just
vibes
very
didn't
similar to
really
Union County,
work, did it?
Just outside of Wake County.
Right.
And again, it's not massive, but Trump
Dude,
doing a
if
point
the
better
vibes
than
thing
he
had
did.
worked
Harris
to
doing
the
a
way
point
they
worse
thought it
than
was
she
going to
did.
work, they would have
Look,
won
North
these
Carolina's a
states.
state that is typically decided within the margins here. You know, Republicans have been winning it since
Oh,
2008.
win by a
Not in
touchdown, guys.
landslide
Where was
margin.
it?
So when you have a 1-point swing towards Trump and a 1-point swing away from the Democrats, and you keep seeing that all over the place, boy, that really does start to add up. Even in a place here, 3/4
It's
of the
not
vote
going to be like
in
2016.
Guilford
Nothing
County,
will be
where
like
Greensboro is. This
2016,
is part
but
of the triad.
it's going to.
This
I
is
guess
one
it's
of
going to
the
be
big
worse because we
Democratic vote-producing counties.
drank
But
our poison again.
Biden was over 60% of the vote here at nearly 61% of the vote in 2020. What's still to come in Guilford County is that Republican favoring a same-day vote. So you're really starting
America
to see this
really
lead
doesn't
that
want a
Trump has
female
right here.
president or
The
something? Is
ingredients
that what's
are
going on
into
here?
it
We'll
are the
see.
ingredients he needed coming into the night. We'll just check in there.
Pennsylvania's going to end up being one of the more reliable of the big belt of the
86% of the vote counted now.
Rust Belt
Margin
states.
over
Right.
153,000 votes. Remember, he lost this by about 12,000.
All right,
they
can stop showing Georgia and North Carolina and just call them already.
Democrats need gains there. They can't afford
Something
any
didn't
slippage.
work with the
same-day
messaging in
votes,
those states.
being counted up here, and now you can see it. Harris has fallen more than a point below where Biden finished in 2020. Trump's improved by more than a point here. A county this size, well over 1 million people here. That is a significant shift there, and with more same day to come, that may get even worse for Democrats right there. You could take a look at Douglas County. We just
got to blame Michael Moore for calling it too early if Trump ends up winning this thing. I think we're still okay. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
It's still like it still feels like a coin toss.
Yeah,
He's up. Like, do we want to? He keeps doing Georgia. I don't care until he gets off of
Frustrating, yeah.
Georgia. I'm not going to look at it. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. The waste is now about those 3 states because Pennsylvania, Kamala still has a good chance, even though she's behind. This is the red mirage state because there's only 11% in for Chester. There's only 26% for Delaware. There's a little bit more than half, 56% for
Yeah, there's still
Philadelphia
a
County.
lot
Of votes need to be counted in the Philly area. Pittsburgh, Allegheny County is pretty much now 79% reported. So Pennsylvania still like my chances for Kamala there. Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Wisconsin is a little troubling because Milwaukee is half of the votes are in, and Kamala is behind by what is that, 12. So that's going to be, that might be razor thin. So this is going to be, if she wins, it's not going to be by a lot.
Well, with half of votes in, if you saw it with Milwaukee County there, she's more than double the her lead is more than double.
Her winning, yeah, she's 2-1. Yeah, she's 67%, right?
Yeah, so we should expect that to like it. Like Milwaukee County is going to give Wisconsin
a ton to Kamala. I think we're good. Let's go check out Michigan really quick. Still early, so it might come down to Michigan, which wouldn't that be something if the Arab community in Michigan, where they ended up being the deciding factor in this election? Wayne County, 1% of votes in. Macomb County, 12%. Oakland County, that does have 66%. And it didn't favor Kamala to the extent I would have thought it would. But Macomb County is the big one there in Michigan. So that still has a ways to go. Right now, in Nebraska, we're getting a call in Nebraska right now.
Was that for Omaha?
NBC News is projecting that Donald Trump will win overall the state of Nebraska.
Yeah, that's why I've been saying that. It's going to be PA. She's got to win PA. It's going to come up. It's going to come down to Pennsylvania. If she can hold that, she wins.
Votes in Nebraska to Donald Trump. Again,
Wait, say that again, Stat Pat.
Congressional district by congressional.
My dad's got the same idea as me. It's going to be Pennsylvania. She has to win Pennsylvania.
Well, she's going to. I actually think there's. Yeah. I think she's going to win the Rust Belt. I think she's still going to win, but it's going to be really close.
Yeah.
And it's going to be because she won Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And she might still win Arizona and Nevada. She might definitely still win Nevada, but Arizona actually looks like it's lean R right now, even though it's really close.
Right. Yeah. And Phoenix isn't exactly
Arizona is 1,000.
The bluest city either. But
abortion was on the ballot in Arizona,
yeah.
wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Here, let me share this tab instead. So this is Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Tucson looks nice.
Yeah.
Phoenix is no, I'm saying
Tucson.
like a nice place to live. Like I would rather live.
I was about to say like not really.
Phoenix, Kamala Harris, 51%. It's like
interesting.
that should be a bigger margin. She should be winning by. I wonder what parts of Phoenix that's coming in. That might not be
I think
minority parts.
it's not like the deepest blue city because I've looked at previous maps and Phoenix not exactly like a Democratic stronghold for being a major like the biggest city in Arizona.
See, New York Times, they went back to toss-up on Michigan after labeling it leaning R. What a bunch of bastards, dude. You look like children when you do that. You put a lean R on it when there's not even a quarter of the vote in.
It's not even going to go by that. I mean, if it is automated, it's going to go by percentage and whatnot, and how big of a percentage it is. And look, it just went back to lean R. Go back to it.
Oh yeah, you're right.
There
it is
again. What the hell?
It's because another 1 point came in. It was at 24%. Now it's at 25%.
Yeah.
So we can't. Oh my God, Wisconsin's lean R.
Yeah, we can't.
It's all happening. The red mirage.
Yeah, it's not. We can't rely on this for sure. It's just gonna be constantly changing.
Yeah, I gotta be careful with the New York Times. Let's get back to Kanaki. Kanaki's gonna keep my head about me. No, he's not here. Let's see. What do they got? Majority report.
What about Vosh? What's he saying? I know he's yeah.
He's probably gonna be negative, Nancy.
Nah, he tends to quell fear. It's his chat. It's his chat that tends to be quite whiny, I guess you could say.
I wouldn't trust anything associated with the poly market, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're biased. For the most part, they just post polls. Like they just post stuff,
Harris seeks lead in Wisconsin.
Thank you, the only chief. I don't know whether or not we're going to win this. I just know that doomering is
3%
unproductive.
in.
It always has
He's
been.
up.
I said the same thing after Bernie Sanders lost the primary. I said the same thing after, well, I didn't have a platform after Donald Trump
We're going
won
late
and beat
tonight, man. This
Hillary
sucks.
Clinton, but I would have been saying the same thing back
I wanted,
then.
I wanted
Doesn't matter how
Georgia.
bad
I wanted
things
Georgia
are,
or North
doomering is a
Carolina. I didn't
choice.
expect both, but I was hoping for either
You can
one.
be pessimistic about a potential outcome. That's not the same
Oh,
as
this sucks.
running
I
around
think we gotta go
screaming,
back to
shitting
Kanaki.
yourself, crying. It's not fun. It's not funny.
I was expecting it to go late tonight, so.
It's irredeemable. Let's go to our friend Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand you've got a little bit of new intel out of Georgia.
Yes. So in Georgia, Fulton County and Gwinnett County. Fulton County was one of the counties that Steve just had up on the board. They were both targeted by those bomb threats. Again, to reiterate, there were no actual bombs, but I'm told that it shook people in the state and in those counties in particular.
That probably contributed to a lot of
I've talked
it.
to 3 different people at this point.
The
who
Russians
are
worked,
familiar with
man.
the numbers, who are familiar with the boiler room, and they say that Gwinnett and Fulton County, for the vice president, she needs to overwhelm Biden's numbers. And right
not
now,
gonna happen.
as they stand, she has not overwhelmed them. By
It's not gonna
overwhelm,
happen.
I mean, she needs to do
She's gonna lose
better
Georgia
than
and she's gonna lose
Biden
North
did
Carolina.
in Fulton and Gwinnett counties. Now, they caution that Fulton County's all the way in, and neither is Gwinnett County. People are still voting. There was a concerted effort in Georgia as well, in those counties affected by the bomb threats, to encourage people to stay in a line, to go back to the polling places. So I don't think we can discount the effect, if you will, that these
Yeah.
threats that, again, are not real. There are no bombs have been found to our knowledge
Not
thus far. That's
credible,
what
yeah.
the FBI is saying. That's what Tom Winter is saying. And
Nothing.
you know, I'm going to repeat
Both
what Tom Winter said,
Wisconsin
'cause he's
and
very
Michigan are
well-sourced.
leaning R right now.
But it did affect how people were
Yeah, it's
feeling
gonna
up
go
and down
back
the
and
data.
forth for a little bit.
Simone, thank you very much for that. Again, the FBI is investigating
Pennsylvania.
bomb threats in
Chester
multiple
County
states.
still only at 11%.
We've also seen, I've been looking at some of the local press in Georgia. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution is headlining what they say is concern that has been expressed to
Look at
them,
that.
sharp concerns expressed to them by the Harris campaign about the potential effect of these bomb threats. Again, there aren't bombs. There are just bomb threats being phoned in order to disrupt and clear
Yeah,
up
given
polling
how
places. We've seen a number of both court-adjudicated
close
and
contact
election administrators
the
deciding
Trump
to keep places
campaign
open
and
longer than they
Elon
otherwise
Musk
would have been
has
because those places
with
had to be cleared up.
Russia, I wouldn't be
Of course, the threat
surprised
that
if this
somebody
was
who has to go
coordinated
home
by
when they're
them.
sent home when a place is evacuated,
Yeah,
or somebody who's
they're
deterred
willing to do
from
anything
going
and
in the first place
everything
might
to
not come
win.
back once the
So
all
Yeah.
clear
Yeah.
is given.
the downfall
All right,
of
looking ahead, at this point, it's
a society based on
10:41 the East
competition
Coast.
is
We're heading
that
toward
the
a
competition
few
creates
more
the
poll
implosion of the
closings
society because nobody cares about the rules.
Nope.
They care about winning. And that's what we're going to see tonight is do Democrats still
like you're looking
suck
at
at winning?
Michigan
I
right now.
think it's already
Yeah, in
proven
Michigan, and again, it's
that
very scattered
she
here,
did
but
not
there are a
run
couple of
as
big
good of a
places I
campaign
wanna
as she
look
could.
at because they
No,
really
of
offer us
course.
some clues.
I think that
Again,
point
we
has
say
already
with some
been
of these bigger
validated.
counties,
Yeah,
by
as
this
questions
performance.
as
going
terrible
to
of a
the
campaign
specific
Trump
questions about
ran
counties
and
that
how
I know.
bad
You
his
should- she should have
ground
blown
game
them
was.
potentially
Fox.
more broadly.
Yeah.
Meaning, let's take
This
a
is
look
what you
here at
get
one of
with
the biggest.
incrementalists.
We flagged this one at the start of the night.
And
This
going
is
after the
Oakland
centrists,
County. This is
the,
a
you
big,
know,
giant suburban
the anti-Trump
county just outside
Republicans.
Detroit, and this
That
is
was
of
their
the two
strategy
big
instead of playing to the
suburban
base.
counties just north of Detroit.
Yeah.
This is the Democratic one. This
Getting
is the
turnout.
one, with a lot of college-educated, higher-income types, a lot of bedroom communities here.
Can
So
we
look at
bring
this,
up the
2/3 of
Wall
vote
Street
is now
Journal
counted
map
in
and see
Oakland
what
County,
see
and
what
Harris
theirs
is
looks
winning.
like?
The Democrats are supposed to win here. Her margin's inside 10 points. It's less than a 50,000 vote raw vote margin here. I want to show you what this does in the context of other recent races. In 2020,
I'm not going to, this is interesting. So Pennsylvania leaning, boy,
It looks kind of the same. Still waiting
it's,
on
really,
the
it's a lot harder to read. It's weird. It's weird to read it like this.
Yeah, it's
I
weird.
don't like this at all.
Yeah, we're like neck deep in the red mirage right now.
We're right in the middle of the red mirage. That's what this. If the red mirage was real, this is it.
Yeah.
I'm going to change the title of the episode.
monster number in a
Yeah.
gigantic, highly populated suburban
If
county,
the red
and it more than offset Trump's
mirage
strength in the other
is
gigantic
real,
blue-collar suburban
we're in
county.
the middle of it.
This is a number, if this holds, that the Trump people would be very happy with. The Democrats want that back where it was in 2020. One other county that I think we can look at here and get a bit of a clue from, this is just outside of Lansing, and this is one at the start of the night that if the Democrats looked at, they would have said, we want to flip this county tonight. Let me just show you. It got super close in 2020. Joe Biden came less than a point away from winning it here. It had been a 5-point Trump county in 2016. Again, this is one of those places, the reason why Joe Biden was able to make the gains in Michigan, a big sort of suburban county, outside Lansing here. Biden nearly won it. And again, this 95% basically means all the vote is now in Eaton County. It's gone back to that 2016 level, 51-46, 49-44. That's what the Trump campaign wants to see in counties like this, where they had slippage in counties they won in 2020. They want to get that slippage back. We saw that earlier. We showed you Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania. They did that. They did this just outside
Philly's
Lansing.
still
Here's another place
taking
where
its
they
sweet
really wanna
time.
do that.
Of course.
Oakland,
Yeah.
It's Livingston County. Okay, this
It's
is
gonna come down to
sort of
Philadelphia.
suburbia,
It's going to be
some
like
rural
a
areas here, too.
fadeaway
It's
three-pointer
gigantic,
at the
kind of
buzzer.
between Lansing and Detroit, more than half the vote was
Yeah,
counted in
yeah.
Livingston County. And again, just want to show you, this was a bad number for Donald Trump 4 years ago.
Oh, man.
He won this by a little bit less
Dude,
than 23
I mean, you're a lot
points.
younger than
This
me.
was
Like,
a good number for Donald Trump. He won the state of Michigan in 2016.
this
winning
country
here
is so
by
far
about just
behind
under
where it
30
needs to be.
points.
The
And
fact
his
that
margin tonight
this is still
looking
like
more So far,
this was so
like
close,
2016,
but this
Right.
is such a close
2020,
election.
This is a pattern that's being repeated.
What the
We're
hell?
showing you, not a lot of counties in Michigan have this much vote in, but in those that are, we're starting to see this. And again, we're seeing this in other areas of the battleground, the northern tier of the battleground. Pennsylvania, we had some more that just came in, almost completely here. It can take you through them. You can start right here, Berks County. Okay, this is where Reading is. One of the things we talked about, Reading has the
What time is it now? It's only 10 o'clock. It's not even 11 o'clock on the East Coast.
Pennsylvania, the Trump campaign said
it's going to be a late night.
Make gains with Hispanic voters. The national exit poll is showing Trump making substantial gains with Hispanic voters tonight. I've seen counties way outside the battleground with large Hispanic populations where Donald Trump has made dramatic
Should we dip
gains
over to
tonight.
Fox
Some in
News?
Virginia, Hudson County, New Jersey is another. And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County, and again, we've been talking about this one. As that same-day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be Election Day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one
let's
a
go to
little while
Fox
ago.
News real quick.
When Georgia, North Carolina, if she wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, does she win?
Yes.
I remember this guy.
So the blue wall remains.
Yeah,
what we have,
She
what we
has
focus
one
on.
big path. Yeah, he's
That's
got
the
two
path.
paths, but you got to get one of
Is
those.
that true, Bill?
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. Because it gets her to 270 with the 3. Yeah, with the 3 plus Nebraska too. I think it's too early to start filling this thing in here. I want to start just yet, but I don't know. We're kind of warming up the fryer, whatever you say when you get ready. But just show how it happens. Just show the 3. Yeah, for her, it would be Nebraska 2. Well, we got to go a long way. So just it's going to take me a while to get there. Okay, so she would have to win all the usual states here. It's just too many to fill in, right? Oh, gotcha. Boom, 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 boom. That's good. Oh my gosh, what am I missing? Holy cow! Okay, Maine,
Hawaii,
Nebraska,
Maine.
Hawaii. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
But she's not going to get. He's off by 1
because we
because
got to go
the
a
main
ways, but,
district.
you know,
One
maybe
she's
like
not gonna
another
get
half hour,
Maine,
an hour or so.
Yeah.
We'll fill in a few more. If you got time, I'll take you to Arizona, unless you got something else to do. Let me go ahead and reset this because
would be it.
all right, so they're being smart over there because.
Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020 and look at that. Trump is running.
Dearborn is a
3.5
problem for
points
Dems
better
this
in
time around.
Philadelphia
I
than
agree,
he did in
Dad.
2020. Harris now 4 points
What'd he
off
say?
the Biden number.
Dearborn being a problem for Dems this time around. That county and
that
yeah.
would be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same-day vote to
North
come.
Carolina and
Trump is
Georgia.
running above his 2020 levels there.
Bye-bye.
So, where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal.
Bye-bye.
Basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that.
Wow.
There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them
We
in
got a
multiple
long way
states
to
right
go.
now.
Yeah,
Thank you. We've got
so
a few
hundreds of
calls to give
thousands
you an
more votes
update
to be
on.
counted there, yeah.
First, a Senate race. NBC News has projected that in the Senate race in New Jersey, the Democrat Andy Kim will be the next U.S. Senator from the state of New Jersey.
There we go.
NBC News can also make a projection in the governor's race in New Hampshire. And this was an interesting one to watch. In the end, it looks like it will be Republican.
New Hampshire's
Former
weird.
U.S. Senator Kelly Ayotte will be the next governor of New Hampshire. The current
Yeah, New
governor
England
of New
has a
Hampshire is
tradition of
Kristen Sinema, an incumbent
Republican
The
governors,
Republicans are really
actually.
hoping
Bill
to
Weld was a
hold on
famous
to
one
this
from
governor's
Massachusetts.
seat, and in Kelly Ayotte's victory in New Hampshire,
They think
have
that
done
a
so.
lot
Another
of
projection for you, and it's a
local
ballot measure,
Republicans
this one
will
in
keep spending
Colorado.
down.
This is
Right to
one of the
abortion
10
and insurance
states that
coverage.
has an
Look
abortion
at that.
rights measure on the
Yay.
ballot in Colorado. This is
Sweet.
Amendment 79,
Sweet,
so
good.
right to abortion and insurance coverage is a related matter. NBC News projects that the abortion rights measure in Colorado will pass. So we're heading up toward the 11 o'clock hour. We'll have poll closings in California, Idaho, Washington and Oregon.
All right.
And things are starting, I would say, to come into focus because it's later, but we still have not a single swing state called.
Yeah. One thing I will just
Yeah, it's
say,
not
I'm
going to be
trying
that
to
for a minute.
Yeah. All right, here we go. So I'm going to leave them on in the background, let you know if they start talking about something interesting. All right, Georgia, it's done. All right, Georgia's gone. North Carolina, let's see. Mecklenburg County is in 92%, finally happened. But the total, Kamala's down 130,000 and not enough places to make it up.
Right.
Yeah, it's over in North Carolina. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's really tough. So she lost North Carolina, but that's a tougher margin.
Mm-hmm.
And then Georgia. There's the Gwinnett. Where's the Gwinnett? There it is, 78% for Gwinnett. Finally got it in. Chatham and Savannah still underperforming, but Georgia, 240,000. Oh, sorry, 140,000. 140,000. So 140,000 votes in Georgia right now.
Yeah.
And 130,000 votes in North Carolina.
I'm curious what's taking Maine so long.
Maine? Oh.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, here is the future of American democracy, hangs in the balance between the Rust Belt. America's heart and soul.
Yeah.
Right here. Pennsylvania. Chester. Chester has weighed in. It's at 48%.
Okay.
Montgomery's at about 49%.
There we go.
Bucks is 38. Philadelphia's at 62%. And Delaware's at 41%. So big chunk of Philly came in for Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and they're
and
still
Kamala
good.
is down, and Kamala's down 110,000 votes.
All right.
So she's going to have to make up 110,000 votes in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
It's going to start to say lean R. Pennsylvania's going to say lean R soon. Michigan, I don't know why it has lean R when it's still only at 28%. I know you've explained it to me, but
right, yeah.
Detroit, Wayne County has 1%.
Right.
Macomb County has 16%.
Yeah.
Oakland has 67. Okay, but how are you doing lean based on that?
Yeah.
And then Wisconsin, of course, Milwaukee, a little less than half less to go in Milwaukee. Oof. This is bad.
It's kind of. I mean, it's crazy because if these numbers hold and whatnot, it really is this close. And the polls weren't really that far off after all.
That is essentially a 200,000 vote margin that Democrats got out of Mecklenburg County 4 years ago. Not quite enough to win the state, but the name of the game for them tonight was build on that. Drive that over 200,000 with 90% in. There is still some votes to come in, so this is going to change, but you can see clearly the difference here is sitting at less than 175,000. So instead of going north of 200,000, it is on pace to finish south of where they were 4 years ago. So that's a significant development. Democrats looking at North Carolina all night have wanted something giant to come out of Mecklenburg. We just basically got Mecklenburg. That's what it is. The other one that I think is notable, we don't quite have all of it, but in Wisconsin, again, nearing 60% of the vote in statewide, razor thin. But again, one of those questions we asked at the start of the night, getting some clarity, and it's in the most Democratic vote-producing margin county in the state, Dane County. Almost 90% of the vote in here. We're getting close to all the vote in Dane County. Significance here, Democrats rely so much on Dane County and Wisconsin now because they've lost so much ground in the rural areas of this state. I said at the start of the night, every single presidential election this century, the Democrats have added to their margin in Dane County. They have squeezed more and more and more out of it. Take a look at this. 4 years ago, Biden wins Dane County. It's the University of Wisconsin is here by 53 points, and that is a margin of about get that marker working. That's a margin of about 182,000 votes. Name of the game tonight was to hit that number and go further, like they have in every election this century in Dane County, with about 90% and still some votes to come. But you can see how far short they are of that number. 149,000 right now. 182 was the number back in 2020. This is the county Democrats rely on here. Also, in the WOW counties, the question coming in tonight, the WOW counties being the big suburban bedroom communities right outside Milwaukee. Coming into
So the
the
West
night,
Coast
they're
polls
red
are about
now.
to close.
They've consistently been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County.
Yeah.
Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County.
All right, let's take a look here.
Significance
I'm gonna start
here
looking
is
at
Trump
states. Oh, 50.
lost. In 2016, he won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance.
Wow, it's
in
razor
Ozaukee
thin
County
in Arizona.
Since 1964.
Yeah.
This fits the profile.
Yeah, there's only
demographically of
3,000 votes that
exactly where
separates them.
Democrats
She
thought
could
they
win,
knock it out of the park.
but it's
Knock
going
it
to
out of
come
the park
down
in
to
Ozaukee
she
County
needs.
get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped the losses in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable.
110,000 votes in
Ozaukee
Pennsylvania.
County,
That's what the
which had
difference
been
is right now.
considerable since he became the Republican
That's what stands
candidate
between
in
us and the new
2016,
future.
and
God,
now
can we
leading
please
by
get
more
this
than
woman
14
elected
points
president?
here. So those are some
Yeah.
big counties, significant counties, politically significant counties, where we now have
This
a
is gonna
giant
be
chunk of the vote, and we can start to see some patterns developing. Again, just checking in statewide, close to 60%. It is very close there statewide, but that is a county, few counties where we have that much vote in that size. That's very significant, potentially, what we just saw in Dane County.
Steve, as we head toward the 11 o'clock poll closings in the West, I want to quickly jump to Georgia. Blaine Alexander is in Fulton County at the elections hub there, where the votes in Georgia's most populous county are being tabulated. What can you tell us, Blaine?
Well, Rachel, I have an update on timing for you. I just spoke with a spokesperson from Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's office. He tells me that they expect to see the vast majority of Georgia votes uploaded by midnight tonight. Now, that's certainly notable
Really?
when you talk about the timing, when you talk about what Georgia's going to look like, but he does say that they believe that the state is on track to have most of those results uploaded. So let's look inside here in Fulton County. As you mentioned, the state's most populous county. This is where the tabulations are happening. I want to walk you through this process. It's been fascinating to watch.
Upload by midnight.
So that door right back
So
there, that
an
is
hour
where
from now?
representatives from each of the counties, more than 100 precincts.
Yeah, I mean, they're still
coming
saying
in.
it's
They
too
kind
close
of
to
walk
call,
this
but
kind of interesting,
This
almost
very
parade
likely are
route
on
here.
New York
They
Times.
walk through,
He's up
this kind of sectioned off area, this roped off
142,000
area,
votes
and then they come
in
over
Georgia.
here to where several
There's
employees, several
really not
workers
much
are
juice
waiting
left around
to
Atlanta.
receive the memory
DeKalb.
cards and the
No,
ballots. If you
Gwinnett
walk
still
with me
has
over here, I'll kind of
23%
show you
left.
this area.
Yeah.
So they come over to these tables right here, and we see them pull out the bags and scan them in.
No, I
Each
mean,
person kind of scanning in what's
This might be
inside.
MSNBC
And
bias
then
right here.
once
Let's
it's
check
scanned,
back with
the
Fox real
memory
quick.
cards go inside.
To me and saying they're not sure if they're going to get a decision tonight. They thought it was going to take a few days, and that has completely flipped, and people are expecting there to be an answer tonight and it to be favorable for the former president. I just talked to a campaign official who tells me that over in Mar-a-Lago, where former President Trump is right now, watching the results come in, the mood there is positive. And I'm working to confirm right now if the former president made some remarks to a crowd there and what exactly he said, but everyone there appears to be feeling very, very good. And just found out as well that Speaker Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, who's in Shreveport, Louisiana right now at his district, appears to be making plans to come here to be with former President Trump. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you very much. We'll keep a close eye on Trump headquarters as we continue to give you some more updates on what's going on right now. We don't have a call for any new states at this point. We're waiting for Montana. Person for the Secretary of State's office says the, quote, vast majority of Georgia votes will be in by midnight, which means they will be in by an hour from now. As we close in on 11 p.m. Eastern and poll closings in 4 western states, we're getting close to the end of all the poll closings here in the United States of America. 4 closing right now in California, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon.
And it's a poll closing
In terms
call
of
for
projections
California.
Here, NBC News can project a winner In the presidential race in
and
California,
Washington.
Bada bing.
The whole left coast, baby.
projected to be the winner.
The people that should be running the country.
California. NBC News can also
Nobody knows how to teach these California softies how to take control of the rest of the country.
Presidential race in Idaho. Up to the Pacific
Big leadership
Northwest
position,
in
man.
Washington State. The presidential race in Washington State projected by NBC News at this hour to be too early to call. Similarly, in Oregon.
Oh, the
NBC
Times
News
is
says in Oregon,
the Times has already
presidential
called
race
Washington.
is too early to call.
Yeah.
Let's look at the overall electoral college. The electoral vote map right now, Donald Trump stands at 214 electoral votes. Kamala Harris stands at 145
New York Times has Trump at 301.
electoral votes. Again, not a single swing state has been called as we're watching.
Chance
votes
of
continue to
winning,
come in
according to New
in
York
all of
Times.
them. Right now,
89% chance of victory for Trump right now.
Are you shitting me?
A difference of about
That's what it says.
6,000 votes between the two candidates.
You're
Here's
fucking with me.
Pennsylvania, too close
No.
to call. A
Here, you want
difference
to see it? Look at right there.
301.
of just under 75,000 votes between the two.
She's going to win
candidates.
Michigan.
Here's Wisconsin.
She's going to win
also
Wisconsin.
Too close to call. Fewer
Yeah.
than 30,000
She's
Wait,
gonna win.
hold on. I don't know.
between
Wisconsin
the
makes a
two
little bit.
candidates.
Where's
Over to
Wisconsin?
North
Makes me a little
Carolina.
nervous right now.
NBC News projects that the race there is too early to call.
Milwaukee
Uh,
County.
59%
Arizona.
Wisconsin.
NBC News projects the race is too early to call. And in Nevada. Nevada, we've got too early to call. That's the projection from NBC News. Let's look at Senate races right now. We've got
140,000 votes in Pennsylvania. She's got to catch up. She's got 31% of the remaining votes to do it. And she's got over half of Chester County left to get counted, which is right near Philly. Delaware County, I'm sure you know where that is. Philadelphia County, there's a third left in there. So I'm pretty sure she's going to catch up in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Michigan's still too early. Michigan's only 29%. Wisconsin.
This is the Senate at this hour.
Wisconsin makes me nervous, but she might win Arizona. Wouldn't that be funny? Is if she lost Wisconsin but won Arizona, and won Nevada, so that would be enough to offset it. And she won Michigan and Pennsylvania. No one would ever see that coming. Everyone thought that Wisconsin and Michigan were the more reliable of the three Rust Belt states.
Right.
Of yet in the United States Senate. So again, we don't have any more. We don't have many more poll closings coming. We got one at midnight. We got one at 1 a.m. We got poll closings everywhere. I should tell you, in Arizona, where we do have polls closed, Arizona is yet another state where we have had some delayed results promised. Because of these bomb threats that we have seen all over the country. Arizona counties are reporting that there will be some delayed results, for example, from La Paz County in Arizona. La Paz County's elections office evacuated due to one of these hoax bomb threats. Also, Cochise County, Arizona. The Cochise County Sheriff's Office is advising of a reported bomb threat to the elections
super
office
tight in Arizona.
Bisbee, in Cochise County,
And
Arizona.
Phoenix has got
County building was
46% of the
evacuated as a
vote
result of
left
that
to be
bomb threat. Again,
counted
we are
in
seeing,
Maricopa
and
County.
the FBI is confirming,
Okay.
and
Tucson's
local
also
officials are
got
commenting, and local secretaries
about half
state
of its
secretaries
voter
of state
count to
are
happen.
commenting on the effect of
So-
these bomb threats called into polling places and now counting centers all across the country. None of these bomb threats is thought to be associated with an actual bomb, with anything actually exploding. There hasn't been any sign of that whatsoever. These appear to be false bomb threats that are designed to disrupt. The FBI
Pennsylvania
says that at
just
least
hit
some of these cases,
70%,
these are attributable,
and Trump is
to
up.
Russia, or they're
Wow.
investigating whether or not these may
Trump's
be
up
of Russian origin.
152 in
But
Pennsylvania,
again,
man.
our battleground recap.
He's up
summing
152,000.
We've got too early to call North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada.
I know that
and it's too close to
that's a-
call in Georgia.
We still haven't gotten
Pennsylvania,
much from Chester.
Wisconsin,
Yeah.
and Michigan.
Same status quo with
Baby, that was always
Philly.
going to be a blue all night.
Philly's
And
just
I
going to
think
take.
that- I'm
Philly's
gonna
just
try
going to take
speak a little
forever.
bit to,
It's probably going to come down to Philly.
Some of
It will.
fantasies, right, of a landslide victory that would erase any doubt, that would
I mean,
eradicate,
she
you
bet
know,
she
the
better get
threat of something
Wisconsin
drawn out.
and
And
Michigan.
that is, you know,
Yeah.
I'm so loath to quote Don Rumsfeld with all of you, but I will anyway. I feel like Liz Cheney has made that somewhat acceptable again.
Still not
No,
acceptable.
no.
You go to the
Shut
polls
up.
with the country that you have, and the country we have lives in two totally separated information ecosystems. Whatever happens, we'll have to really understand the information consumption that young men have and why they think that the economy will be better under Donald Trump when it never was. I think that waiting for these blue wall states to come in because they're so close, because households are divided, right? There could be a yard sign in a house that doesn't represent how everyone in the house will vote in either direction. And so I think it's going to be a late night. And I think it's the polls. I mean, I guess a slice of good news that the polls have accurately captured this dead heat.
Ari, since you were last with us, I've got nothing to report. We've got the swing states. We've got too close, too close, too close, too close in Georgia, and then the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And we've got too early in North Carolina, too early in Arizona, Nevada. What's caught your eye? What have you been watching?
Well, freedom's just another word for nothing left to report. We all know that one. We don't know who's going to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, which means that when you actually put aside a lot of the energy and the
Well, I do think she's going to win
emotion and
Arizona.
commitment, we are in a similar place than we were a few hours ago. I have seen people start to jump on trends, but we don't know who's going to win those states. If Kamala Harris wins those states, then she would be in a path to win the presidency. We can see, because we have so much great numbers from all of our teammates who rigorously collect this, that there are other trends that don't tell us who's going to win the election that show Donald Trump outperforming some of where he's been in the past, including among some of those groups, including among Latinos, and perhaps in the total national vote.
The red mirage is real.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised that
I'm
surprised that I'm seeing this. Yeah. So there it goes. The likely Trump chance of Trump winning just went to 88%. Like, I think it might be irresponsible by the New York Times.
New York Times irresponsible? No way. Not
yeah,
them.
it might be really. Well, this red mirage thing, like they were warned about this. The fact that they're doing lean R's on Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin when those major metro areas haven't been aren't even over the hill yet.
Yeah,
not even over 50%.
This is the exact same thing that happened in 2020. Everything looked like the Rust Belt states were all red at first, and then slowly but surely, as the night progressed, it got later and later into the night. The votes started getting counted in the more large metropolitan areas, and Biden ended up winning.
Vice President Kamala Harris has won in the state of Oregon, per NBC News' projection. I also want to draw your attention to one House race that is one of the House races that we have been looking at closely just in terms of it being a race to watch. This is New York 18, a really interesting race. It's a very tightly divided district. Pat Ryan, the Democrat here, won his seat in Congress in an August 2022 special election. He was up against Allison Esposito, a Republican opponent who had been very heavily invested in by the Republican Party. She was one of the so-called
Jesus
young
Christ!
gun
I mean,
candidates
dude,
for
we
the
are.
Republican Party, served in the NYPD for 25 years.
Even if she wins,
Democrat Pat Ryan,
at this point, whatever. This is
hold
enough.
on
A
to-
New York race, who gives a shit? Even if she wins, we are already right in our criticism of the Democratic Party not being better at winning. They're not as good as competing politically as Republicans. All right, so there you go. There's a big drop for Pennsylvania. So let's see. Let's just double check it. Chester's at 48. Montgomery. They're still under a half. They're still under a half.
Well, all the rural states are in
Pennsylvania.
the rural
he's
counties.
still up 100. He's still up 187,000. So he's gonna have to get Here we go. Here comes
Three
Pennsylvania
key
analysis.
counties here, again, in northeast Pennsylvania. We started the night saying, and we've said it a few times, that there are only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that are true swing counties. That is to say, they backed Donald Trump in 2016 when he won the state. Then they flipped over and they backed Joe Biden when he won the state in 2020. One of them is Erie County, where you see right now about half the vote is in. Harris is ahead here. This is primarily on the strength of the vote by mail. The question is, as the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris there? Put a pin in that one, because the other one, we pretty much have all the vote in right. We pretty much have all the vote in right now, and it's flipping. Northampton County, this is where Easton, Pennsylvania is. This is the other county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the state. This fits a pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic population in this county, and Donald Trump has made meaningful gains here. Joe Biden won this by a fraction of a point. It's now more than 5 points in Trump's favor, with just about all the vote counted up. We also just got a lot of the vote, almost all of it now, in Lehigh County. And again, Joe Biden won here by 8 points in 2020. It's a little under 5 right now. What's in Lehigh County? The city of Allentown is in Lehigh County. It is a majority Hispanic county. Both candidates paid a lot of attention to this. The Trump folks have bet on making gains with Hispanic voters, particularly
the second or third generation immigrants are voting against the new immigrants. Is that what's going on?
What we do have shows Trump making significant further gains in that city.
I mean, it's Pennsylvania, so how many
we also have from Monroe County just about all the vote in. This is the city of Stroudsburg. East Stroudsburg is here. Again, substantial growing Latino population. And look at this. In 2020, Joe Biden won here by 6.5 points. Kamala Harris now ahead by 0.7 of a point with just about all the vote in. Something else we've been seeing tonight, this is really, I keep pointing it out because I keep seeing it, and I think it's important to know. There's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin where Donald Trump either won or came very close in 2016, and he lost meaningful ground in 2020 when he lost all 3 of those states. And we keep seeing this tonight. Where he's landing tonight is back where he landed in 2016. These were winning numbers for Trump. These were losing numbers from Trump. This is
so we got some turnout issues, man. I think we're gonna
winning the 2016 winning numbers
not
for Trump.
not as strong a turnout.
Perspective here too.
People expected.
Again, I think we showed you 8 for Biden, less than 5 tonight. So you're also seeing it there. We continue to see it. Philadelphia, monitoring this as well. Now, more than 80% of the vote is counted here. Again, compare this to 2020. Biden won here 81-18. We're going to take it a step further back because I want you to see the longer-term trend here. In fact, I can take it all the way back to 2012 because I think it's an interesting story. In 2012, Barack Obama won this county by 71 points. Okay, the county, it's Philadelphia. It's the city of Philadelphia. Donald Trump in 2016, he brought it down to 67 points. In 2020, Trump lost ground in the state. Trump lost the entire state of Pennsylvania. But look at this. He basically brought it down to 63 points from 71, 67, 63. And tonight, right now, this is down to 56 points. From 71 in 2012 down to 56. Again, what are we seeing here? What we saw in 2020, the Hispanic precincts of Philadelphia, we saw meaningful improvement for Donald Trump. We're not talking about 10, 20, 30 points here. We're talking about enough, though, to bring 67-point gap down to 63, and tonight, currently 56. The margin for Kamala Harris in Philadelphia right now is just about 300,000 votes. Democrats would love to see that land tonight at 500,000. Boy, they got a long way to go to get there. The one thing Democrats have to hope for in Philadelphia right now is there is a large number of vote-by-mail ballots that are going to be released. Looking at my clock here, we think in the next 45 minutes or so. That should boost the Harris number in Philadelphia. That should boost the margin there. But she needs to get that back at least to where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. She needs to get that margin way up. I'm just going to take a quick look through the collar counties here because I think we're starting to get some meaningful vote. Again, these collar counties, especially Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery County, have become big, core Democratic vote-producing counties. Delaware County is the most Democratic of these 3, and you can see it was 63-36 here in 2020. The name of the game in all these counties, Democrats want to be landing north of the Joe Biden number from 2020. They're on the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now. Take a look out in Chester County. Again, this is where Democrats, I said at the start of the night, they want to land over 60% in Chester County. 59.8 for Harris right now.
There we go.
But the wild card is waiting on a lot of same-day vote. Is that going to affect? That number for Harris right now? And move up to Montgomery County. You know, this is, you got cities here on the towns on the main line here, old school. 26 points for Joe Biden. It's 30 right now. Again, 30 would be where Democrats want this to land. The danger for them, though, is there's still a significant amount of same-day vote there. But Democrats need Philadelphia to come through on the mail. They need massive margins.
I really
to
hope
hold
she
in these
does,
counties.
yeah.
And they're also going to need that. We'll just check quickly in Allegheny County. We're getting close, by the way. Pittsburgh
I'm jealous,
suburbs, we're getting
Alex.
close to 90%
They're
of the vote
panicking
here.
on CNN.
Again, that
I'm sure they
Harris
are.
number here right now is under, small,
I would be
slightly
too.
under the Biden number. The Trump number, 0.4 of a point better than 4 years ago. If this is basically a push with 2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that at the start of the night, I think they would have taken it. We'll see what that remaining vote does.
Steve, thank you. We've got a few calls that we have to make in Senate races. NBC News can project that there is a winner in the Senate race in Ohio. This is a Republican pickup. This is incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown losing.
No!
No
Are you
way.
fucking kidding me, dude?
In Ohio.
Jesus
NBC News
fucking
also
Christ.
an interesting Senate result in California. Now, this is
God,
Adam
that's
Schiff, the
fucked.
Democratic candidate in
He was
California,
up.
is projected to have won this seat.
Sherrod
I need to
Brown
tell
was
you that
up.
He wins this both in terms of the regular Senate contest, but he also wins the special, which means that the seat that was vacated by the death of Dianne Feinstein, where LaFonza Butler has been in that seat since Dianne Feinstein's death, Adam Schiff will not only take over the full term of that seat, he will also take this seat immediately in the Senate from California. One additional call in New Mexico, the Senate race in New Mexico. NBC News projects that incumbent Democratic Senator Martin Heinrich will be returning to the U.S. Senate. At this hour, this is the balance of power in the United States Senate. And this was a big one because this means a +2 net gain for the Republicans. They are now at 49
Well, good thing they
seats.
talked about
The Democrats
bipartisanship
are
so
at
much.
39 seats. There are 12 seats uncalled. We've got to go in a moment. We're going to go to Michelle Norris, who is at Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University. Lawrence, I just wanted to get your reaction to that Senate news.
Yeah, that is a big loss for the Democrats. It takes them down in terms of the incumbencies as of this hour to 49 in the Democrats in the Senate. If you were to assume everyone returns, John Tester was in even more trouble than Sherrod Brown, and so most senators believe that Sherrod Brown had a better chance of getting reelected than John Tester. So if John Tester goes the way of Sherrod Brown, that would absolutely guarantee that they lose control of the Senate, because the remaining hope is that Nebraska sends an independent senator to the Senate who would then vote for the Democrats in organizing the Senate, which would get them to 50. But this does now look like the Senate is probably going to be in Republican control.
Yeah, it's also. I will also just say it's a loss for the Senate to lose Sherrod Brown, who is
incredible
a
loss. And
God, that's a huge loss.
Workers politically of the Senate who could go back to a state where no other Democrat could win statewide, and he figured out how to do it and do it repeatedly.
Yeah. Long after his state
Trump's
time,
up.
Poured
Yeah.
massive amounts of money
170
into
here.
Ohio against him.
Okay. Trump's up. They just called North Carolina just got called for Trump. Pennsylvania, okay. Let's start. I'm starting to get a little worried here because Pennsylvania, he's up by 170. And a big chunk came in. Chester's from Montgomery and Delaware. So
Okay.
this is crazy. This is a little bit getting real here. With the red mirage, might not be a mirage. I'm prepared to, I'm preparing myself for anything. 30, and let's take a look at Michigan really quick. Michigan, Wayne County, 1% of Wayne County's in.
Still.
That's so weird. Macomb has 20%. What? Oakland County. Okay, so Michigan's still a mess. It's weird how these have been stuck in the same place. They've all been stuck for a while.
Yeah.
Like Arizona's been stuck on 53% for a long time. But it makes sense. I mean, the smaller counties get counted first.
But it's clear now that Donald Trump has picked up key support among Hispanic voters, despite all the things that he said at that rally at Madison Square Garden, despite the reaction that we saw among Latino voters in places like Allentown and Hazleton. And so, you know, people here are watching and they're wondering what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. They're ready for a long, long night. And one of the reasons I've heard also is that they wanted to inject so much joy into the beginning of this is because they knew. That's why they brought the DJ in and the dancing and the line dancing, because they knew that this was going to be a long night and that it was going to be a real nail biter. And it appears that that is exactly what we're looking at right now.
Michelle Norris at Howard University, where the Harris campaign is posted up and watching these results as avidly as any of us. Michelle, we'll be back to you as the night progresses. Let's go to Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand you've got some reporting from sources related to the sources on the campaign about Pennsylvania.
Yes, people who are very familiar with the numbers and in the know, and people within, frankly, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and folks specifically in Philadelphia. Democrats believe that they have tens of thousands of votes that are outstanding from Philadelphia County. These are absentee ballots, and they believe that within the hour, at least 3 individuals have told me that within the 11 p.m. hour, that those votes are going to come in again specifically these are votes from Philadelphia County, and
well,
those numbers will.
Hope it's a lot because she's down by 170 right now.
Harris and Governor Walz. Now, and they are saying it is going to be close, very, very close, but they believe that those tens of thousands of outstanding ballots are going to make a difference. My Pennsylvania people are telling me that the next batch is expected at 11:55.
So Simone, to be clear,
I mean, it's not unbelievable. I mean, this is the Red Mirage, right? It's either they were right about the Red Mirage or they weren't. She's down 60. Oh, she's down more than that now. She's down 65.
As Michelle Norris noted,
66 in
people
Wisconsin.
are nauseously optimistic, but they're clear-eyed, and people within.
How far has Milwaukee County gotten?
The campaign have all said to me within the last hour.
Milwaukee County, 54%. And she's winning that vote 2/3.
Yeah.
2 to 1. Yeah.
But the campaign itself.
But it shows you how the Democrats are so dependent on urban areas. They're so dependent, and it's just so much more of a pain in the ass to vote in an urban area.
Yeah. It'll be Milwaukee. It'll come down to Milwaukee, Detroit, and Philadelphia.
North Carolina is
because I think Pennsylvania, I think Pittsburgh's already in. Yeah, Allegheny County has greater than 95% of its votes in. It's impressive.
Wisconsin, I will note, folks in Wisconsin say they think it'll be a classic Wisconsin photo finish, but they feel good about where they are. They specifically noted about Dane County because they've seen numbers that say the vice president, is not performing as well in Dane County. They've seen reporting about that as Biden, and they note that the wards that haven't reported in Dane County are very blue areas around Madison. And so the folks in Wisconsin are also feeling good. And they tell me that 3 campuses, students are still voting right now as we speak.
All right. Simone Sanders Townsend, thank you. I want to go to our friend Michael Steele, who I understand has been talking to sources about the results in Michigan. What are you hearing, Michael?
Yeah, it's very interesting right now that a number of the folks that I've been talking to there in Michigan, Republicans are looking a little bit, how should we say, skeptical of holding Michigan for Trump right now, looking at some of the numbers that have been coming in. I know as we still have big centers like Detroit that are going to land, but the reality on the ground there.
I mean, Michigan, according to the New York Times, she's up. Trump is up 120,000, but
some ground to Trump. They're still looking through some of the numbers, but it's a little bit up in the air.
It's only 34% of the vote is in.
Michigan. So
right.
The narrative
still a long way to go for Michigan.
Still holds a bit. I mean, Pennsylvania,
Wayne
Michigan
County, 1%. Yeah, I mean, Michigan's
really
like
kind of those two.
Put a big question mark on Michigan. Put a big question mark on Michigan until further notice, right?
Right.
All right, Michael Steele, thank you very much.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
do,
it feels like a football
have a little
game
bit of intel
where
ourselves
you're
from
down
the
by 2
campaign.
touchdowns at
NBC News
halftime,
has
and you know you can still win
an email
if you
to
play well,
campaign
but you can't
staff that
turn
was
the ball
sent out
over.
by,
Yeah.
the campaign manager for Kamala Harris, Jen O'Malley Dillon. I'm just going to tell you what we got. Quote, while we continue to see data trickle in from the Sunbelt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And we feel good about what we're seeing. Again, this is an email from the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon.
Yeah,
This
they
is
need
an
to
email
hold the
campaign
blue
staff.
wall.
This email has been obtained by NBC News. I'll continue to quote it. O'Malley Dillon says the
Well,
Harris
they can
campaign has,
lose
quote, overperformed turnout
Wisconsin
expectations
or
in
Michigan if they
Philadelphia,
pick up
and that they're
Arizona and
waiting for a,
Nevada.
quote, significant
Yeah.
amount of
But they
votes to
can't
come
lose.
in from
She
Michigan,
can't lose
including from the
Pennsylvania.
city
I
of
think
Detroit.
she's going to get
O'Malley
Pennsylvania
Dillon
because
says they're
of
also waiting for a
Philly.
significant
Yeah,
amount of vote from
I think
Wisconsin's
so as
Dane
well.
County and Milwaukee County, adding they do not expect
60,
Wisconsin's
70.
complete results until between
God, I wish I was
3
better.
and
I used to be
5
good at
a.m.
math.
We've been saying for weeks, says
70.
O'Malley Dillon, quote, that this race might not be called tonight. Those of you who are around in 2020 know this well. It takes time
Yeah.
for all the votes to be counted. All the votes will be counted. That is how our system works. What we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning
she's down
hours. Jen Psaki, let me get your reaction
over
to that.
100.
Well, just reading
She's
this,
down
I was
like
thinking of what's happening
160,000 in
the boiler
Pennsylvania. I
room,
just wish
which
these
is a very
margins
high
weren't so
pressure
big.
thing. You call it on a campaign.
Right.
Nicole and I have probably
You know, I'd be
spent
down with her
collective
being
hundreds
less
of
than,
hours
if
in
it was like
boiler
less than
rooms.
100,000
Basically, where you
votes, I'd be
have
comfortable.
top
But
campaign
the fact that she's
strategists
down
and teams
close to
looking at,
200,000
like, our
votes
team
is
looks at the decision desk,
disconcerting.
right? They have a team of people that do the
Right.
decision desk. What's different in a campaign is that you're also looking at vote goals in these counties and what you're trying to achieve, right? So in these counties, you know, in Philly, they're trying to run up the vote numbers by a great deal, higher than Biden did. And they're looking at, you know, what the percentages were then. And Biden did about 2 percentage points is better than Clinton in a lot of the key parts of Pennsylvania. So they're looking at that. But they're also looking at the rural counties and where they're doing there and how they can do. So as the information comes in the boiler room, they're recalculating where they need to do better in certain states, in addition to looking at the path. So to me, it's interesting. Obviously, there hasn't been a call from here in some of the states that she doesn't mention in this email, but it is quite telling that she really focuses on the blue wall states here, which again, as Nicole said earlier, has long been probably a baseline of the path and is a core to the path, and they see it that way. The last thing I'll just say, the thing that becomes hard on campaigns is as the path narrows, right?
Yeah.
Because part of the objective of this email is to say to the people on the team, hang in there, guys. Like, it's not over. We're still getting votes in. We still need to keep talking to people, keep people in lines, tell your grandma it's going to be okay. That's part of the objective of an email like that, too.
Yeah. We do have a couple of calls to make while we have been discussing this.
James
We've
Carville?
got a couple of projections from NBC News. In the presidential race in Connecticut, NBC News can project that the winner of that presidential race will be Vice President Kamala Harris. NBC
That
News
took
can
a
also
lot longer
project
than I
that
would
we
have
have a
expected.
winner in the presidential
Right.
contest in Washington State. The winner there, also Kamala Harris. NBC News
All right.
can also make a projection in the Senate race in Washington State.
surprised they haven't called
In
Georgia
that
yet.
Senate race, we've got an incumbent
Right.
Democrat Senator Maria Cantwell. She
Still
was
a lot of
down
votes.
to the United States Senate
137,
from
135,000.
Washington State. Steve, over to you.
Look at a few more things we're getting in. First of all, I want to point this out. This is what the national popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last two elections, 20 and 16, that Trump has led in the tally of the national popular vote, you know, well into the night. And typically what you see certainly is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So
That's
certainly this is going to change, and we're just starting to get California in. But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag. A couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this is a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here. Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington, D.C., just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting leaps and bounds more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County tonight. What had been a 25-point win for Joe Biden comes down to a 16-point win. And again, Trump needs to be improving to win Virginia, on average by about 10 points.
Not a good turnout, man. Look at that turnout number.
Very close to it there in Loudoun County. Take a look, Prince William County. This is a very densely populated and a very diverse
Trump's already got 4,000 votes more than he had.
Population. Biden won this by 27. Down to 18 points tonight, just about all in there in Prince William County. Virginia Beach, we still have a lot of vote to come in Virginia Beach, and this is one where Joe Biden won by 5. This is one when Glenn Youngkin became governor, he flipped and won. And Trump right now leading this by 6 points. Again, that would be an 11-point shift here. There's a lot of areas here, that Trump would still need to do even better in if he were actually going to overtake Harris here. But the fact that it's this late at night and Trump has made gains that have held this so much so far, it's significant. It's part of why that popular vote is maybe a bigger lead this hour than you thought Trump would have. Bigger reason, though, is this. This is why I raised it. New York, look, it's been called. Harris is going to win New York. Her margin is 12 points. Check this out. In 2020, it was 23 points for Joe Biden. With nearly 90% of the vote in, Harris is only winning this by 12 points. Now, first of all, from a national popular vote perspective, Biden won this state by 2 million votes in 2020. The margin isn't
I think
yet
we might
a
have
million,
to. We might be going to bed tonight with no
New York.
answers.
And I want to zoom in a little bit closer here because I think this is significant.
What's your schedule like tomorrow? I'm staying up, but
I'm staying up too. I mean, it's only 8:30. Like I can stay up for another few hours.
And let me just show you what's happened here. Overwhelming Democratic city. Manhattan, the most liberal county in New York, a portion of New York, 86-12, a 74-point Biden win, down to 63. Trump's made double-digit gains in Manhattan. Take a look at Queens, 45-point Joe Biden win in 2020, down to 24, a 20-point net gain so far for Donald Trump in Queens, New York. Take a look over at Brooklyn. 55 has come down to 43. Staten Island's very small population-wise. It is the Republican borough of New York City. And you can see even there, though, Trump has gained a net of about 20 points with just about all the vote in there. And again, I flag that because we are seeing it in New York. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters, working-class Hispanic voters. You're seeing it in New York City. It's being reflected in that statewide vote here, which has come down significantly. And even if you go across the Hudson River into New Jersey has 85% of the vote tallied. We have not yet called it. Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here by nearly 200,000 votes. But again, contrast this to New Jersey in 2020. This was a 16-point state. Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020 was about 800,000 votes for Joe Biden.
Jesus
Tonight,
Christ,
it hasn't yet cracked 200,000. Again, that has potential.
You know what it
national
shows you
popular implications for those who
about
are
our
tracking
culture and our
New
society?
Again, we see Harris is
Because
in pretty good shape
we're
to
just
win
not
this state,
normal.
but take a look at
And
Hudson
this
County.
idea of
Hudson
immigration,
County, just
it really
across,
is
this
just
where
as simple as
Union
people.
City,
It's not
New
even that they're
Jersey is, for
criminals.
instance,
It's just people are just
80%
sick of
Hispanic.
so
A
many
lot of
goddamn people in this
small,
country,
densely
and they're like, we don't
populated
want
cities
any
in Hudson
more.
County
We don't
with
need any
large
more. There
Hispanic
are already
populations.
plenty of people
Joe
here.
Biden won here by 46
Like,
points.
stop bringing
Tonight
in
it's
more people. That's
28 points. This is
kind of the way I
basically
think
Hudson
a
County.
lot of these
From
voters think about
46 to
immigration.
28. This is one of those
Right.
giant core Democratic
Look at
counties
you,
in
lost
Jersey
10
the
points in
Democratic
this
Party
Jersey
relies on.
county.
That's a
See, what I'm talking about with
massive,
Kornacki that
massive
you're going to
shift.
get.
And again, that speaks to
He's
Trump's
the
gains
best
it
out of
really
you.
would
No one
seem
comes
with
close.
Hispanic
Yeah.
voters. So again, those are some of the states here that have bearing on
where
the
he makes his
national
money
popular vote. We
nights
saw
like
the
tonight.
polls nationally much tighter than before. We wondered if Trump was going to narrow the margin in some of those big states. That is what we're seeing. I did want to follow up on Wisconsin, too. Now getting close to 70% of the vote in.
North Carolina hasn't been called.
About Dane and the question of
North
what was
Carolina,
left, and could
New
the
York
Democrats
Times has called
here
it.
hit that margin
Right.
that they got out of 2020. And it's true. Okay, well, here we go. Now we're up to 95%. So we just, since I checked in a few minutes ago, we got more. We're getting close to all of the vote in Dane County. 163,000. That's the Harris margin in Dane County, 163,000. In 2020, that was about 182,000. 182, 163. We'll see if there's any more votes to come, but when that hits 95%, they usually aren't. So again, if anything like that holds, boy, Democrats want to be at that number. This is where they've improved their performance every time for 4 years. Where Democrats have improved tonight, where Harris has improved, or it looks like she will, not much to come in Waukesha. Big county, 400,000 people live here. One of those wow counties right outside Milwaukee. And here again, Trump got, basically 60%, 60 to 39.
Satala says the Red Ross is happening. It's making my head hurt. Same here.
In a very big county. You take a look here at
Well,
Ozaukee
it's either
County.
a
And again,
mirage
this
or
one,
it's not.
now we got about 3/4 of the vote in. And Trump is running a bit above, not much, basically level with his 2020 number. Again, this is what Democrats want to get a couple points better.
Yeah.
With that remaining vote. And we talked at the start of the night about, we say the wow counties and the bow counties here. Brown County, Outagamie County, Winnebago County, mid-sized cities along sort of the Fox River, Lake Winnebago. These are all counties that Donald Trump won in 2020, but with reduced margins. Is he returning to 2016
If she
levels,
does lose,
or
it's
is he back
2016
at
all over again.
2020 levels? So Outagamie County here.
It's not
this is where
like
the city of
it's not
Appleton
as
is. In
bad,
2016,
maybe,
when Trump
because
won
but
Wisconsin,
well,
he
it's
won this
I don't know.
county
It has
by
a lot
about
of
13 points.
has a lot
In
of meaning for our
2020,
country.
when he lost Wisconsin,
Like what the
10-point
alcoholics
margin.
definition
And
of
tonight, as you
insanity,
can
right?
see, 67%.
Doing the
It's
same
back
thing over
at
and
that
over again, expecting a
13-point
different
spread
result.
right now. Now again, votes still to come in Outagamie County, but I only flag this because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is returning to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic shifts, but Wisconsin's a state. When Trump won it, it was by 20,000 votes. When Biden won it, it was by 20,000 votes. So these kinds of differences can make all the difference. See what happens with the remaining vote there. But that's something we've been seeing in other places in this northern tier of the battleground all through the night. Again, now up near 70%. It's very close here, about 67,000 votes. More to come out of those wow counties, and we'll see if there's anything left there in Dane. But if that number doesn't move, that's a little bit below, I think, where Democrats wanted to be there.
All right, Steve, thank you. We've got a call to make in a Senate race. NBC News can project that in the Senate race in the great state of Minnesota. Do we have that projection? There we go. The Senate race in the great state of Minnesota, Democratic incumbent Senator Amy Klobuchar will be heading back to the United States Senate. Amy Klobuchar reelected
Another
in
winner.
Minnesota. We're going to take a quick
She's a real
break
winner,
right
doesn't
now.
she? Doesn't she look like a winner to you?
Right now, where we haven't checked in for a little while.
I mean, seriously.
In Pennsylvania,
Like, I know
Michigan, Wisconsin,
people think
Arizona,
I'm
Nevada, Montana, Nebraska.
just being an asshole, but
Lots of interesting Senate races still to come. We're going to check in
like
on
Bernie's
those
not a
on
good-looking
the
guy,
other
but
side
I
of
tell you what, he looks like a winner to me.
Yeah,
he talks like a winner.
He just secured his 4th term as a senator.
He talks like a winner. All right, let's get over to. Well, you know what? Let's dabble in Fox News since we have so much time to kill. This is going to be a while.
Yeah.
I think 1% of the votes in Wayne County or Detroit was counted. So we have a lot more votes left to be counted in parts of the blue wall. I think for the Harris-Walz campaign, they're saying they're banking on this blue wall to win this campaign. So they're going to wait until those votes are counted. And I think at this point, nobody can spike the football until all the American people have their say.
Yeah, we haven't called any battleground.
Yeah, exactly.
Sean Hannity.
Sean is the exception to the rule.
But he wasn't worried about the fact that there weren't actually in yet.
The best was when he said, I'm not going to get over my skis, but I'm going to get over my skis.
But I'm going to make it right. I have a big prediction.
Katie, what do you think?
Just based on looking at the data going into tonight, but also the numbers on Hispanic men, for example, and the youth vote, the fact that Donald Trump is running ahead of Kamala Harris, according to a number of exit polls, shows that their messaging to those groups isn't working. And the question is why? Why is it that it didn't appeal, the Kamala Harris campaign message? And I think it's interesting to look at the slow death of identity politics that you're seeing in this election.
Shut up. She didn't even talk about identity politics at all her entire campaign. That's all the Trump campaign
She
was.
never talked about her race or gender.
Yeah, she didn't.
Accused of being Hitler, fascist, wanting to,
Yeah, because he is.
Implement, get rid of democracy, essentially.
Yes.
Is running ahead with those groups.
He tried
and
it.
That's not something
Remember?
that they expected. Those were
Yeah,
the key
he
people that
tried to rape
get
her
her over the
democracy.
finish line. Now, the night is not over, but long term, Democrats are going to have to think about, they're losing their coalition. And how are they going to get it back? You can't just argue that someone in your opponent is a Nazi, essentially. You have to have something to offer. And at this point, they're looking at the numbers and saying, if we're running this far behind in these places that we're looking at the votes, it's going to be a tough climb getting to that 270.
One of the interesting things that strikes me as you say that is that the character issue was dug into so deeply by the Harris campaign and by Democrats at large
I think
across
Trump
the
kind of
country.
did that to himself,
and
no?
It looks like
Right.
Not
being a
only
complete
did
sleazeball
the
and like
48% that has been rock
breaking
solid
the law
for
and
Trump throughout the entire course of his run,
being liable
not
for
only
rape.
did they
Anyway,
not
enough Fox.
Yeah.
you know what
Here, let's
we
see,
watch is the policy results, whatever they're saying, but added people.
You want to check in
on
with the
top
Vanguard guys
of
real
that,
quick?
despite the
Sure.
Wait, hold on.
Oscar bait, but the King's Speech is good Oscar bait. Like that's actually it is Oscar bait, but at least at least it's good Oscar bait. Like a lot of movies are bad Oscar.
All right, see, they're just killing time.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't blame
See,
them.
we're glued. I don't blame them either. It's like we'll wait until Dane County comes in. Everyone's like waiting for everything to come in. Let's take a look at just a reminder for everybody, okay? Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Let's do Pennsylvania. Let's go from top to bottom. Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, pretty much done like dinner. It's down to Chester County, which just came in with has now 86%. So Chester County has now 86% reported.
Mm-hmm.
Delaware County is at 72%. Philadelphia County is 78%. Bucks County is 53%, even though that's a 50-50 district, so who cares? Montgomery County is at 61%, so still a decent ways to go in Montgomery County as well. All right.
Yeah.
Now, Trump is up by, whoa, big shift, 111,000.
211,000.
211,000.
Yeah.
She's going to have to make up 211,000 votes
Mm-hmm.
in what remains of Montgomery. The good news is she's coming in big in Montgomery. She's coming in at 2-1 in Montgomery.
Yeah.
So she's got 40% of Montgomery. There's not that many people in it. It's like 300,000 people. 300,000 votes is 2/3. So I don't know. She could maybe make I don't know. It's gonna be. I don't think so, man. I don't know.
Yeah, and
Pennsylvania's looking real-
Philadelphia
Pennsylvania's-
County still has hundreds of thousands of votes
Still has
cast as well.
22% left.
Yeah,
But it's a huge county, so.
Yeah, that's probably going to get her another 200,000.
All right.
Almost at least.
I'm starting to think about what it's going to be like to have Trump for president, but that's okay. That's just
Right.
me coping. Coping with the Med Mirage.
Wayne
County is still at 17%, so Michigan, I don't know how it's responsible. See, I can kind of understand saying lean R at Pennsylvania right now,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think you can do lean R with Michigan when it's at a 40% reporting and Wayne County is only at 17%.
Yeah.
That to me seems a little backwards. Now Wisconsin, she's down 175.
Yeah. It's
But
going to come.
Wisconsin. Go ahead.
Yeah, Milwaukee. It's going to come down to Milwaukee, Detroit.
Yeah, but she's going to net
Philadelphia.
175,000 votes right there. I don't know if she's going to catch up 175,000 votes with what's remaining in Milwaukee. She's got 46% of what remains in Milwaukee, but Madison, that's done. I don't know, man. I think something that might actually happen, and it is 8:43 p.m. Just envisioning this weird scenario that I mentioned earlier might actually happen based on what I'm looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Is Harris barely wins Pennsylvania. She wins Michigan comfortably. She loses Wisconsin, but then she barely wins Arizona and comfortably wins Nevada. And that's how she wins.
Maybe,
That would be the first time since 1988 that Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania have split.
Yeah.
But that would be wild if that happened. That scenario is possible. That would be so wild if she lost Wisconsin.
No, right? Yeah.
Milwaukee, 54%. I just don't know if she's got if there are enough votes left out there, because if turnout's down, man, what's she at now? Oh, okay. That just adjusted. So 1197. What is that?
That's
78,000.
74. Yeah.
78,000.
Okay.
So that's winnable.
Mm-hmm.
What about Arizona? See, Arizona was weird because Phoenix is kind of split 50-50 right now, 51-49. It should be split by more. So it makes me think that, like, whatever these Phoenix votes that have been counted for already in Maricopa, they're from, like, the white, wealthy areas of Phoenix. It hasn't gotten to the working class parts of town.
Right.
All right, let's get back into some
he's
limo
gonna
liberal
get his,
commentary.
You know, he lost, right? So he lost by a lot. He got 40%. So, like, to me, I look at that 40%, I think, where does everyone start in the structurally polarized
Yeah, I'm going to have more fun
America
watching Fox News.
Their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states, and something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information.
She's down
that is
214
what they've
in
got right
Pennsylvania.
now. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign headquarters, but they took the press pool and they told them just to stand by. And if Joe Biden is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels about all these races that he has really not been a part of, he's made 6 congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Peter Ducey, live on the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. Another call to make.
That's right. We can now let you know that the Fox Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia. This was much closer. It was a state that the Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map.
Only 4 million people voted in Virginia. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
But this has just been
Right.
called for.
Don't you expect there to be more than 4 million people voting in
President
Virginia?
Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4
Yeah.
years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states. That all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying, close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford Jr.
So consistent with those numbers, Brett, the race, that Senate race in Pennsylvania between Bob Casey and Dave McCormick, it looks like McCormick with 81% of the vote in is leading by a point and a half, and we'll monitor that. I think that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely to say that President Trump will win the Commonwealth as well. Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table, you know, my party often says that Donald Trump didn't do enough on the border. He rejected a bill that would have been a compromise, that he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, that wasn't a full-throated economic plan. And all that may be true, but sometimes politics in life isn't fair. And he's a different kind of candidate. I think if we look back, and this race is not over, we've got three, the blue wall here to hold. But if we look back at this, I think one of the things that this campaign is going to wish that they had done probably more effectively was to just lay out a bit of a plan on the economy and inflation and growth. To lay out a plan to maybe say we should have reinstated or kept in place some of the Trump border executive orders as we look to find ways to do things differently. Because just going back and looking at things just wasn't working with voters, and the polling data showed that. And the fact that we have more wealth today than we did 3 years ago, more innovation, more cures and therapeutics, more oil than we did 3 years ago, and they couldn't figure out how to run on that, couldn't figure out how to capitalize
Because they went for
on that.
vibes
'Cause we
instead.
talk about reconstituting our party. That's some of the things
They
we're
went
gonna
for
have to
vibes
do.
instead.
And if you guys are successful tonight, I hope that President Trump is willing to reach out to us as well and try to figure out ways in which to grow the country for every American.
But don't you think he's done that? Don't you think he's done that? I mean, look at the coalition he has built. I think there's been an underestimation of what the definition of protecting democracy is.
Oh, get the fuck out of my life.
Against their best interests, when in many cases poor people aren't voting at all. And so they're just not a part of the system. And so what you have is higher net worth and higher education voters voting versus rural working class voters. But just remember, working class does not mean poor. You could be working class, meaning you're a non-college voter, but you actually have, a second home somewhere in, the Hamptons, and you work in a plumbing business, and you have you're not necessarily poor. So I think we have to be careful in characterizing it as necessarily low-wage people voting against their interests and figuring out how to get them in the system at all.
We have a call to make. NBC News can make a projection of a winner in the governor's race in the great state of Washington. Do we have that?
So cute, Rachel, so cute. Okay, so
NBC News projects.
all right, yeah, great, good job. Here, so this is again reminder here: Delaware County 72%, Philly 22% left in Philadelphia County, Montgomery another 27% left. So there's a good 25 to 27% of the Philly area is going to be voting soon, but I don't know if it's enough to make up, man. He's got there comes another number. He's up he's up 216.
Yeah.
She's going to have to net catch up 216.
Yeah.
$77. He's up 77 in Wisconsin. Let's check Michigan again. First thing you got to do is go to Wayne. Wayne is only at 17%, so
yet.
Michigan doesn't really matter. Michigan's has always been the most blue though, in
Mhm.
the polls and everything.
Yeah, 44% of votes still.
So she's up. She's down 120, 121. I mean, look, it's still. I don't know the numbers as well as I need to in order to be able to say whether or not it's arithmetically still likely or possible.
It looks like actually maybe there's some ballots or something.
I will say it's a little disconcerting that these gaps are so big, and that the turnout numbers don't look to be. The turnout numbers don't seem to be
and it
as
raises
strong
the possibility
as
that Trump wins.
they were in
he has the
2020.
Senate, and the question becomes then, can the Republicans maintain control of the House? There's been a lot of confidence in the betting markets that they would throughout this evening, but just to keep you up to date, the margin on the betting odds has shrunk a little bit for their overwhelming.
Holding on to all three.
If I could just add, for Mitch McConnell, this is what a way to leave, right? With another win. Again, and if President Trump wins the presidency, another way to say he recruited great candidates this year. Steve Daines, who was a senator from Montana who ran the whole operation, the Senate leadership.
Democrats are now favored to flip control of the U.S. House.
And they had to help with $3 million at
Yeah.
the last minute to help the senator of
What is the?
Nebraska
Let's see the New
get
York
across the finish
Times
line. She barely
general.
did. But she made
According
it.
to the decision,
Trump's back up to
And
90%
harsh
chance of Trump
criticism
victory.
McConnell
Sure.
From a not insignificant wing of the Republican Party on the right.
Yep.
Democrats'
It's also not a discount, the success of former
chance to
President
control
Trump
U.S.
in these
House
states,
is
clearly,
58 to
definitely
42,
in the case of
according to the
Bernie
decision
Moreno,
desk.
with a 10-point win in Ohio, takes him over the finish line. And we don't know. In Michigan, Mike Rogers. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick. And in Montana, Sheehy.
This lead could grow. And there was a long, big conversation.
We're going to look at some of the Senate races that are not yet called. NBC News projecting
Here's
in
the
the
Senate races that are not called yet.
Pennsylvania that this is a too close to call race between Democratic incumbent
That's gonna
Senator
Philly's
Bob
gonna
Casey
change that, I think.
and
I think
Republican
Philly's
challenger Dave McCormick.
gonna
This is
blow up.
Over 80% of the
They
vote
worked
in
really
Pennsylvania.
hard at Philly, so
Here
I
in
think they're gonna.
Michigan, also too
Yeah.
close to call.
Slotkin
This is
hopefully
Alyssa
gets it in
Slotkin,
Michigan
the
too,
Democrat
because
versus
Wayne
Mike
County, she's definitely going to
Rogers,
win
the
because
Republican with
Wayne
four,
County
just
has
over
a reported
40% of the vote
17%.
in.
Yeah.
Here's
So Slotkin's going to
Wisconsin.
win. She'll
Wisconsin
slingshot.
Senate, right? We've got a
Right.
Democratic incumbent, Tammy Baldwin, facing a Republican challenger, Eric Hovde. This is with just over
Should be the same for
70%
Baldwin.
of the vote in. This is where things
Yeah,
stand
I mean, it's all
in
gonna. It's the
Wisconsin.
slingshot.
Here's Arizona, just over half the vote
Carrie
in
Lake, yeah,
in
good.
Arizona.
Yeah,
This is
good.
too
She sucks.
early to call. You see
That actually
Good.
isn't too
Good.
early to call. That actually is
just over
callable right
52% of the
now.
vote. Carrie Lake, just over
Yeah,
46% of the vote.
half
That's
voting in.
just over half
You
the
got to
vote
be pretty
coming too
hated
early
to
call in Arizona.
fail as a Republican in Arizona
Nebraska,
right
this
now
is
if you're a
very
woman. Like,
interesting
what the?
one. Too early to call.
Yeah.
Here's the
She's like a local
incumbent
TV
Republican,
personality or something?
Deb Fisher. Her opponent here is not a Democrat. He's an independent, Dan Osborne, who's actually said that he won't caucus with either party. We don't know exactly what that would mean if he won.
Yeah, what the fuck
status
does that
between them
mean?
here, you can see on your screen almost 50-50 with about 60% of the vote
10,000
in.
votes.
Also looking at Montana. Very interesting.
Yeah,
We've only
Tester's
got
gonna
about
get bounced, dude.
14% of the vote
I know
in
it's
in
only it's still
Montana.
early, but
This is incumbent Democratic
Yeah.
Senator John Tester and a Republican challenger Tim Sheehy. This is too early to call. Just about 14% of the vote in that Montana Senate race. I think if Democrats, obviously their pie in the sky view of these Senate races was that like Florida was within reach against Rick Scott with Debbie Mucarsel-Powell, and maybe Texas was within reach with Ted Cruz versus Colin Allred. Now I think that we're down to figuring out what the Republican margin is likely to be, honestly.
Yes, and one of the things that we're seeing in those key races that we have not called, Michigan and Wisconsin, for instance, we saw, going all the way back to the spring, a delta, a gap between the polling for the Senate statewide incumbent Democrat and the top of the ticket when it was Biden, and that persisted when it was Kamala Harris, which is to say the Senate top of the ticket candidate running ahead of the national ticket. And there was always a question about whether that was an artifact in the measurement and they were converge or there's something picking up there. What we're seeing tonight looks like convergence. It looks like, with the exception of Arizona, in which Ruben Gallego, it looks like, is going to outperform the top of the ticket because I think Carrie Lake is such an especially poor candidate after her loss 2 years ago. With those other kind of, I would call them kind of generic R's. They're sort of classic Mitch McConnell recruits in both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. These are extremely wealthy guys who self-funded, which is like Mitch McConnell's favorite because it takes some money off the balance sheet for his Senate Leadership Fund. Honestly, it's like you guys do that. That's less checks we have to cut for the Senate Leadership Fund. These are very classic McConnell recruit generic R guys.
That's Dave McCormick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And they're running, they're converging with the top of the ticket.
This is a Greenwich, Connecticut guy, right? A hedge fund manager who's the president of Bridgewater, one of the biggest, most successful hedge funds in the world, who had some heritage from Pennsylvania. He's married to Dina Powell, who, of course, was a senior advisor to Donald Trump. And he absolutely was in a position to self-fund. But it's
2-11.
noteworthy because Bob Casey
She closed the
sort of
gap a little
expected
bit in
to
Pennsylvania.
win that race and
That's
be
good.
No, go to Pennsylvania. Yeah, Delaware County just dropped a big load of votes.
Okay.
Philadelphia County still has another 22% to go.
Yeah.
Montgomery County still has another 27% to go. It's getting thin, man. It's getting thin.
Yeah.
I don't know. 84% of Pennsylvania is done. And she's got to catch up. She's got a net positive 211,000 votes. I mean, I don't know, man. What time is it? 8:58.
Yeah.
15 minutes after I made my last scenario planning. Pennsylvania doesn't look so good to me anymore. She should have caught up by more than this.
Right. Yeah, we gotta give it a little bit more time.
212,000 votes, basically. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm starting
America,
to
this has been Sherrod Brown's
feel
brand,
like
his core belief,
Wisconsin
his principles, the things he's fought
is
for and voted for his
76%,
entire life in that state.
and
so
Trump's
far, he has
up
been
a little bit less than 100,000 votes there.
To swim against that tide.
But
and
that,
tonight,
but there's
Mercedes-Benz
still
dealer,
42% left in Milwaukee.
Really, like beat him, and that's
Hold on,
where
not
like
just a Mercedes-Benz dealer, a man who's made a tremendous amount of money in cryptocurrency.
Yes.
So Bernie Moreno's first target is going to be the SEC chair, Gary.
Let me also say there was about a 40 million spend from the crypto.
I don't know, man. If he's going to
against
break him
Sherrod
up, he's
Brown
going to
precisely
split
because
the,
of his
the
role
Rust
in
Belt
regulating
for the
finance
first time
other
since
than
'88 if he does this.
Can we just also note that
Because he's going to break off Pennsylvania, and that's going to be enough for him to win.
Putting that abortion ballot measure
Even if she gets Arizona and Nevada.
Election, right? Because this was a
It's the
candidate,
one
Bernie
she
Moreno, who
can't
just
lose.
openly insulted women in the state of Ohio. And yet, I think we have something happening.
We do have something happening. We're closing in on the top of the hour, Joy. I'm sorry. Just under 10 seconds to a poll closing tonight, a single
Hawaii?
poll closing tonight. NBC News, as the polls close in Hawaii, NBC News can project that in the presidential race in Hawaii, there is a
Alaska
projected
should
winner,
go
Kamala
for-
Harris, projected to be the winner.
They're saying
of the
Minnesota's
presidential
too close
race
to
in the
call.
state of Hawaii, right?
Minnesota's
Yes, there it
lean
is.
D, yeah.
In terms of the road to 270, those 4 electoral votes from Hawaii make the road to 270 look like this. Trump right now standing at 230 electoral votes. Harris standing at 189. Again, the only swing state that has been
Officials in
called thus far
Maricopa
by
County
NBC
said
News
full
is North
tabulation
Carolina,
could
which
take
has been
10 to
called
13 days
for Trump.
in
But
Arizona.
here's a look at the
Full
other
tabulation
battleground
of what?
states. In Georgia, it's too close
In
to
Maricopa
call. Difference
County.
of under 100,000
Really?
In Arizona.
votes
Yeah,
between
that's at
them,
10 to
with
13 days.
93%
That's
of the vote
ridiculous.
in Georgia. In Pennsylvania, too close to call. 84% of the vote is in. Just over 200.
See, the mail-in ballots are going to be huge. I don't think Pennsylvania's counted the mail-in ballots yet.
In Michigan,
That's right.
it's
They
too
count them
close
later
to
on in the
call.
night.
44% of the vote in.
So I think I might have to go make some coffee soon.
Yeah, me too, honestly.
You want a badass recipe for huevos rancheros?
Just under 90,000 votes between the two candidates.
Huevos rancheros.
You know what huevos rancheros are?
Arizona, it's not too close to call. It is too early to
Is
call.
that
It's just
tequila?
over half the vote
No,
in.
huevos rancheros is eggs.
Also in Nevada.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's right.
2%
do
of the
tell.
vote in Nevada.
All right, so let me mute
All right,
the
let's,
latte liberals
go over.
Yeah.
because they definitely don't eat food like this. So here, the key to great huevos rancheros is you use a tostada instead of a tortilla. So that way you have a crispy base rather than just a soft base, right?
Mhm.
So you got the tostada, then refried beans, cheese,
Mhm.
melt it in one of those toaster ovens, whatever.
Yeah.
Bring it back out. By that point, you should have done your eggs over easy. Throw them on top, put more cheese on top, put them back in the toaster, melt the cheese. So by the end, when it comes out, you got cheese, eggs, cheese, refried beans, tostada. And then you put on sour cream salsa and all sorts of other good stuff for fixins.
That sounds hella
Sour
good.
cream, salsa, and chipotle peppers.
Results going to be released in Philadelphia. Of course, that is the most Democratic-friendly over Pennsylvania, where you had Jacob there a few minutes ago setting up what probably any minute now we're going to see out of Philadelphia, and that is, he says, about 50,000 vote by mails. The results going to be released in Philadelphia. Of course, that is the most Democratic-friendly, overwhelmingly Democratic vote. So when that gets reported, we want to see what it does.
Just
This
I'm-
margin for Harris
I'm
right
st-
now
you know,
in Philadelphia sits at 305,000.
I feel like
Remember,
I'm
ultimately,
trying to draw a
Democrats are
Super Bowl
hoping tonight
analogy.
to
Let me
get
think
that
of
in
the Super
neighborhood
Bowl. This is
of
like
500,000 votes. Got a long way to go with a little bit bit more than 2/3 of the vote in.
It's not 51
and again, the
yet.
context for this is where things stand
49.
in Philadelphia right now is that Trump is running so far 4 points above where he finished in 2020. Again,
I
let's see,
like
this
just
mail-up
your
thing is
regular
gonna be huge
pace
because how much do these
from
numbers change?
the store
Democrats
with medium
want to
flavor.
be
You got to get the
above
medium
and
heat though. The
need
mild,
to
there's
be
not enough
above
heat
this
in the
Biden
mild.
level and be getting that plurality close to 500,000 because of what else we're seeing right now and what's coming even in the last few minutes in Pennsylvania. And let me just show you what that is. A couple things. We said put a pin in Luzerne County where Wilkes-Barre is, where Hazleton is. That's a majority, almost 70% Hispanic city. We now have all the vote in Luzerne County. Donald Trump is going to win this by a little bit more than 21 points. Compare this to 4 years ago, it was 14.
Not the mail-in ballots, I don't think
it's
that.
important. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign said he was going to do that. They
Philadelphia
did do that
County
here.
and
We also saw him
Montgomery
make those
County.
gains in
That's what we're
Lackawanna
down
County,
to.
right next door earlier tonight. Also, where we're getting some clarity in Pennsylvania, South Central Pennsylvania, Lancaster County. This is one of the counties where you can see in 2020 Trump got 57.
I know Brad's
41.
my
It's
one
57,
viewer. Brad, what do you
58 if
think,
you're
man?
at
Talk to me.
41
Do
now.
you think
This is a place where
Trump's got
slipped in
this, or do you think
2020,
there's
where
still
Democrats
hope?
wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County.
Joe
here,
Biden
too.
won
All the vote is
Pennsylvania
in.
by
Again,
81,000
Democrats wanted
votes.
More of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. And we showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not
I
getting
mean,
insight. Look inside the collar counties here, just
he's
outside
up
Philadelphia. These
218.
are huge population-dense counties, and I'll flag a couple things.
Oh, you're
We
right
got
there.
almost all the
He's up
vote in
218.
Delaware County
Trump's
right
up 218.
now. Of these core collar counties,
Yeah.
this
I mean, there
is
better
the
be a
most
ton of
Democratic.
mail-in votes that
It's
we
the
just don't
most
even know
diverse,
about or something.
Most blue collar of these sort of
Right.
Otherwise, I
these
think we're
three,
looking at
Delaware,
Trump
of Chester,
47,
of
man.
Montgomery. Now, in 2020, Joe Biden won here by essentially 27 points. Getting close to all the vote in here right now, and it sits at about 24 and a half.
Brad says
Not
it's still
Harris,
possible
not
Harris
at the
doesn't seem
Biden
like she's
level.
about to
And
pull off a
keep in
Tom
mind,
Brady level
again,
last
this is
minute
very
comeback.
clear
Yeah,
in
I know.
Pennsylvania right now.
It's
Generally,
now
in
it
these
feels
counties,
like
the vote by
Super
mail
Bowl
is
51
all
where we're
vote
down
is all reported out
28-3.
early, and what remains
Because
is
wait,
this
hold on.
same-day vote that's
Okay,
Republican
something
leaning.
just
So
happened
all
in
these
Pennsylvania.
counties, you just see Trump
Yeah.
incrementally improving
Yeah,
with each update, and Harris is
150,
now
175.
almost 2 points under
So
Really?
she dropped.
where Joe Biden
Yeah,
got
so
in a core
he's up.
Democratic county 4 years ago.
Trump's up
Next door,
175
in Chester
now.
County.
Okay.
This is
Okay.
more significant drop-off
In
for
Pennsylvania,
Harris
so
from
he just
Biden,
took a
but
hit.
Chester County,
Let me see.
Okay.
unlike just about every other county in
Chester County's at
Pennsylvania, they are
86%.
waiting until the end of the night,
Montgomery's
they
at
say, to release their
73%.
vote by
Philadelphia's
mail.
at
So let's see when the
86%.
vote by mail comes in Chester County, if Harris can get back and surpass that 58, but there is also same-day vote coming in that is helping Trump here. Next door in Montgomery County, this is just an enormous suburban county, and again, we've got the vote by mail. We're waiting on the same day, and already Harris is now running a point behind where Joe Biden finished in this county in 2020. Go
Yeah,
up to
dude,
Bucks.
I think he's
Bucks
gonna
here,
hang on
it's
in
a little bit
Pennsylvania,
different.
man.
It's more blue collar, certainly,
It
than
is
Chester and Montgomery. It's
906.
more of a swing
Yeah,
county,
I'm
and again now about half the
going
vote
through the
is
roller
in
coaster
here.
of emotions
Biden
here,
won this
but
by 4.5 points in
Yeah.
2020. Trump has now taken the
think,
lead in Bucks County. It's tiny, but he's taken the lead. And again, this
I mean, I'm
theme
going
in
to be
counties
surprised if she
like
wins.
Bucks County and these more blue
Bas-
collar
Pennsylvania,
counties
I don't know about the
throughout
whole thing. I
northern
mean,
tier of
but
the
just,
battleground, you're seeing it. This was
Right.
such a close
It does
race
come
in
down to
2016.
Pennsylvania.
Democrats
It just
made a
did, yeah.
significant
Unless she
jump
makes
in
a comeback
2020,
in
and Trump is sort of
Georgia and
rolling
they
back
finish
the
counting in
clouds of
Atlanta, but
2016. So far, you're seeing that in Bucks County as well. We also said in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh,
Georgia
in those inner suburbs,
seems
huge
like it was destined to
Democratic
come
area.
back 110.
We're coming close to all the vote in, 94%. We are super close right now. And again, let me just show you. In
119,000 votes
2020,
in
Biden
Georgia.
essentially got 60%. And your Harris is very close to that, but she's not quite at that level. And Democrats won her over 60% here. Given everything I'm showing you about these Trump gains, especially in these counties with significant Hispanic populations, it becomes essential for Democrats that Harris in these areas overperform where Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, there may be some vote by mail ballots left, we're told, in Allegheny County, but we're talking about maybe 1,000, something like that. Very small amount, nothing on the order of what you've got there in Philadelphia. So again, this is a place where Democrats want big gains, and frankly, the way this is playing out tonight, need big gains, given everything else I just showed you.
Yeah, she
Reset
needs to
it,
crush it
85% 45% of the
in
vote now
Montgomery.
in
She
Pennsylvania,
is crushing
about
it in Montgomery.
170,000 votes
It's outside of
difference.
Philly
Seeing, if Casey
because
came in,
there's
it did.
she's got a
There
few
you
more
go.
points
That
left there.
vote
She's
by
got
mail update, it looks
27%
like came in Philadelphia as we were going through this.
left
and
in
you can see,
Montgomery,
look
but
at
this
that
is
Harris
not.
margin,
It
how
should
much
be
that
closer
jumped.
than this. This is
Basically
not
up to
good.
350,000. And there is, as Jacob said, another batch of mail that's going to be reported out tomorrow morning. So another jump like this expected to come that did knock Trump's number down, that did knock his percentage down to 20.8. It was at about 22 before, but again, he is still running 3 points north of where he was in Philadelphia back in 2020. So let's see that final. It's going to be a while till that final vote by mail update. But this one took Trump down a notch, but it didn't take him back to the level Democrats.
So
were
yeah,
at.
Philadelphia
And we can
County
just take
vote
a
by
trip down
mail.
quickly to Georgia because we've got
So
some more counties.
Philadelphia
that are
mail-in
basically filled
ballots,
Georgia.
that's
Now,
what it's going to come down to.
93% of the vote, and you do see that margin for Trump has come down a little bit. It's just under.
Let's see, Detroit, Wayne County still stuck at 17% reporting.
But one place we finally
So
got
Michigan.
clarity in here is Gwinnett County. This is a
Michigan's at
giant one, more than
49%
a million
reporting,
people
but
in
Wayne
that
County
core
is still
Atlanta
not
metro
reported.
area. Not all, but almost all the votes here right now. And again, let me
And
just show you.
430.
It was
She's
18 points
Trump's
for
up
Joe Biden in
150 votes
2020.
there.
Right now, about 16 and a half for Harris. This has been the trajectory.
Wisconsin,
Clinton won this thing by only about
Trump's
6.
up 100,000.
Margin exploded for Democrats in 20, and they wanted it to take that next step forward in 2024. Again, to offset.
Milwaukee
what
still has
been one of the
42% of
stories
its
tonight.
vote
We
left
don't
to
really
be
show it
cast,
because these
left to be
counties are
calculated.
all so individually small, but I could just take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points, and you add those all together and put them together. That's a big reason why Trump has amassed this lead statewide. We've also got a little bit more in now out of DeKalb County. You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter.
Once
large
Kornacki
black
starts
population,
talking, he does it all in one huge
population
breath
of
and he doesn't come up
college-educated
for
white voters.
I know, it's pretty impressive. He
Yeah.
must do
Hitting that
incredible
number
cardio
that
work.
Biden hit here in 2020.
Arizona's been
Massive
stuck
win
at
for him, but not quite
53% for a
hitting.
really
Still
long
some votes
time.
to come, though. Democrats
Right.
want to get more, desperately need more out of there. They would desperately need more out of, you know, this is this is as core Democratic.
I think she's
economy
gonna.
as you get. And again, Harris
win
basically
Arizona
level,
and
but tick
Nevada.
under where Joe Biden
She's obviously
was in
gonna lose
2020.
Georgia and North
Not much to
Carolina.
come. Democrats need every vote they could possibly
And then I
get
think
out of
she's
there.
gonna
So again,
win
you reset it
Michigan.
statewide, seeing if anything changed.
Yeah.
118,000
Barely
votes.
win
That's the
Michigan,
Trump
barely win
margin
Wisconsin. I
right
think
now.
she's gonna lose
Just check to
Pennsylvania,
see if
dude.
anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania.
Okay, Pennsylvania, 85% votes.
166,000, 85%. And you see what the lay looks
What's
like
the
there,
distance
right now.
here? 70.
Steve, thank you. We'll be checking back in with you.
170.
We've been periodically updating you over the course of the night about a few House races that we have been watching. This is a notable House race just because it's a flip, and there have been very few seats that have flipped from one party to the other tonight, but that has happened in New York.
Oh, thank
22.
fuck.
There was a whole passel of Republicans who were elected
Yeah,
in
this
more or less blue
this is
districts
playing
in New York in
into
2022. One of them was
decision
Republican
desk saying
Brandon
that
Williams.
Democrats
In New York 22,
are
Brandon Williams has just
likely
lost
to
his
take the
seat
House
tonight.
back.
Democrat John Mannion.
Oh God, I can't do Trey Gowdy.
Oh God,
In
gross.
Congress from that New York congressional district. Interesting.
So I
result
can't
there.
see what's on the
only
channel
other flip
until I change
that I know
it to
about
it.
at this point,
Right.
Unless
it's a
it's
gain, is
YouTube.
in Alabama's second
We
district,
flipped another House
which
seat.
is,
Hell fucking
a
yeah.
gain for the Democrats. This is essentially because of redistricting. Shamari Figures there defeating Alabama Republican Caroline Dodson. So this is a race that is in a district that was created because of a big redistricting fight that went all the way up through the very top of the court system. And Shamari Figures will
I think
be
the
joining,
majority report went to sleep.
the Alabama congressional delegation
Yeah.
from that second congressional district there. One other race to update you on, and this is a ballot measure in Missouri. And this is interesting. Missouri called very early on for Donald Trump today, and Missouri's Republican incumbent U.S. Senator.
I
will
don't
also
get
be
it.
returning
Vote
to
for
U.S.
the
Senate
guy
Josh
who
Hawley,
doesn't
but
believe in
on
increasing
that same
minimum
ballot,
wage
Missouri
or
voters
taking care of
voted
the
to
working
increase
class
the
of this
minimum wage
country,
and have
but you'll
paid
fucking
sick
vote for
time. And it looks like
propositions
this is winning
and
by a
shit
significant margin
that
at this
are
point. 80% of the vote in,
like wildly
Okay,
the minimum wage. Again,
170,000. Pennsylvania, Kamala just made a jump, but I don't know if it's enough, man.
Who are absolutely opposed
one jump
to
after another.
the policy position
Yeah, it's
that they're then voting
170,000 for
Which tells
Kamala,
us something
87% of
important
the
about
voting for
policy,
Pennsylvania, but where did it come
right?
from?
That maybe this was never about
Yeah, it came in
policy. Maybe it's
Delaware,
about cultural
Philly, dude.
alienation
She's running.
from
She's
the
running out of
Pro-Democracy
time.
Coalition. I mean, I don't even know if
Yeah.
you can call it the
Montgomery,
Democratic Party. Vice
82%.
President
Chester,
Kamala
that was the
Harris
last
ran
big
alongside
drop.
Liz
They're better.
Cheney,
It's going to come down to
and
mail-in
a whole
ballots.
bunch
If she's
of
going to
people,
do it,
large,
she's going to have to
large
catch in under the
numbers of
wire underneath
Latino
mail-in
men,
ballots,
mostly
and that
men
means
and
sometime tomorrow.
women, also felt no magnetic pull toward that coalition. And I think there's a lot to
Michigan
learn.
is still a
just
Wayne
read some
County thing,
comments
right? Yeah, Wayne
Chuck
County
made
is still
that
at
are similar to
17% in the
comments you
Michigan
made and
count.
that ours
So
made. I mean, there
yeah, I
is
just
the
don't care
story
until
about
I see a Wayne
realignment,
County
and of
number.
course the ultimate outcome is not known. But what we're learning about how people voted, they did not
Wisconsin.
vote in along sort of even traditional party lines. I mean, your point earlier about black voters, but there
Milwaukee
is
still
there
has
are
42%
policies
left,
that you're
but
talking about
what's the
that
numbers
didn't
in it?
make a difference in terms of how people
Trump's
voted.
up
And then there are policies that
100,000
mattered
in
very much
Wisconsin.
to how people voted, but just not at the top of the ticket. So there's a whole lot of information that we're going to be digesting in the coming days.
We can see that impact right now, and I don't want to get too wonky on you, but right now the bond market, the 30-year bond market is absolutely getting decimated, and here's why. To your point earlier,
Really?
inflation, people don't like the cost of things. We're going to vote for the business guy. The reason the bond market is getting crushed right now is because people are anticipating corporate tax cuts, which are going to balloon our deficit.
Yes.
They're
Yeah.
also saying, well, if Donald Trump imposes tariffs, it will reignite inflation. So this whole thing is we're voting for someone based on a personality of a celebrity business guy because we don't like the economy. But what he would actually do to the economy, the policies he will put forth, right? The corporate tax cuts, which he's not just going to sunset, he's going to make them even bigger. And then these tariffs are terrible for the
I
economy.
think that's absolutely right. And 2 points on that quickly.
Yeah, let's
One
vote
is
for the business guy who's no longer allowed to
Bob
do
Casey
business in New
Pennsylvania,
York.
which we're all watching, closed his campaign not by pantomiming a sexual act on stage, which is not how most candidates in most parties ever
908.
close.
She's
But
still-
he did close with an ad touting his
They
support
really
for
should have.
tariffs.
The Harris campaign really should have hammered away a lot more on the economy and how hers would differentiate from Trump's.
The numbers don't
It's
work,
like
but on
how
big
much more
questions,
debt
here's a
his plan
nonpartisan exit poll
adds.
question I just want us to touch on. This is out of all votes around the
How much
nation.
more
You ask people
you'll have to
in
spend.
the last year.
I
Mind you,
know.
that's not 2 years ago. In the last year,
The
inflation has
fact that
caused
Trump's economic plans will
We're drug
reignite
addicts.
inflation.
We're drug addicts
what?
going back
If you ask
to
for
our
a
addiction
moderate or
of
severe hardship,
fear.
it's 75% of the voting public. A bunch of those people voted for Democrats and Harris, but that's
Like
a reminder
Trump is
that
still at a
with
90%
no
chance of victory.
Insult to the people trading
According to
in the bond market every day. And the only thing I know about bonds is
New York
word is
Times.
bond, which is an old saying. You know way more about how bonds actually work. But the people doing those trades, the so-called self-anointed
I think
masters
we've
of the
lost all
universe,
my East
Elon
Coast
Musk
friends.
and his
Everyone's
bro
gone to
buddies
bed.
and people in D.C.
Yeah.
Most of those people don't feel and couldn't pass a lie detector test claiming that inflation personally affected their family as a severe hardship, but it's a heck of a lot of Americans.
But by the way,
man.
the question about raising the minimum wage almost never loses, by the way. Whenever it's put on a ballot, on a
Always
state ballot,
wins.
whether it's a
Always
red state or a blue state or a purple state, it is a winner every time. I'm surprised Democrats don't use it more. But
Oh,
think
really?
about the disconnect here.
Weird. We
The
are
same
too.
people who are working class voters who are saying, I want my wages increased, are also voting for the candidate.
I was just saying
in
this.
some cases, who is bankrolled
God.
by Elon Musk, who said into a recording device that
Yeah.
there would be pain and hardship, which he's not going to
Yeah.
feel. He's a billionaire.
No, they
But
admitted
didn't
this.
feel. So you're saying that your minimum wage increase will not be enough to deal with the 20% tariff that will make everything that you buy in
Not even-
Walmart much more expensive.
even remotely
so there's
close,
a
yeah.
disconnect between people's perception that the actor from The Apprentice can make me better. Essentially, you're saying I want to be under the sort of care, right, of a very rich person who I think
All
will
right.
take care of me
So
economically
she's still at
because he was on
170
television. But literally, the policies that you're
Pennsylvania.
going to
She's
get.
still down
and this is what
170.
you, I mean, listen,
Jesus
you get
Christ.
the government you ask for.
I don't
But
know
then
how
also,
she's
hey,
gonna have to
you
get
want
it from the
20%
mail-ins.
tariffs and mass
Yeah.
deportation that will
What
make
was the mail-ins?
everything
What was
unaffordable.
Pennsylvania
This is what
mail-ins
will
for
happen.
But
2020?
there is a group of people that we often don't
I'm not
talk
sure.
about that aren't,
Well, yeah, I
to,
mean,
to how
I'm
you
not
like to
asking
say,
you to know that off the top of your head.
down with the care economy, and it's small business owners. And the reason small
do you like
business
to say?
owners are not down with the care economy is because when you increase minimum wage, when you offer maternity leave and paternity leave to low-wage workers, that sounds great, and we all support this idea. But there's lots of small business owners that don't want to say it in public, but are saying, I don't want to do that.
Right.
I can't afford to do that. My margins are small. So there is this quiet universe of people out there that run small businesses that want absolutely no regulation. And while they like the idea of paying someone more money and
Yeah,
giving
I'm
them
never
more
gonna
jobs
own a
and dignity, they're saying,
house.
well, let
I'm
the
never gonna
government cover
afford to
that,
have a
because
kid.
in my small business or my restaurant, I cannot
So
afford
that
to do
doesn't really
that.
matter, I
I
guess.
just want to say one thing, just as we talking about this Pennsylvania races and the Missouri race. You know, one of the things that happens is because of the sort of nature of structural polarization in the U.S. and the fact that we have close race after close race after close race after close race, is that when we're interpreting results, again, we're talking about what is looking right now like a 3 or 4 point swing in the national political environment from 2020.
Right.
These are, again, extremely important, meaningful switches.
And I wish there were some
who wields
percentage
power
points
and what
left
the
on the
government does and who it
Pennsylvania
serves.
scoreboard,
As a
Ben, but there aren't.
sociological fact, these are relatively
I mean,
small margins, right? We're not.
This is
you know, when you
similar to
look
the
back
situation we
at
had in
what
Georgia a
happened in
year ago, where we were
64
all
or
looking
what
at those
happened
Atlanta
in
suburbs.
72 or what happened in 1980, we're talking landslide, huge elections, right? Like 10, 15 point, like.
Right. One of the candidates wins one state.
Right, yeah, wins one state. Like we're just in a completely different world than that, and what will happen in the days to come, independent of the actual outcome, the winner that's called, is looking at these margins because they matter a huge amount to political professionals, to who wields power, to who wins campaigns. But we're talking, again, 3 points here, 4 points there, 2 points there. So like there's this tendency to extrapolate out to be like, everyone now is this,
right?
And everyone used to be that, and now everyone is this. No, it's there's 2 people in the room of 100 people
I just
who
want to
put
go
a
to
different
bed and
color
never
shirt
wake
on.
up.
Right.
And that's what happened. That determined the election. And again, that's, you know, millions of people, and it matters, and the structural forces. But like, it's always just really important because there is a tendency to draw out enormous conclusions about the nature of the American soul to keep that in mind.
But a lot of people think those shirts cost way more than they used to. And some of them,
they're right. They're correct.
And some of them actually don't. Some of them have leveled out, and the price of shirts is not as bad as it was 18 months ago. But again, if you look at issues, which is, we've talked a lot about reproductive rights and freedom, and how Donald Trump got 2 Supreme Court seats, and they basically stole a third. And those justices went before the Senate and said under oath, Roe is a super precedent. They were either lying then, or they later acted in a way that made that a lie. What did the voters say? Again, national exits, immigration issue, is that your top issue to vote on? 11%. Abortion, is that your top issue? 14%. Economy, 31%.
Yeah.
That is not.
It doesn't
great
make
news for
any
Trump
goddamn sense
or MAGA
whatsoever.
Or any of his claims, which I think Stephanie just fact-checked to great effect. But
Yeah.
it was bad news, I think, for incumbents.
It also exists alongside the reality that the United States economy is the envy
How are
of the
tariffs
world.
going to
That
create
the only reason
inflation?
there's a positive economic outlook
Trying to
globally is
exporting
because the United
deflation
States economy
because
is doing so well, it's dragging everybody else upward. It's the best job
we're going to have
market
to
in
pay
history
the
of
tariffs.
United States.
The
Inflation
cost is
back to
passed
where
down
it was
to the consumer.
Not only just before COVID, but before Donald Trump left office.
Companies
right? I
that
mean, this is
import goods from
the
overseas aren't
inflation
going to
numbers,
pay for
the
the
economic growth
tariffs
numbers,
themselves.
the
They're just
fiscal
going to pass it
numbers,
off to
the
us.
U.S. standing in the world
Because why the
numbers
fuck wouldn't they?
are all off the charts positive. Even the freaking stock market, right? All off the charts positive. And yet, the pain, the old pain from having gone through the rise in prices, which is over, and which we weathered better than every other advanced economy in the world.
Wayne County finally came in, but it's
Yeah.
only up to 25% of Wayne County is reporting. And
I mean, if we were a country that's where all
she's
the economic
down
indicators were going down, you would expect
just
it to
under
be a big
200,000 votes.
economically driven change election. But
Dude.
all of our economic
Yeah.
indicators
I guess
are
America's
3
not
feet
ready
high
for a
rising.
woman president
And there was
yet. I don't know.
nothing else
Nice
for the
quote.
Harris campaign to offer.
This
or
is
do.
a real
They
bummer. I mean, I know I'm
delivered a
not,
very
I know I'm
strong
not, I know I'm
economy,
talking
and they
like
put
we
a
lost
plan
here,
for
but
it for one going
it's just me
forward. And
kind
what
of
Donald Trump has
getting
offered
ready.
is only going to
Yeah.
worsen the
'Cause this
economy.
sucks.
And also the
does.
polling above the economy was democracy is actually the number one thing and so there was a
Just a
tremendous
reminder
concern about
on Pennsylvania.
what might happen to us if we are no longer
got,
a
let's see.
democracy. That was also a driving, more of a drive, at least if you believe the exit polls, than the economy, and yet it wasn't necessarily enough to not make it a tie, right? So
let's turn to Alex Wagner, who's standing by with our political insiders. Alex.
We are here in the insiders room. Simone, we were talking a little bit about Philadelphia County, Pennsylvania, what you're hearing on the ground over there, expectations.
She's down 166,000 in
Do you have
Pennsylvania.
anything you want to share with us?
Well, I first want to say that, Claire McCaskill, I've sat next to her at tables with her over the last couple months of this election cycle, and everything that Claire has said, even when I'm like, Claire, that's no. It hit, in this cycle has come to fruition. So I was fighting Claire McCaskill about 2 hours ago, but what I am hearing, again, as Steve Kornacki just told us at the big board, there were a number of votes, absentee ballots that came in this latest batch, lots from Philadelphia County. The lead that needs to be insurmounted is not the gap may not be insurmountable, but it may be mountable. But they're cautiously optimistic. Now, there's still additional absentee ballots out there. I don't know exactly how many are left out, but I can tell you, I personally don't think that there are enough. And that means if there were not enough, I want to be honest with people, if there are not enough absentee ballots out there to make up the gap that currently exists for the Harris-Walz campaign,
That's what I was saying.
The vice president will not win Pennsylvania. And if she does not win Pennsylvania, Donald Trump then hits 270. Now, Pennsylvania people are saying Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, right? The Lehigh Valley, with the Puerto Rican vote, there is still a chance. And then some of these suburbs in the collar counties outside of Philadelphia. But the numbers, the margins, because this is an election about the margins. Yeah. The margins have not been large enough in the state thus far. But again, there's still some votes out there. It's not over till we are still in it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Trump's
going to
win, man.
Claire, about Michigan and Wisconsin.
There was just another
and
percentage.
at
Pennsylvania's bumped up one. Let me check it here. Minus
Senate races that are happening there. And as a former senator yourself, I wonder how you look at the way in which Alyssa Slotkin is in a very, very tight race with Mike Rogers, and Tammy Baldwin is
he just
widened slightly, maybe even behind her Republican challenger.
Yeah, and of course,
he was Trump was up 166,000, and the whatever just came in gave him an increase in 5,500 votes. So it's looking more and more grim as
in Nebraska,
time progresses.
Caucusing with Democrats would deny the Republicans a seat. Now we're looking at whether or not I think the Republicans end up with 51, 52, 53, or 54 seats.
Well,
and why is that so important?
Hope you're happy, baby boomer conservatives.
One reason it's so important is because
hope you're happy, because this is your guy.
If this all happens, this is very depressing. I'm sorry to do this to everyone, but it means maybe the worst instincts of Donald Trump as to who he would appoint to the cabinet can become real, because there wouldn't be enough people that would say, no, you're not putting somebody who's been in prison in charge of the National Security Council. This is not a good idea. So that worries me.
Yeah, I can't help but just like doom scroll and shit.
Is now the House becomes very important. And these House races that,
Brad
frankly,
says he's the apex
some of
boomer.
them are in California, so we haven't had a chance to do deep dives yet. Kornacki has not really educated us yet fully on all of these House races that are out there. But we flipped some already.
Oh, man, so we're still going to be caught up in, like...
may be the most important person in Washington.
So he's going to get away with shit, then.
Yeah.
If he wins, which it looks like he's going to, he's going to get away with all that shit.
And they have 52,
of course he is.
54 seats in the Senate. All eyes then go to the House of Representatives. I wonder,
So with Wisconsin, complete unofficial election results are not expected until the morning after the election. In some places, absentee ballots are counted at a central facility and are reported in large batches.
Wait, what are you reading from?
That was Wisconsin.
The thing about this strikes me about where we are right now.
She's down
is,
116
in many respects,
in Wisconsin.
You kind of saw it coming a little bit. I mean, when you're pulling at the threads of trying to move the narrative around the idea of women's reproductive health, and there's resistance to that. When you're talking about our role in the world, and there's resistance to that. And I think what we're seeing playing out is that resistance to those narratives. I think what we're going to spend time with, if this plays out the way it seems that Donald Trump wins this election, is trying to understand what that resistance was about. What is it about our supporting Ukraine that you did not like beyond the talking points? What is it about women's reproductive health that did not move you enough in Florida?
Yeah.
Right? To actually draw the line in the sand.
Although,
But
can I just say, 50, these numbers, again, this is a quickly moving storm front, but I believe it was 57% of Florida voters voted for.
But you knew what the threshold was.
60.
You knew.
But and 56 or 57% also voted for Donald Trump, which gets to the phenomenon of people voting for Trump and for abortion
There
rights.
you go. There you go.
But I don't think it's as black as white. Like,
no, I'm not saying it's black and white. I'm saying it's absolutely.
So Michael Moore, I guess, isn't the Oracle at Delphi everybody thought he was, huh?
How we start to parse and understand.
Gave me a false sense of security.
Like this, because it's going to be important for what happens next.
I mean, maybe she squeaks it out here. I don't.
Expand,
she's got to have a huge comeback.
I mean, there's some real
another
consideration
percentage point dropped in Wisconsin.
The national popular
She's down 104,000 now.
There's some things for us to sort of think about. So, for me, I'm looking at some of the states, and I'm with my friend Simone. Claire is a savant in many respects, but is born out of an experience of understanding how elections kind of drive and how they're built.
Margins.
And how they're built.
And, I wish I could ignore the margins, but it's hard.
Exactly.
Arizona approves constitutional right to abortion, overturning state's 15-week ban.
Folks, myself included, a recalibration of thinking about, and it really draws me back to one thing, that 2016, focus group where I saw a young mother. I've told
92% chance of Trump winning now on New York Times.
When asked why she was supporting Trump, said he's just like me. And in many respects, as we sit here tonight, that question, that understanding has not been met. To understand how, in the face of Dobbs, in the face of everything else that's
Donald Trump will surrender Taiwan to China and eastern Ukraine to Russia.
Still voting in a bigger number than you
and Gaza and the West Bank to Israel. We all lose.
Yep.
I wonder how
White
much
trash wins, we all lose.
Consciously saying, I'm voting yes on this, no on this, yes on this, and not more just a kind of feeling about Donald Trump and his strength and the fear-mongering he's done around immigration and the fuzziness he's had on women's rights. And, I'm not entirely sure it is a sort of list of kind of policy pros and cons that they're going in there.
I think it's all.
God, I wish I never woke up.
You have to understand the voters. I just think about Governor Phil Murphy, who, after
do you have any viewers?
Very, very close.
I've been consistently at 4 or 5.
What was that?
Okay, cool.
2020.
We'll keep going then.
He commissioned these focus groups afterwards. The governor's race was close. He commissioned these focus groups and his own internal focus groups.
Yeah, I mean, I was starting. I'll admit, I was putting together notes today of an episode that I was going to record on what to expect from Kamala presidency, but now I've got to.
He said that
rewrite
we have
that.
to listen to what the voters are saying.
Oh my God!
It's worse than we can even
we will have to ask
like
more questions about their vote in the focus groups in the weeks and days to come.
spell out
Again,
for people.
The election is still not over. Okay, it's not over until all the votes are counted. So that's the first thing. I think the second thing is many things are happening tonight. In this election in 1968, it was the same election where Shirley Chisholm was elected as the first black woman to the U.S. House of Representatives. In that same election, Richard Nixon was elected as president. Right, and so I fundamentally believe that the legacies of both of those individuals were on the ballot in this election. And Lisa Blunt Rochester and Angela Alsobrooks now join the ranks
See what
of
Fox
black women who
News
have
is
been
saying. They're
elected to the
probably
United
doing
States Senate.
backflips.
Probably.
We have to bring up the youth vote again. I mean, what a difference we are seeing from 4 years ago. Those voters under the age of 30 going for Harris over Trump by 8 points. 4 years ago, they favored Biden by 25 points. I mean, this is a huge difference. And we dive in at the state level, you are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this in the polls.
And how crazy is that the younger candidate, there was a lot of talk that a younger candidate
Well, they
would
didn't
draw
show up.
younger voters.
It's because the young
but Joe
conservatives
Biden
showed up, but
drew
the
them
young
in a
liberals didn't
larger
show up
number
because
than
she didn't talk to them.
appears to have.
Carl, you've been on the back end
Yeah.
of nights like this. You have been digging into the numbers. What board do you have for us now?
There you go.
Where we
Same
began.
one.
It all comes down to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania that goes for Trump will settle the contest. It will be mathematically impossible for her to win.
So as you looked at tonight, what did you see as it unfolded?
You know, as it unfolded, a little bit of change. Earlier in the evening, it looked like he was doing slightly better in the big city urban areas. And in some suburbs, like in Georgia, he was not doing as well. But tonight in Pennsylvania, for example, he's doing better in all four of the southeastern suburban counties, as well as doing better in the rural parts of the state. And it is an unusual coalition. It's inner city ethnics, it's Catholics who have been for decades the principal swing vote in America. Increasingly Hispanic voters among them, and he's knit together that coalition tonight, along with working class people in small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FNVA on Pennsylvania on the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania. So that's about the same. But union voters, he's also seeing a down arrow there, about 3 points. He's running down below his 2020 levels.
So
Hey, don't
there's still
say.
hope for the blue wall for the Harris campaign. What are you hearing?
That there's still hope. Obviously, I didn't love to see the go take a nap and we'll get back to you in the morning about all of this, but we do have to keep in mind that the race in 2020 wasn't called for days, that Biden won Pennsylvania on Friday of that week and Wisconsin on Thursday, I think that it was. So we'll see. They think it's close, that there's vote coming in. There was,
Yeah, I
some
remember
conversation
that.
Over how much of remaining vote
Yeah, but
in
dude, this
Philadelphia
is
existed, and there was an
the
extra
numbers aren't
120,000-ish
as close
votes,
as they need to be.
that were out there that could go into
She needs to
Harris's
be
pocket.
in less than
Two things that
$100,000.
I've
She's
been
not in.
thinking
She
about.
doesn't. It doesn't feel like she's in
One,
striking
and
distance.
Dana knows this well, how much I love to
Right.
throw out a good door
I mean,
knocking
Pennsylvania
stat,
took the
right?
longest to
So,
call, I think,
2,000
but I
door
think
knocks
the
a
race
minute
was called
for
much
the Harris
sooner than
campaign.
that in
Does
2020.
any of that stuff
It was because of Georgia.
matter anymore?
Yeah.
And we'll
Yeah.
see how this pans out. She
That's
could
why
win
everyone
with
was
the
paying
simple route
attention
through
to
charity, getting Nebraska second, but the Harris
Atlanta
campaign
suburbs
ran a
last time.
conventional
Yeah,
campaign,
dude, she's got
right,
174,000 votes to
souls
make
the
up in
polls,
Pennsylvania.
That kind of stuff matters.
It's not
Will that be the
impossible,
path
but
going
it's
forward?
just
The
not
second
likely.
thing is, if
Yeah.
this night
I
doesn't
don't
end up
feel
going in
good. I
Harris's
don't feel
direction,
like this feels
and
now like
barring
Super
some
Bowl
big change, she
52,
will have
which is
underperformed
the one,
Biden
if
in
people
2020,
recall,
and
where
every single
the Patriots
demographic
lost
is
to the
of
Eagles.
college-educated women, and even with college-educated
And
women,
it was a
wasn't
surprising
the
result
overwhelming
because for some reason
win
Bill
that we
Belichick
thought it was going to
benched
be, or that was
our
projected
best
in some of these
cover cornerback
very prominent
right before the game
surveys.
started.
And
Yeah.
when you think
And
about the fact
to this day, nobody
that
knows why.
there were some people, I didn't think we were going to win Iowa, but that we had seen surveys where he was only up 5 in Kansas or up 3 in Ohio. It's going to take a lot of refocusing to understand really what happened here, and it doesn't seem like it was.
They
one
went out and
decision
got people
that
like
the
Liz
Harris campaign
Cheney,
did.
and they
I'm
didn't
sure
play
she
to the
loses
base. They
Pennsylvania.
didn't play
There'll
for
be a lot of
turnout.
Shapiro discussion.
Yeah.
This feels much bigger than any decision about having him on the ticket or going to the Al Smith dinner.
So, Carl, when Jessica just brought up a potential for 150,000 votes in Philadelphia County, I saw your head kind of swing around. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of the vote is in, or 95% of the vote is in, and that not turning out to be, that turns out to be accurate. It's very rare. I can't imagine in one instance where we've looked at a number and seen 90% of the vote in or 85% of the vote in, and that turned out to be grossly off. I will say this, though. I do want to follow up on one thing. Think about all that she had to face. This is an abysmal number when it comes to the approval of the sitting president. No party has elected a president when their sitting incumbent had as low a job approval as this president had.
That's why we rejected Trump, didn't we?
I mean, 2/3 of the American people say
Yeah.
the country's going in the wrong direction,
Mm-hmm.
and she represents the party in power. To me, it's it's amazing that she's come as close as she has, given
the
that
party, the administration.
Yeah, she was the vice president in a very unpopular administration, and yet tonight, again, Britt made the point earlier, the Electoral
God,
College
Americans
will
are
serve
so
the
fucking
purpose
stupid.
of translating a relatively small difference between these
Love
two
you
people.
too,
Look at
Dad. Good night.
Pennsylvania, 50.9 to 48.1.
Everyone's calling it a night.
And yet at the end of the day,
Yeah.
County, big suburban county, right outside Philadelphia. But again, right now, Harris is not hitting that Biden number. She absolutely needs to hit and exceed that in these places.
Yeah, she's not going to do it,
Chester
man.
County, I
NBC
think we're
News
pretty much
projects
down to
Trump
the vote
wins
by mail in
Georgia.
Chester County. Of course, that
Who?
is the very
NBC News?
Democratic vote. So the
Yeah.
question becomes,
yeah.
when we get that vote by mail, Harris is at 54.5. She's got to get past. She's really got to move past
89%
that Biden number.
Pennsylvania.
Will the remaining vote by mail in Chester County do that for her?
Did
Up
she
to
make it- did
Montgomery
you make up
County,
any
more
ground?
than
Hold on,
three-quarters
I've been
of the vote
tracking
in here.
this. Hold on.
This is a giant county, though. There are still lots of votes left to come. Again, from Harris's standpoint, she's got to get past that Biden number with what's left to come here. No vote by mail left in Montgomery County. Move up to Bucks County. 2/3 is in right here. This would be, if Donald Trump hangs on here, still plenty of votes to come, though. This would be a flip. And again, of those immediate
Insane.
area
Bucks
counties,
County
this one a little
gave-
more blue
gave-
collar
Just picked
than
up
the ones
4,000
I just
votes.
showed you.
It's
So
going the
again, that's
opposite
a trend we're
direction.
seeing. We saw it in Erie.
The only
We
thing
saw
that
it in
saved us is
Washington. We're
an
seeing that in a lot of
absolute
places
windfall
tonight.
of votes
Also, I'm giving you
through mail
Democratic,
from the Philly-
big
from the
sort of
Philly area.
Democratic vote areas, Bucks notwithstanding, but Chester.
This is
Montgomery,
crazy.
In southwest Pennsylvania, the two big counties here.
Yeah.
We've got Washington all in. I want to draw your attention to this because these are two big bedroom community suburbs of Pittsburgh. In Washington
This is disgusting.
County, Donald Trump
I can't
has
believe this
improved
is fucking
the
happening.
Republican
So
area.
sad.
He wanted to
I
boost
can't
My
his
believe this is
30s,
actually
dude. My
happening.
30s and now my 40s are going to be dominated by Donald Trump in the news.
In Westmoreland County, Trump currently, take a look at this, 28 points was his margin, 36
Here we go from
right
Brad.
now. Again, if he finishes
Harris
above
spent
that 28,
the more time and
exactly
money
what he wanted to
campaigning
be
in
doing.
Pennsylvania than
for
any other
Democrats,
state,
it's
so
gonna
they
take
understood
something
PA
really
was
kind of
critical.
massive
Yeah,
out
it didn't
of
pay
I mean,
off.
it's not because
Really,
it's
those
not the
numbers are
map.
disappointing
They
for them
didn't.
so
It's not like they
far.
screwed up on the
And
map.
again,
It's
out
they
of
screwed up
Chester
on the
with that vote
messaging.
by
If
mail,
they,
more
you know,
come in Montgomery,
if
they're
we're
gonna
being
need to get
serious.
bigger
Also,
margins of
too,
what's to come. Again,
we have been
170,000
incredibly
votes. That's Trump's
objective
advantage here, nearing
about
9% in Pennsylvania.
Kamala
Just checking
Harris
on
and
Allegheny.
the type of the
again, those are
quality
stakes.
of
Trump wins
politician
the
she is.
state.
She's a
He's probably
fucking
got this.
pedestrian
Steve
politician.
Kornacki, thank you very much. We've got
She's
a call
not
tonight.
special.
NBC News can project at this hour, and this is a big one, that the Republican Party will control the United States Senate.
Oh, that's
now,
wonderful.
What tipped this over
I mean,
is
we
that
knew
NBC
that.
News is also projecting
Yep.
a couple of Senate races since we last checked in on Senate. Right now in Nebraska, incumbent Republican Deb Fischer is projected to have held off a very stiff challenge from, interestingly, an independent challenger, Dan Osborne, not a Democrat, but an independent, ran a very close
Yeah, the only
race
thing that
against
saves the
incumbent
country
Republican
is
Senator Deb Fischer.
a
But
bunch of
NBC News
mail-in
projects that Deb
votes
Fischer will be
in
returning to the
Philly.
Senate. Shows you a little bit about how things proceeded in this Nebraska Senate race.
It's not
I should also tell
enough,
you that earlier than this,
though.
in the Utah Senate race, NBC News has also projected a winner in the Utah
Delaware,
Senate race. This is the seat that is being left by
91%.
Mitt Romney, by Utah Senator Mitt Romney. It will be held by the Republicans, by Republican candidate John Curtis. So after John Curtis secured that seat and Deb Fischer secured hers, that puts the
Montgomery
Republican
County.
control of the Senate.
Montgomery County
on
has
the
still
books,
got a
according to
lot
NBC
left,
News
but
projections. Lawrence, let me just get your reaction to that.
And this is
Bucks County still
in the
doesn't.
event of a Harris presidency, she probably would not be able to get any federal judges confirmed. I mean, any, like not any district court, not any appeals court, not any Supreme Court for an entire 4 years. On the other hand, in a Trump presidency, this means that all of those judges can just sail right through. It could mean that Donald Trump manages to broker the retirement of two Republican Supreme Court justices and replaces them with much younger justices. So the issue now becomes, what about the House of Representatives? What are we going to end up with in the House? If the House, if the Democrats can get control of the House, then they really have control of government. They do not have control of the confirmation process. That's gone. That is already gone. But in terms of what could happen legislatively, the House would be in control of that, meaning they could prevent any of the worst things.
And let me just interject for a moment. We have eyes on Howard University right now. We can tell you that Vice President Harris is not expected to speak tonight, but we are seeing quite a crowd there, and we are expecting, we're within the 2-minute warning from a statement that we're expecting from the Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond. Cedric Richmond expected to address this crowd at Howard momentarily. Again, we don't expect to be hearing from Vice President Harris. But I think actually if we can go to this live so we can hear the Natsat here, so we can hear Cedric Richmond and what he's going to say to the crowd and also how the crowd receives him. This is live from Howard University in Washington, D.C.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU.
No, this is not. Yeah, this is bad.
I want to say good evening to all of
We're gonna have to do
the
4
Harris
years of
campaign,
trial.
the campaign family.
Yeah.
Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken.
He sounds defeated, and he knows
They're
it.
losing. They're gonna lose.
The
They have
Vice
internal
President
polling. They know
tonight.
better than we do.
Yeah.
But you will hear
It's
from
over.
her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow.
She played to the center,
to
and she
address not
played
only
to
the
anti-Trump
HU family, not
Republicans
only to address
instead
her
of playing to the
supporters,
base.
but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun for a
Yep.
minute, wasn't it? It was a hell of a convention, though.
Point statement
Hey, we had fun at the
from Secretary
convention.
Clinton, the Harris campaign co-chair,
We had a real fun
speaking
time
to
at the
what is still a
convention, though.
considerable crowd
Spoke
at
with
Howard
such
University in
confidence
Washington,
there.
D.C.
Fucking
We're gonna see
idiots.
them turn
No, bipartisanship is
start
dead.
to leave the grounds.
It's not the right
they're
messaging.
letting
That's not what gets
the
voters
crowd
out.
assembled there
Yeah.
for the Harris
Crush the other
campaign and
side.
for, in
This is
support
the
of
politics of
President Harris.
dominance. That's what we're
Letting
living in
everybody know
now.
that she's not going to be speaking on any subject.
And I tell you what, the country's going to be ripe for a different Democratic Party in 4 years.
We still have states that
They
have
are
not been
desperate
called
for
yet.
new leadership
We'll
on the
not hear from her
left
tonight,
after
but she did
this.
say
Holy
we'll hear from her
shit.
tomorrow. I think
Yeah.
indicating that she may be speaking
The
for
justice
hours,
system, the
tomorrow,
judges.
both addressing,
I mean, it's going to be 40
University,
years.
but also
Like,
addressing the
we're
nation.
going to need a revolution after this.
I just
If
wanted
this doesn't
to
tee up,
sort of
if this doesn't tee
re-emphasize
up the
the point Mark made
revolution
before that
that I've been
speech
calling
about
for
where we
ever
stand.
since
We're looking
2016,
at a map
then
that
nothing will.
appears to show
God, if
somewhere
all
on
the fucking Democrats listened in 2016, Bernie Sanders would be retiring right now.
Yep.
All of this could have been avoided.
Yep.
All of this. This wouldn't be happening right now. God.
It's sad. It's sad. America is just a waste of potential.
Yeah.
It really is just embarrassing. Just to get people in here into how dark it looks. I mean, Kornacki was giving you analysis showing you that she wasn't performing in areas as well as Biden did in 2020. And it's we live in a fuck you nation. And the best way to say fuck you is to oust the incumbent. And right now, Kamala is being treated as if she were the incumbent president. She never got away from Biden. She never said, look, I didn't agree with everything he did. There's going to be a new style of leadership. She never did that. She never made that. She never separated herself from Biden. Here, Philadelphia County still has 11 points left. Montgomery still has 18 points left. I mean, I just don't see the number. If it was less than 100,000 votes, I'd say she's. Oh wait, there's a big jump. Pennsylvania just made a huge jump, and
it didn't matter much.
It's 167,000.
Yeah.
So now she needs 167,000 votes in PA. She needs to net gain 167,000 votes.
Yeah.
Chester. Yeah, I think it's. I don't know. I got sucked in, man. I'll never feel good about going into an election ever again. I'm just going to expect to lose from now on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think we're going to have a country by the time there's. I don't even think there's going to be another election after this. Like the people that Trump's going to have in his cabinet, the people that he's going to surround
Oh
him
my God,
with,
it's going to be so much worse than the first time around.
it's going to unspeakably worse.
Column as well, but Trump's got a firm grip on it now, 16 points. And I'll just go.
I got
west
real
of
quick. I'll be right back.
Muskegon, south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids, is Ottawa County there. Like for years, this was like a Republican bastion. Trump kept it that way in 2020, winning by 21.5 points. In 2016, in Ottawa specifically, you ran away with it at 30 points. And so it will stay that way tonight. And let me just come out to real-time data here and let you know where we are statewide. You've got some vote out there, but you see this margin here yet again. Just as I'm talking here, guys, it's ticking higher. 210,967, 6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the blue wall could stay intact yet again for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party who takes the White House that year.
Since 1988, that has held.
I think we're getting ready for a call.
I think we are too. Are we?
Fox News can now project that the state of Georgia will go to former President Donald Trump. This was a really hard-fought battle. If you think about Georgia loses it last time to President Biden by 11,779 votes. For some reason, that number sticks in my mind.
Jesus Christ.
And this is a big win. He went there, campaigned there, and so did Vice President Harris numerous times, thinking that Georgia could stay in the Democratic column.
You know, he had a difficult relationship with Governor Brian Kemp. If you remember, 4 years ago, after losing Georgia, they tried to salvage 2 Senate races in Georgia. A month later, special elections. That didn't go well either. So this is a very big win for former President Trump to, you know, have this redemption in Georgia tonight.
So now we are at Electoral College vote at 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well, along with Karl Rove. Darren, we got you out here. We were going to say, what happened? Are we calling Georgia? And then you push the button.
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I thought you were going to come down here to grill me, and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call? And then,
You guys called Georgia in the nick of time for you, Darren.
That's exactly right.
While we have you, how do you see this night? And was it like you thought going in?
Well,
and as you look at the blue wall there.
Well, I think,
for all of those of
the
you still listening, it'll be
was
good for the channel.
By my standards, because the more data I saw,
A lot
the
of
more
people are going to be.
possibilities seemed to unfold. There was stuff
I
a
thought
couple
Walls
weeks
might have
ago I
delivered
didn't
more of an
think
edge in
could
the
happen.
Midwest. I would have thought
I
so
didn't
too,
think Trump
Brad.
could win, let's say the national.
I thought
vote.
so
I'm
too.
not
I thought I
saying
was
he's
going
to,
to basically
but
make
that was
Wisconsin
something
kind
that
of
nobody
a
thought could happen. They thought he was capped
layup,
at 47,
but or a
48%.
slam dunk. But
That's a possibility.
right now, Trump's
We had a
gaining
lot
in
of
Wisconsin. He's up
conversations about whether
120.
these, swing states were going to move together, or whether they were going to sort of crack and each move separately. There's a possibility tonight.
It's disgusting.
That, I didn't think this would happen earlier in the afternoon, but that he could sweep all of them. That's not a prediction, but it's
this
something
party
that's
needs new
within the realm of
leadership.
possibility with the data we've seen.
You're saying blue
Big
wall
time.
turns into a red wall.
It's possible, and that wasn't something anybody was talking about. People talking about Michigan, in particular, as being the toughest state for Trump to crack. Now, Bill's shown the data recently. We've been looking at it for hours. Michigan's looking very difficult for her right now.
you know, all these toss-up states had been within a point or two. So is there any way to look at what you see now and say this could be a win in a larger percentage than that? I mean, a lot of these states are still close, but...
Right. What we're looking at right now, we have sort of model data, and we're looking to reach a certain level of statistical significance to make a call. But we're also looking at what we call the outstanding vote. And so, for instance, in the case of Georgia, we were modeling about 835,000 outstanding votes. A lion's share of them were coming from suburban Atlanta. She needed to hit about 55, 56%. She was getting about 45%. And at a certain level, that becomes a statistical impossibility. The more data you get, the less room she has to actually grow or do better than she's been performing. And so that sort of triggered the call in Georgia. We're not quite there yet in the other states, but this may not be an election where we need to be here till Thursday or Friday.
Right. And so when they say go home, relax, you're saying maybe not yet.
We'll see if they, continue to count. Arizona and Nevada have been particularly stubborn about that. We understand in Nevada they don't allow any counting until the last vote has been cast, which is, we think, why we're getting basically nothing from Nevada so far. Yeah. But Arizona, it's coming in sort of droves. It's a close race there. Wisconsin and Michigan. Michigan seems to be counting there at like 54, 55%. Wisconsin at 2 a.m. in 2020 had counted 99% of the votes. So we think there's a chance we might have enough data in Wisconsin, maybe Michigan. So we may have some resolution more quickly than we had thought.
So in Pennsylvania, Sean talked about this earlier, the early vote and what that looked like and what she would have to do day of in Philadelphia and those counties right around there. Is it possible that that's still out there and it's possible to do?
Well, it seems to be a probability diminishing by the hour. I think this is something from the Georgia data, but we've also seen it in Pennsylvania. Young African-American men did not come home. Part of the African-American vote came home to her, but a lot of it didn't, and there's a gender gap there.
Spectator Index just said there's no realistic pathway to a Harris victory given current results.
But she really did seem to underachieve amongst African-American males, especially young African-American males.
I mean, it just makes me think about Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, the former president, and the very strong appeals that they made. Michelle Obama said, don't let your husband or boyfriend's rage dictate your vote. President Obama talked about bringing out the brothers and scolding them. That does not seem to have been a strategy that worked.
Darren, did the Fox News voter analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you went around the states?
Yes. There were a couple. What we're doing early on is we get this early vote from Indiana and Kentucky. It allows us to kind of figure out is the FNVA performing consistent with the data. There were a couple states where Trump overperformed a bit. Florida was one. We were a little concerned that we might be overestimating Trump's performance in rural areas, but the more data we got, the more that didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like he was basically hitting what we thought he would hit.
We've got the brain here. Did anybody else have a question for Darren?
I'm curious about immigration and what you've seen in terms of how much that played into the votes in some of these states.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. The FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% was Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me
all right, man,
data before the election,
time to play the blame game.
That he's going to get 15% of the African-American vote for.
Yeah.
I think the blame game is pretty obvious here. We talked about it. Here, let's. Do you want to wrap this up?
Yeah.
You want to wrap it up? I mean,
Yeah.
we're not going to. We all know where this is going. She's not going to talk, and everyone's waiting on PA. Let's do one last. I'll do one last little shuffle for people, and then we'll call it a night here. I'll do final thoughts. But Pennsylvania. Look, she needs to come up with, it's 92% reporting, 8% left, and she's down 220,000 votes. So unless that remaining 14% of Chester County, 8% of Montgomery County, 11% of Philadelphia, unless there's some huge dump of mail-in votes, no way. No way. It's over. Trump's going to win Pennsylvania, and don't be surprised if he wins Michigan too, which, by the way, openly supporting genocide probably didn't help you there with that population. Wisconsin is going to end up being the closest of the three, but she's still got to make up 120,000 votes. So it's an ass whooping.
Yeah.
This isn't just a win for the GOP. This is, maybe the House stays blue. But other than that, man, you're looking at, waking up this morning, I was thinking she might get a battleground sweep. But instead, it's going to be Trump that gets the battleground sweep. Trump's going to get the battleground sweep, dude. He's going to get all the Rust Belt. He's already got Georgia and North Carolina. The only thing he might not get is Arizona and Nevada. Wouldn't that be some shit?
I mean, I don't know what's taking them so long. Whereas, because their polls close at the same time as Arizona.
Arizona says most voters cast ballots by mail, and counting typically takes days. Officials in Maricopa County said full tabulation could take 10 to 13 days. Nevada Counting usually takes days, but new technology and rules could speed up reporting. Postmarked ballots are allowed to arrive up to 4 days after the election. So it's like Nevada's like, okay, why don't you, come on, fix your election rules. But, yeah, I mean, here we go. 4 more years of Trump trash. Be good for the show. People are going to be looking for alternative media sources because a lot of mainstream media would have had you believe that Kamala was going to win this thing. And she's not going to win. Trump's going to win. And that means Trump's going to get away with all of his crimes because you can't prosecute a current president on a lot of the shit that he's getting brought up on.
Yeah.
And so the rape of American democracy is back on. We kept it at bay for 4 years, and now it's back. And the question isn't for us to ask what we could have done better, because, I'll be real. I'll be a little vulnerable here. I mean, who knows? People are going to watch this, but because of the way things went down at my local Democratic Party, I didn't end up volunteering there much, and I took on some other things, another project that took up a bunch of my time, whatever. But I wasn't motivated to go down there and volunteer because after the convention, Kamala started playing to the center and to the anti-Trump Republicans. And you heard Karl Rove talk about the youth vote being decreased. That wasn't just because of, people, younger voters liking Trump more. It's because they didn't show up. And it's because Kamala did stuff like go and play footsie with Liz Cheney and talk about having a Republican in her cabinet.
Yeah.
We tried to. She kept selling bipartisanship. I'll be nice. I mean, we did the nice thing again. But she should have gone full bitch, I guess. I don't know. That appearance on SNL had a weird vibe about it. Didn't feel right. But yeah, man, I mean, hey, the show must go on, and our show will only be proven more right by history. I mean, at the end of the day, the value that this is a reflective moment for us, because I got to go to the green screen studio tomorrow and come up with an essay about what this means for me and what this means for my passion for politics, because I had some ideas about how I might get involved if she were to win. And now, now it's just, here we are again. And I thought that this was going to be kind of a modest step forward for the country of kind of growing up. And we're still so immature.
Yeah.
As a nation. And this immigrant vote, someone's got to explain that to me. I think I know what's going on. I think it's just the basic idea of we were here first and immigrants not really caring about other immigrants. Thank you, Brad, for watching, man. You're our most loyal guy. Thanks for the play-by-play analysis. We'll see what weird stuff happens next. Yeah, it's over, Brad. I appreciate you staying optimistic, man. But as far as I can, this is, this is one of those shitty Super Bowls where the favorite got ahead and stayed ahead. It's like Super Bowl 48, and the Republicans were the Seahawks, and the Democrats were the Broncos. But yeah, we're on brand. I tell you what, our message is like, I'm not, we got being a winner, like learning how to compete. Yeah. What does it mean how do you compete? Well, I think we learned our lesson here, DNC, where after the convention, you don't take your goddamn base for granted. You don't take turnout for granted, no matter how deplorable or disgusting the opposition might be.
I really don't think that the Democrats had a full grasp, not even half a grasp, on the extremity that they were up against, that their
Right.
opposition was. And that's all that it really comes down to. They did not have the foresight or wherewithal to meet the moment. You
No.
don't face extremism.
They're losers. They're
you,
losers, man.
you don't face extremism by being centrist, by catering to the middle. There is no
right.
There is no moderating the extreme. There is no there's no breaking bread with people who are telling you to your face exactly what they intend to do.
Yeah, you don't win by catering to like that small percentage of conservatives who don't like Trump and are willing to swallow your progressive culture. And I can't wait. The thing that I can't wait to hear happen is I can't wait for neoliberals and moderate Democrats to criticize progressive lefties for not showing up. I can't wait to hear that crap because it's garbage. This was about messaging and a failure to message with boldness. She did the inclusivity game. Oh, we can all be one big happy family. Wouldn't you rather be? See, that's the big question, I think, with the way that the Electoral College is. It presents us this weird political question that we don't want to address. But the question is, do you want to be a fake happy family, or do you want to be a real angry family? And America said tonight we'd rather be a real angry family. We'd rather be angry. Yeah. It's okay because that's more real. That's more important to us than making. I mean, there you go though. Like, she kind of did make the same mistake Hillary did of just don't vote for the other. I'm not the other guy. I mean, she had these middle class tax cut idea. She had some other stuff that she talked about, but it wasn't even close to the slate of ideas that Bernie was pushing back in 2016 and 2020.
Yeah.
You sound like you're ready to.
I'm just defeated, dude.
You're not in denial though. Like, you knew this was possible.
I knew it was possible, but I didn't want to face it. Like, in the back of my mind, I knew it was. I mean, things were looking really, really good at the end there for Harris and everything. It's like,
Jesus Christ!
Just fucking.
That's all she did was play to the center. Thank you, Brad. Thank you for that, Brad.
Fucking nuke.
Appreciate that.
CNN. Fucking.
But like, no, there's no.
Jesus
there's
Christ,
none of that shit anymore. All she did after the convention was play to the center. That strategy is done. I am never appealing to a registered Republican again if I'm the DNC.
Mm-hmm.
You tried. You tried really, really hard. And they didn't go for it. So maybe you should worry less about getting just a little bit of them and getting more of us. Maybe you should build the people that already understand things like tax cuts for 1%ers and corporations and deregulation.
Yeah.
Maybe you should cater to people who understand that those things aren't good in a very fundamental way. Like, I'm doing some coaching now, and I'm having to come to terms with whether or not I want to stay with doing it. And I like the guys a lot, and we have some talent. But it's like, is there that basic foundation of interest and passion and love for the game that's going to keep them coming to practice and want to get better so that I see us getting better and then I get something out of it because I see, like, my investment in the team paying off by the team getting better and winning games? And I think, to use that analogy, the Democratic Party kept trying to recruit players that didn't want to play on their team, that weren't passionate about the sport to begin with. And so they either didn't show up or they
Wasn't
voted for
enough.
Trump.
Yeah. I'm just at a loss. I can't really process much at all. I can't believe it came to this. I can't believe he had a chance. I can't believe he fucking
Well,
actually
yeah.
pulled away with it.
Yeah.
Like if you look at the electoral map, it's gonna be 270, 268. He barely fucking squeaked by. That is to say, unless Harris does end up losing Nevada and Arizona, but like at that point, if she doesn't pick up, if Pennsylvania's lost, what the fuck does it matter?
Yeah, no, you can't blame the progressive left this time.
No, you can't.
You really can't. That's
You
the
can't.
one. That's the one political faction that's off the hook.
You
on
did
this
this.
one.
Because
You did not fucking cater to them one goddamn iota. You
No.
went out. You know, you had a nice big party. You had a nice big party in Chicago, and everybody had a great time. And the progressives felt included. All the influencers that are out there that are bigger than us, that were along for the ride, and here you and I are saying, wait a second, guys, is this really all that matters? Are the vibes the only thing that matters? No. We got to talk about solutions. I think a big part of the problem, too, with the Democratic Party is that voters don't believe the faces of the Democratic Party will deliver for them. They make big promises, but they don't deliver. So the voter thinks, oh, this Democratic Party politician is saying these nice things and telling me what I want to hear. But when they get into the voting booth, do I really believe that Kamala is going to deliver on these things? Fuck it. Let's go with Trump. Guarantee you that happened a lot tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel somewhat vindicated. I feel
Yeah,
somewhat vindicated because we were critiquing her messaging. We said, okay, you're going to do vibes. You're gonna, it's fine. It feels like it's working, but
Yeah.
this isn't in keeping with who we are. At some point, you got to be like a little bit of a selfish artist about it and say, wait a second, I'm going to be myself whether or not the American public loves me or hates me. That's what I think the old school politicians did have. Guys like the Roosevelts and, to a certain extent, Jack Kennedy. Like, and there was a different media apparatus back in those days. But, like, Brad, exactly, she failed to convince people that she'd deliver on abortion.
It wasn't enough.
I thought women were going to show up. But, hey, and also
Yeah,
vindicated
damn.
on Michael Moore. Remember, I came out and I said, wait a second. Why are we acting as if Michael Moore is the Oracle at Delphi, and why isn't he keeping his big mouth shut? So we should all recognize that Michael Moore is a fucking human being and is a little bit biased, and once upon a time had the brilliant idea of Michelle Obama running for president back in like 2016 or 2020 or something. It was ridiculous, okay? So just as I criticize the right for worshiping false gods, the left needs to make sure it doesn't do the same.
The future of this country, the future that we as America have decided is to punish people rather than lift them up.
Yeah.
Period.
We're bullies. We're a nation of bullies.
Yeah.
I mean, these numbers are only getting worse in Wisconsin and Michigan. He's going to get the battleground sweep.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Arizona and Nevada, we'll see. But, yeah. Yep. So, shame on the DNC. It is a party of losers. I said it in my first, I'll say this. I'll drop some more. If you don't mind listening, man, I don't mind keep going because I think this is good stuff. But there was once upon a time when I was thinking about working with the DNC in a certain way, and I was nervous because they watched my stuff, my video essays, and in my very first video essay, I did say that I look at the DNC as a party of losers. And I was worried. I was like, I called the institution a party of losers. Like, what? Are they going to listen? Are they really going to be psyched for me to come on board and give him my honest opinion about things. And tonight just proves I was right 4 years ago. And I was right this whole time. And so are you and I. The whole time we were like, okay, this feels like it's going to be enough, but she's not really talking policy. She's not really talking about a bold new world like Obama was. And, you know, there was a lot of evidence to suggest that Obama did not want her as the nominee.
Yeah.
He didn't want her to be Biden's vice president. The age of the vice president has come and gone. And now I'm thinking, like, what is Gavin Newsom thinking right now? It's like, is he going to run in 4 years? Going to go for another soft-ass Californian?
I'm just not convinced of anything right now. I'm just kind of like, there's just, I mean, I can't even begin to express with words how bad things are going to get. The people that Trump's going to surround himself with, just a bunch of yes men and sycophants, people who don't know what they're doing. Project 2025, Schedule F. It's just gonna be a complete fucking dismantling of the system that we've built for a couple, it's two and a half centuries. It's the way the world is just crushing. It's I mean, I thought there was a chance. Like any hope I had is just completely fucking gone. You know, in the back of my mind, I knew it was possible. You know, but I thought Americans would pull through because I thought we were just so fucking tired of Trump.
Yeah, I thought we were over it too. I thought we were kind of like a bad, like I said, the Dice Clay analogy of you know, an old stand-up comedy routine just getting so old and tired and people are getting sick of it. And I thought that's what we were dealing with, but nah, man, nah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's let me just check the numbers here one more time. Pennsylvania.
Sure.
No, he's up by he's still up by 224,000 in Pennsylvania. He's up by 240 in Michigan. Oh man. Too good to be true. Fox News is loving it.
Of course they are.
Big old smiles on their faces, you fucking assholes. All right, yeah. So I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I can organize my thoughts. I mean, let's, you know, who knows who's gonna watch this? Somebody will definitely watch my video essay that I'm doing tomorrow. Let's organize my thoughts for that real quick before we go. But okay, so I think number one, here, I'm just gonna type it out here. Number one is absolutely playing to the center and to anti-Trump Republicans was the mistake. Number one, playing to center and anti-Trump Republicans post-convention. Right?
Yeah.
Hey, wake up.
Sorry.
It's okay. Suck it up. Playing to the center and anti-Trump Republicans post-convention was definitely the biggest sin. Focusing on vibes.
Gaza.
Ignoring Gaza. Yeah, I would say focusing on vibes with pretty much with little articulation of policy.
Not focusing enough on the economic devastation that Trump would bring.
Economic. Yeah, maybe I'll just do, maybe I'll make tomorrow's episode a personal one. And then, because I'm recording again on Thursday. But yeah, this is wild. It's economic. And then Israel, Gaza, like, I don't know if that was the biggest. I don't know if we can say that has a huge impact. I mean, this is. I'm gonna be interested to see the turnout numbers because it's looking like
Yeah,
people
we'll have
didn't.
to look
It's
at
looking like people didn't. It's looking like people didn't show up.
we'll have to look at uh the exit polls in various states when we
Yeah.
reconvene tomorrow after work.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, man. Well, for those of you who stuck with us to the end, we really appreciate it. It's been an incredible evening. We've been going here for over 5 hours.
Okay,
Yeah. What's up?
Small sliver of hope.
What?
In Pennsylvania, there are 505,000 votes outstanding. Based on margins and votes still need to be counted, Harris will need to bring in 75 to 80% of votes to catch Trump. Bulk of remaining in Philly in our mail, which will be dropped tomorrow. So it's a small chance, but
Yeah, but
I
she's gonna have to
mean,
win she's gonna have to win 80% of what's left.
in the majority of which are in Philly, 75 to 80%. So
Yeah, which means she's gonna have to win like 90% of that to offset what's not gonna happen in the other parts of the state. It's just too much. How many?
Yeah.
How many votes? It's like 200 something, right? Yeah.
she'd have to overcome that margin
224,000, 222,000.
with 505,000 votes outstanding, meaning she would get much more than half of those. Yeah. I mean, I'm not holding my breath, but yeah. Oh, hi, baby.
Just down. I mean, no, dude. These results indicate a macro failure.
Yeah.
This was a macro level failure. This was not a micro level failure where she is coming up just a little bit short. Like, she's going to lose everything except for maybe Arizona and Nevada.
Yeah.
Those Midwestern voters just didn't like her.
I mean, maybe overnight voting could flip the blue wall states, but who fucking knows? Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see in the morning. I don't have very much left to give input on at the moment, but
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, we've done the best we can.
Yeah,
with
no,
what
of
we've been
course.
given.
I agree.
We just to wrap it up. I mean, I wasn't more enthusiastic about volunteering this election cycle.
Yeah.
Because I didn't really feel like my, desire to change the culture of the party was received. I mean, they wanted you to fit into their culture.
Yeah.
And the way that they do things. And it's like, this is the proof right here that the way you do things doesn't work.
And
I dare you.
You just point it back at them. It's just like, okay.
I dare you to fucking criticize the far left.
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with trans kids in sports.
Mm-hmm.
This has to do with people not showing up, and also what I was talking about earlier, making promises the public doesn't think you'll deliver on.
Right. Yeah.
It's not enough to say what you're going to do. You have to get the public to believe that you're going to do it once you have power.
Right.
All right. Well, all right, man. Do you want to stay on? We can stay on and just talk you and me if you want to get off.
No, it's fine. Yeah, we'll come back in tomorrow. We'll see how the next day plays out.
Snap out of it, man. It's just we did it once. We're gonna do it again. We did it for 4 years.
Right.
We're gonna do it again, and
I
you'll be
hope
gone in
so.
4 years. And we're just make sure, be careful with who you get pregnant between now and then.
Yeah, no, of course.
Jesus Christ.
And thank fuck we live in California. yeah, we'll reconvene tomorrow. We'll see what a lot of the what the polls ultimately do result in, and extrapolate from that. Take a look at exit polls and go from there.
And you know how I conclude every episode, and
Mm-hmm.
this tonight is just more evidence that proves it.
Yeah.
You don't get change in America by asking nicely. And a big
Absolutely.
reason why Kamala lost this election was because she was obsessed with getting everyone to like her.
Yeah.
Just like Obama was, except she didn't have as much talent as he did. Come on.
Yeah. I hope this fundamentally reshapes the Democratic Party and turns them into firebrands like Trump that aren't afraid to fucking just talk shit. Just like at the very fucking least.
Give me winners. Let's learn how to win, left. Because
Yeah.
you guys don't know about winning. Winning and putting in the effort is not the same thing. All right. For Stat Pat, Stateless Patriot, I am Deter McBusiness, reminding you that you don't get change in America by asking nicely, and you will be paying much attention to us over the next 4 years because of what happened tonight. And because that has never been more the case than it is right now. Thanks very
really
much,
is, yeah.
y'all. Have a lovely evening. If you can, try to get some sleep, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you guys.